Thank you so much, Yellowash. That was a very grounding way to start our salmon conference for the next 2 days. So next, I have the privilege to introduce Chuck Brushwood with the Colville Confederated Tribes. Chuck is the senior policy analyst there and has been there for over a decade now. For the last 2 years, he's served on our board, the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board, and is currently the chair. He's also served on a number of other important boards like the Icicle Fund, or Icicle Working Group, and the Cascade Columbia Fisheries Enhancement Group. So just really a dedicated partner in our efforts here. So thank you, Chuck.
All right. Well, thanks, Melody. And I just want to reiterate thanks to Melody and all of the Upper Columbia Board staff. Of course, the conference sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. But of course, thanks to all of you attendees who made it out, braved slick and snowy roads to be here early this morning. Kudos to you. If I could give you a gold star, I would. So gold star. So just out of curiosity, a show of hands. How many of you, for whom this is your first Upper Columbia Science Conference, haven't attended before? Wow, that is great to see. Just out of curiosity, how many of you have attended all of the previous and obviously today's conference? All 5, is that right? All 5 conferences? Anybody? Wow, the hardcores. Well, it's great to see you all. Thank you for coming here. And of course, this conference also wouldn't be possible without the presenters and speakers who are presenting some terrific and important information. And so thanks to all of them. I am really excited about the agenda. I don't know about you, but I really am. When I look at it, I see topics that cover the gamut of, all of the H's affecting salmonid recovery. And of course, that makes sense, and that's important because an all-H integrated recovery approach is the foundation of the Upper Columbia Salmon and Steelhead Recovery Plan. Of course, science, being both a method and a body of knowledge, is foundational to our understanding of salmon recovery. What to do, where to do it, and what are the limiting factors? What is the limiting factor to recovery that we need to address to get these critters back on the track to recovery, survival, and abundance in the face of climate change, other anthropogenic impacts, a lot of challenges. But of course, we're 20 years into what is probably a 50, 100-year project. It took us a long time to get here, all of the factors affecting salmon decline, and we're not going to get out of the hole that we've dug for ourselves overnight. That just means that we and all of you are engaged in this important work, have a lot of work to do. But I'm encouraged, despite the fact that, in the face of all of these factors, these critters persist. These critters are survivors. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope to see all of you here this morning. Really encouraging. So with that, I will keep my remarks brief. You didn't come here to listen to me. I want to make sure to leave time for Greer. I think she has some things to share, but then also for our keynote speaker and other speakers this morning. So again, thanks to you all for coming here this morning. I hope you really enjoy the conference. I encourage you to take the opportunities both in the breaks, during lunches, and during tonight's social event at the Pybus Market to network with each other. Meet new folks. There's a lot to learn. There are a lot of really smart people in this room doing really good work, and I'm sure we all have a lot of really good information to share with each other. So with that, I will turn it over to Greer. And thanks to all of you.
Welcome, everyone, and I just will keep this really brief. I'm so glad to see you all here, and I think this has started all about community building and getting you all to connect, not just connecting science, management, but connecting scientists with managers and scientists with each other and project sponsors with scientists and getting that community building in our region, because I really think that's where we get a lot of moving forward on what we're trying to do. So I'm going to just introduce our keynote speaker today. Guido Rar is the CEO and president of Wild Salmon Center, and I came about Guido's name through a book about him that his cousin wrote, I believe, about his life and his shared passion for salmon, which I think we all can connect to and relate to. So we're so excited to have you here today, and we're excited to hear about your life and about your work on wild salmon across the entire world. So he will do a book signing of the book about him called Strongholds in the lobby during the break. If you'd like to get a signed copy of that book, it's a great book. And with that, I would like to welcome Guido. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. All right, got my pointer, got my timer, so I'm going to stick to exactly 30 minutes. I'm not going to keep you too long. I'll get this fired up. Thank you, fellow fish-obsessed nature mystics. I love it, all of us in one space. I appreciate that. We're all here because we care about this place and we care about the fish. And so it's an honor to talk about, a little bit about what I'm doing and place this in kind of a global context. So my name's Guido Rar. I'm president of the Wild Salmon Center, based in Portland, Oregon. And what I'm going to do today is tell you a little bit about me. And Tucker, my cousin, wrote this book, Stronghold. And now my colleagues are saying, Guido, you've got to tell a little bit of your story, which is not what I always do, so I'm getting used to that. And then I'm going to talk about kind of the global salmon picture across the Pacific Rim. And I'm going to do a little bit of a dive into this geography here. And then I'm going to touch on some of the flash points that are happening. I'm going to hurtle. I'm going to hurtle through a lot of material. Fasten your seatbelts. We're going to move on this next 30 minutes from the Russian Far East to British Columbia. I'm going to talk a little bit about Pebble Mine in Bristol Bay. And then I'll wrap up with that. So I think it'll be good for us to see where we fit in the big tapestry of wild salmon and rivers across the Pacific Rim. I also want to say that all of you, this community, you guys have a tremendous opportunity. The Upper Columbia, as you know, 80% public land. I mean, you've got cold water. You're going to have cold water even with the impacts of climate change. You've got wild fish. You probably could use some more. You've got a commitment, and you've got success stories like the Osoyoos sockeye. You've got groundbreaking selective fisheries with the Colville. You've got a chance to bring fish over Grand Coulee and Chief Joseph Dam. You've got all this habitat. And as things change, and they will, rapidly, we know this, you got a lot to work with. The problem is you got 9 main stem dams and just total mayhem downstream. And these are not problems, these are opportunities to fix, and we're going to. And I think that's a tremendous thing. So I will go ahead and start. Oh, my story. So I come from like 6 generations of Oregonians. I grew up in Portland. I was a kid who was really obsessed with reptiles and amphibians from like age 0. And I just did a lot of wandering around. I didn't go to the soccer games. I was the oldest of 5. My parents were super busy with all these kids, and I just wandered around. But I didn't go to the soccer games and the baseball games, but I knew where to find Pacific giant salamanders. I knew where to find northern alligator lizards and all kinds of rubber boas if you were really lucky. And that's where I spent my time. And I had a decent reptile collection by the time I was 11. I memorized all the Latin names for all the North American species by the time I was 12. And then a horrible thing happened. We moved to Minnesota. Now, I love Minnesota, right? But if you're into herps, it's like the Sahara Desert. Painted turtles, okay, garter snakes. It's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? So I started building a reptile collection, a decent sized one, a lot of Caribbean boas, South American boas. But Mom, I was an unhappy kid at that point in Minnesota, and Mom and Dad went back to Oregon. Dad went deer hunting in the Deschutes like he always does. And I said, please, will you bring me back a bull snake? You know, just one Deschutes bull snake. And they were like, this is how awesome my parents were. They were like, yeah, we can, of course we'll do that. And I said, okay, put it in a pillowcase and tie a knot on top and just check it through with your baggage, you know. So they caught 2 bull snakes, put them in a pillowcase, drove the rental car to the airport, got on the plane, flew to Minnesota, presented a very happy me with a beautiful 4-foot bull snake, a single 4-foot bull snake. And they were like, well, I thought there were 2, but I guess there's 1. So anyway, the next day, you can see where this is going, the phone rings. I think Mom was at like the Woodhill Country Club playing tennis or something, and the speaker came, Mrs. Rahr, you've got Oregon State Police on the phone. And she said, oh my gosh, well, what is it? They said, Mrs. Rahr, we have your bull snake. And she, oh my God, thank you. It's a beautiful snake, wasn't it? And they said, no, Mrs. Rahr, this is not a beautiful snake. What happened was the next guy to get that rental car was driving down the Banfield on a hot September afternoon, flipped on the air conditioning unit, and the snake was coiled up in the air conditioner, crawled down onto his lap when he was driving down the freeway. And anyway, he leapt into the back seat, and they saved the snake. But anyway, that just gives you an idea of what a strange, weird character I am. And I know that I'm not alone out there with all of you nature mystics. Okay. So, oh, there's me as a young hippie, you know, the African trade beads. And, yeah. Okay, so let's get started. Do we need to turn the lights down a little bit? Is that okay? If we can, let's do it. Okay. So, you know, this is all we've got. And that's all we're ever going to have. And there's just, I think it was 50 years ago that the astronauts saw the first Earthrise. And we realized that I don't think we're alone in the cosmos, but for our practical purposes, we are floating in a vast, inky blackness of just a biological desert, like a living cell, like Lewis Thomas wrote, sheathed in this life-giving membrane. I mean, is there anything more beautiful and more miraculous than that, what we have? And, you know, from space, you can see, you know, our ecosystem. Underneath the swirling clouds, there's the northern Pacific Rim. We are part of that ecosystem, and the fish that we're fighting for represent and are messengers from that vast and beautiful feature on the planet Earth that we can see from space. And underneath those clouds is the vast mats of zooplankton, phytoplankton, and zooplankton. And underneath the zooplankton are, you know, gonatoad squid and different invertebrates and vertebrates, and underneath them are the salmon. And if the ocean with all that phytoplankton are the lungs of the planet, surely the wild salmon are its bloodstream, that are this gift from nature that travel like a bloodstream, you know, up into the rivers. That's why we call them the keystone species. For all the natural communities across the northern Pacific Rim, the salmon, and I know all of you know this, bring a transfer of nutrients that drives the health of those systems. Hundreds of species. First Nations people completely depend with their relationship with salmon, that sacred relationship that extends all the way across the Pacific Rim, from the Nanai and the Koryak, and all across. Just in the places we're working, there's 40 different indigenous groups working in those strongholds. And all the species that depend upon wild salmon. So if you care about the health of the ecosystems across the northern Pacific Rim, you've got to care about wild salmon. And there you can see their distribution, the marine distribution. I know the lower right-hand margin is a little bit too far south. Unfortunately, that's going to keep moving north with the impacts of climate change. But this is a miraculous, there's no migration quite like it across this beautiful geography. And the Russian Far East is almost like a mirror image of our territory, just going back in time 200 years. It's funny, they're dealing with the same things we were dealing with 150 years ago at an accelerated rate. All right. Okay. Okay, I have got an advancer issue. I may need some help. Okay. So this map is an assessment of wild fish status across the northern Pacific Rim, and just use it to get a sense of trend or pattern. We're seeing a fraying of the fabric of wild fish moving from south to north across both sides of the Pacific Rim, and it's moving north. And the same thing's happening on the Asian side that's happening in the Pacific Northwest. And as you can see, this pattern is going to continue. But I want to take this minute to describe what I think is one of the most amazing migrations in life histories of any member of the salmon family, and that's the bee-run steelhead of the Upper Columbia and Snake River system of the Snake. These fish, which are extra big, two-salt steelhead, as you know, rear, and you can see in the far right, up in Idaho, as trout, basically. They migrate as juveniles past all those dams, like 8 main stem dams, all the predators, all the terns, all the environmental issues. They go out into the Pacific Ocean and disappear. Now, an amazing thing happened in 2014 when a Russian research vessel collecting wild salmon samples in the ocean off of the there's Kamchatka, you can see on the right-hand map, and there's Hokkaido, so it's in the Kuril Islands. And they caught a group of silvery little trout-looking fish, and they took the samples back to their American colleagues, and they were a group of bee-run steelhead juveniles. So the bee-run steelhead, after swimming out of the Columbia, were rearing off the coast of Kamchatka in Japan. I mean, that just blows my mind. Is that a 4,000-mile migration one way? I mean, that is a miracle. How did they find their way there? Why were they there? It's like a tip of an iceberg. Then those fish swim back all the way across the Pacific Ocean, arrive in the mouth of the Columbia with 70-degree water temperatures, a brutal commercial fishery, loads of pinnipeds piled up below Bonneville Dam, and a brutal sport fishery, and they somehow get through all the nets, back up into Idaho, over all those dams, and then Idaho pounds away at them with a recreational fishery. And they somehow, the adults, make it back up into the streams in Idaho and all that great habitat, and then they end up fasting for 6 months, right? And then spawn in the spring, and they're not extinct. I just can't, I think there's no more miraculous natural history. Now, the sad thing is they will likely become extinct. They're down to less than 1,000 wild fish, I think. And I hope it doesn't happen during my lifetime. But I hate to say it, it's very likely we'll lose the bee runs. And we're going to lose a lot of genetic diversity within the Columbia system. And that is an existential threat to the health of the fisheries in this beautiful system. So this is a pattern. Let's look at I showed you the pattern of decline. Society's response has generally been to build fish hatcheries to make up for lost production. The hatcheries, in my view, can be divided between local place-based hatcheries, mitigation hatcheries, and so on here, and then big production hatcheries. This chart shows hatchery releases coming from Japan on the left in particular, and Southeast Alaska on the right. Those two hatchery complexes are flooding the Pacific Ocean with pink and chum salmon. And this is becoming such a big issue that we're reaching density-dependent issues and trophic cascades in the North Pacific. There are too many hatchery pinks and chums in the ocean, and now that overgrazing of the zooplankton biomass, a perfect manifestation of tragedy of the commons, is threatening the returns of sockeye. We believe the same thing's happening with Chinook, marine mammals, and seabirds. This is an issue that nobody's really talking about. It's a runaway train, it feels like to me. Japan's been doing it for a long time with their massive chum efforts. They've seen Japanese chum outcompeting wild chum in northern Alaska streams where they've looked. We are flooding the North Pacific with hatchery fish. This is an issue that's going to have to be dealt with somehow. Because as the ocean turns south and we get lower capacity, the tendency is going to be to dial up the hatchery production more and create more density dependence limits to health for all these species. I don't have a solution for this, but I think it's something we in the broader community need to keep talking about. So that's one issue. Another issue is we can be grateful for our efforts to protect and restore Chinook so we can send them into Alaska's troll fishery. Okay, Alaska troll fishery for Chinook in southeast Alaska. Oh, that image is missing an image. Oh, 3% on average of Alaska's harvest of Chinook in their troll fishery are Alaskan fish. The biggest chunk come from the Columbia. And you can see that's that green slice that says 50%. So we have to look at the impacts on these stocks across their entire life cycle. And I think all the people working hard in the Columbia Basin to protect and restore salmon should be able to put a finger on the scale when it comes to policy decisions on what happens to those fish when they leave the Columbia. So that's another issue. No solution here, but as all of us as a fish community, it needs to be on the table for something to consider. And the impacts, now we're seeing the killer whales facing issues in Puget Sound. We know the story last spring about the mother killer whale that carried around her baby for 17 days, dead after it was born because of lack of food. This is really causing an issue. But we are going to shoot ourselves in the foot if we solve this problem by just dialing up the hatchery dials, right? The hatcheries have a really important place and role in the Columbia Basin and throughout the region. I get that. That's important. But we have to have a more virtuous balance between hatchery production and wild fish management and conservation. Now the world is going to keep changing. We're going to get more. This is the blob. That's the 2014 blob, big ocean warming area off the coast of British Columbia. This is probably going to keep happening. We're going to keep seeing the impacts of climate change. Things are going to get worse, not better. Our job is to carry these species and stocks through the gauntlet because we've got the habitat up here. So I want to encourage and ask this community to do more. It's not just habitat. We do need to do, in my view, predator management. We do need Snake River Dam removal. We do need to work on spill, cold water refugia, all of those things. But we've got to redouble our efforts to protect wild fish and the genetic and life history diversity that is the foundation and the fabric of the future of the Columbia salmon fisheries. It is the tapestry, and we pull those threads out when we lose stocks, species like the bee run. The bee run is just the most charismatic, or one of the most charismatic, but all those little populations could be winners if we give them a chance to adapt. We need our hatchery system, but we need to do more for wild fish. We cannot erode the genetic and life history diversity of the Columbia Basin. If we don't do that, if we fail to maintain that resilience in the system, we're going to end up more like the Sacramento in California with big wild swings and genetic homogenization. So some opportunities to improve. One is to manage for higher granularity. We need another generation of genetic and life history diversity managed for those small stocks. We can't just keep burying the wild fish with hatchery fish, right? There are impacts. We can't solve our problems by just turning up that dial. And yes, we have to transition away from gill nets. Gill nets are a blunt instrument. We need to handle these fish more carefully. We need a new generation of harvest methodologies. Gill nets are not compatible with managing genetic and life history diversity. Think of how we'll feel if it's our generation that loses the bee run, which is possible, or other species because we missed a chance to do something. There's a lot of threats, but these are things we can do if we decide. This is a Russian fish pound net in the Russian Far East. The Russians don't even use gill nets for the most part. They're now, and have been, using fish traps. That's off the coast of the Sea of Japan. The fish hit that net, and they end up in those traps. They can sort the sockeye taimen or cherry salmon out of the harvest, focus on the target species, all alive, get a better quality fish because they're driving the boat right up to a bunch of live fish. They can bring them live right to the processing plant if they want to. Here's the Wild Fish Conservancy's draft pound net on the lower Columbia. Again, it's experimental, but could there be a chance? Could there be more places in the Columbia Basin we could try a different way to catch these fish? I say it's a tremendous opportunity for us. So now let me change and I'll describe some of the work that we're doing and some of the places outside the Columbia Basin that might be of interest. So our organization has been focusing now for 20 years on protecting the strongholds, which are the best remaining centers of genetic, biological diversity and habitat in each of the ecological regions of the Pacific Rim. Our strategy is very simple. Take a long view, multi-decadal view. protect habitat as fast and as much as we can while we can. Parks, protected areas, riparian zones, setbacks, so on. We tend to favor public lands efforts because you just get a lot more for your investment, but private land acquisition is important, just expensive. The second, and there's habitat restoration, targeted habitat restoration, especially when there's a high ratio of protected public to private. The second are wild fish conservation strategies. There's a range of them, including creating wild fish zones, et cetera. I won't get too far into that right now. But the third is finding or creating local conservation groups in each one of those places that live there and love those places and will fight for them, and strategic partnerships. And then our role at the Wild Salmon Center is just to support those local groups. And I can say we've actually, we're getting good at it. I mean, we've racked up some, it's starting to add up to something. I mean, we've got 3 million acres of habitat now protected. That'll double to 6 million within 24 months. 6 million acres, 6 new national parks in Russia, 2,500 miles of expanded riparian buffers in the Northwest. Created, I think, 10 new organizations. We've reformed fisheries on both sides of the Pacific Rim, blocked dam efforts in Alaska, and raised over 100 million, well over 100 million for conservation. And we're going to keep doing it. We are not going to walk away from those places. It's a multi-decadal commitment. And we're blessed to have strong partners in each one of those places. So first, we'll go to Kamchatka. I'm going to take you around. Let's look at Kamchatka, which is that big peninsula on the left. It's the size of California. And it's almost like the lost world. You know, there's less than 300,000 people there now, and it's about 20% of the world's wild salmon production. 30 active volcanoes. They've got, you know, sockeye, pink, chum, coho, chinook, steelhead, rainbow trout, and Asian Masu salmon, which are really interesting Asian species, kind of like a mini Chinook, and 2 species of char and grayling. And it's just a fish factory. Lots of big bears. You know, ones with the heads are like that wide. They're mellow because they eat salmon, right? They generally don't like to eat tourists. And these giant Steller's eagles, which are bigger than a bald eagle. They're like a gargoyle. And these feed on seal pups in the spring, and then they work their way to the salmon runs when would be the first fish that come in, the pinks come in. We spent a lot of time with Russian scientists trying to understand the basis for the productivity. And I don't need to tell you, you know, it's a combination of habitat complexity, off-stream rearing habitat, and as Jack Stanford calls it, the shifting mosaic of, you know, interstitial flow and the movement across the floodplain. And also a massive pulse of marine nutrients in the form of pinks and chums that come in there. And it just creates, it's been really great to see that habitat over in Russia. We did transects with Jack, and I've never been so scared in my life. So the only way to travel across these floodplains is on bear trails. And so we're walking, and there's a guy in front, well, Jack in front with his GPS, you know, and then a Russian, you know, with a gun, and then like me shaking my bootstraps, and then behind is someone with another AK-47. You know, we're all kind of going through the floodplain like this. But we learned a lot, and it validated the restoration work happening here. Briefly, I'll describe some really amazing watersheds here in the Russian Far East. We're working with the Russians to create large-scale protected areas. And the species there are pink and chum, char, and then giant taimen, which is a massive Asian trout. It looks like a really big bull trout. But I'm spending a lot of time in helicopters just trying to find the most remote watersheds, working with our Russian partners, and get there, because most of the logging rights to this part of the world have been sold to Chinese-backed logging companies. So Asia is just really going to overwhelm eventually this part of the world, but it's still pristine. And out of the window of the helicopter, you just see as far as you can see. It's just amazing habitat. And late successional forests, freestone streams. This is a river called the Uda, the size of the Willamette River, less than 1,500 people living there. This is a river called the Tugur, and with our Russian partners, this entire watershed, it's about 2.5 million acres, is going to be protected under one designation or another. and it's controlled by a powerful Russian who's crazy about Taman. And he's kind of said, okay, you can come and fish here and do your conservation and science, and I'll let you do that, Thank you. It's been great to have this guy because he's chased away the poachers. And this was a major issue on the Tagore. But look at that habitat. I mean, that's floodplain diversity, habitat diversity. That place is just alive with fish. And relatively high species diversity. There's a strong run of chum. Turns out these taimen, when they get to be about 50 pounds, start feeding on the adult chum. And it's like, what? I mean, there's stories about taimen chasing chum up and down the river on the surface at high speeds. It's unbelievable. And so these taimen, they get to be, 50 pounds, then all of a sudden they really start to grow 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. The biggest we've seen is 115, stories to 120. There's an 84-pound fish. They say they're so big they can take your rod from you and beat you with it. So I think we need to do more research on these taimen. So I could talk about that. We've got some interesting stuff happening on the taimen, ecology, growth rates, marine nutrient influence. I'll stay out of the weeds on that. There's another species over there that's even stranger, which is the Sakhalin taimen, different genus, ancient. It really shows little affiliation with any of the modern salmonids. We think it's one of the most primitive salmonids. It's a sea-run, well, it's not a taimen. Taimen is hucho. This is parahucho. Very endangered, just lives in the rivers of the Sea of Japan. This specimen came from the most important stronghold for Sakhalin taimen is the Kopi River, where it shares a watershed with brown bears, wolves, moose, elk, and Siberian tigers, all living together in a temperate watershed. It's amazing. So the challenge, in addition to habitat, is the Russians, it's just like the Wild West over there. And they're poaching the daylights out of the illegal poaching, industrial scale poaching on almost every river. It's for the caviar trade. They take the eggs and they use them for ikura and big markets in Russia and Asia. And it's really, we have different strategies to get at it and some successes, especially in our rivers, but it's a problem. They've kind of been getting away with it because the habitat's so productive, but it's not good. And I could spend an hour on that issue alone, but I wanted to flag it for all of you. Now, the last two places I'm going to touch on, I need to make sure how am I doing on my time? I've lost track of my time. Greer, am I okay? 5, okay. So the Skeena, the size of Switzerland, fantastic watershed. Unfortunately, between the oil fields of BC and the ports, the Malaysian energy company Petronas is proposing a massive LNG plant at the mouth of the Skeena. Fortunately, with leadership from First Nations, the Wet'suwet'en, the Gitniao, the Lax Kalam, and our partners Greg Knox at Skeena Wild, who we support, they fought Petronas, the Malaysian National Energy Company, and they said, you know what? Not here, not at the mouth of the Skeena. We're going to fight until you give up that project. You know what happened? They won. Petronas is out of there, and the Skeena estuary is protected. My point is, we can win these things with strategic partnerships between groups that may agree on a lot of things, but they love that river. The next is Bristol Bay. It's the most productive salmon producing area in the world. There's just nothing like it on the planet Earth. You know about Bristol Bay, 65 million salmon. I don't have time to show this video this time. 10? Okay, I gotta show you this video. It's only 4 minutes. Let's do the video. It's just, this is aerial photographs. It's a sockeye run. How's that Vision 2020, Upper Columbia? So let's think about a really bad idea. Let's take the world's most productive salmon ecosystem and build a massive gold and copper mine in the headwaters. So the Canadian mining company that's never built a mine is in the process under this administration of securing permits to build what would be one of the largest gold and copper mines anywhere in the headwaters of Bristol Bay. The project is being fast-tracked, and it is a total frickin' train wreck. And so this is not what they've done, but this is what they could do. I don't need to, you all know about the impacts on gold and copper, on water chemistry. It becomes not just a temporary threat, the tailings pond, oh, and by the way, the tailings pond will be massive, earthen tailings pond where all the junk goes, almost as high as Trump Tower, that will be there in geologic time. It never goes away. So let's just make a permanent threat. And so a bunch of guys can make a lot of money on speculating on this mine and leave us with another mess to clean up. You know, what's a drag is especially nutty is that it's on an earthquake zone, the Lake Clark Fault, which is recently, well, within the last few years, had a 6.4 Richter scale earthquake. So it's one of the most active fault zones anywhere in the region, right underneath the mine site. So, and the company that's designing the tailings pond designed this tailings pond. This is Mount Polley, which blew out into the Quesnel River in British Columbia a few years ago. So this is a completely bad idea. And guess what? We're not going to let them build that mine. So we've got a strong, Alaskans don't want it. The First Nations, Alaska Natives, conservation groups, fishing groups are fighting a war right now to try to stop the Corps of Engineers, who's the permitting authority, from getting an approved EIS, environmental impact statement. They're racing to get this done by fall 2020. President Trump, when he flies to Asia, stops and meets with the governor of Alaska, Dunleavy, who is lobbying Trump to get this thing permitted. So, but we have some arrows in our quiver too. And it's really not a lot of Republicans don't like this project either. It's not a Republican-Democrat issue. It's just if you love fish and being out there, we're going to stop it. And my point here, and for all of us, is if we're smart and strategic and determined and willing to look at partnerships, we can win these things, and we will win these things. And that's as real for Bristol Bay as it is here in the Upper Columbia Basin. We can do it. I'd just like to finish by saying, what's at stake? You know, there's a lot at stake. But we have a chance in this place here to give a gift to our kids and grandkids that as a gift of unimaginable beauty and health. We live in a society that's so focused on our iPhone and the screen and disconnected from nature. It's a malady. That's not healthy for us as a species. And we were integrated with nature up until a generation or two ago. Now, people are prescribing children going out to nature as a treatment for ADHD. So my point is, this is important for us professionally, it's important for us now, but we have to leave this gift. A river is a portal into the natural world, and it makes us healthier and happier people. So we got some work to do. All of you, thank you for your patience. It's been an honor to be here. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The way our Q&As work is you can raise your hand for a microphone. We'll try to turn the lights up. Or you can text your questions to this number and we'll read them out loud. Or, it's a pretty small room, so you're welcome to just stand up and keep your question as well. We'll give it about 2 minutes or so. So just about 3 questions. Anyone have any questions at this point or comments? Yeah, Phil.
Great talk, Guido. Really appreciate it. You touched a little bit on how you selected the strongholds, but I was wondering if you could give a little more info on how those sites were selected. It seems like the ones that, I see ones on the West Coast here that seem they're in a lot of real developed areas, and then I see the ones in the Far East seem to be in really undeveloped. So I'm just wondering kind of what's your process for selecting strongholds, and do you have any plans for selecting additional ones?
Yeah, we are revisiting the methodology for prioritizing stronghold sites. What we did is we didn't do a uniform algorithm or process across the Pacific Rim. The goal was to get the best in each biogeographic region or salmon ecoregion. So in the Russian Far East, we worked with the Russian team. So Russian academics were leading the process, and they had their own version of the prioritization methodology because there's actually kind of almost sovereignty issues there. In California, they had a different group working on a similar approach, Oregon and BC. So it wasn't one overarching methodology, but it was basically where there was wild fish, a relatively high number of healthy stocks, strong habitat, connectivity, and the areas kind of pop. I mean, like the Skeena and Bristol Bay, for example. Right now, we're working on a revised methodology that'll be more consistent across all geographies. And it's, I think that the strategy needs to be evolved a bit more so that there can be more different types of strongholds, global, eco-regional, and so on, and candidate. So that's not exactly a crystalline answer, but that's kind of where it stands right now. And if you follow up with me afterwards, I can point you to the literature of the different pieces of this that have evolved over time.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
One more question.
You talked about predator management and supported predator management. I imagine somewhat controversial to some. You talked about predator management and your support of it. Can you share with us some of your ideas?
Yeah, I will. I mean, so the Wild Salmon Center, our main work is not in the Columbia Basin. We're focusing on those places on the map, but I have grown up in the Columbia Basin and I fish on all those places. And I can see the sea lion issue and see the impact firsthand. And we looked at it and saw that the rates of mortality on migrating fish is a completely an existential threat. We'll look at what happened at Lake Washington steelhead, right? They've never come back. The Willamette, it was clearly, our view was that fish, the steelhead population was heading towards extinction. I can't remember the exact mortality rates, but those fish were parked below Willamette Falls, and we're down in the whole Willamette Valley to just a few hundred winter steelhead. Since they've removed those steelhead at those fish ladders, the population has completely rebounded. On the Columbia, I think one year there was 40% of the spring Chinook were caught by seals and sea lions below Bonneville. So the population of pinnipeds is going like that. I mean, you can see it. And the question is, of course, there needs to be sea lions and seals, but you can't just say, oh, we're not going to do that. The amount of seals and sea lions they're removing from those concentrated choke points is tiny compared to the overall population size. We didn't win any friends, but we helped support that legislation to allow increased adaptive management. I don't think these systems are like a wild ecosystem where you can just allow predator-prey cycles to play out. We are at the 11th hour with a lot of these stocks. We need to do everything we can. And I believe that unless we get serious, like we're beginning to, now look at Puget Sound. Between, 60 to 80% of the juvenile steelhead are being eaten by harbor seals in Puget Sound. So all the hundreds of millions of dollars of habitat restoration in Puget Sound, yet that's just one population bottleneck right there. And the harbor seal population is just going like that. So again, I think we've got to be aggressive about every single thing we can do to reduce mortality on those stocks.
Thank you guys. Can we give a round of
Thanks, Greer. Okay.
Well, hopefully that gave us a nice global perspective on what we're doing and some motivating words. So thank you so much. Again, we are going to have a book signing for the book Strongholds about Guido's life. And I'll go ahead and introduce the next session. So we're going to go from a global perspective down to a more regional perspective in the Upper Columbia. The first session is on the status of the species. We usually start with this session, give an overview of what's going on with our local populations here. And our first speaker is Mike Ford from the NOAA Science Center, which I'm looking around to see if I can find him. Oh, right here. Good. So welcome.
Alrighty, thanks Greer, and thanks for the invitation to speak today. Really excited to talk a little bit about the status of listed Upper Columbia River spring chinook and steelhead. And then also Greer wanted me to talk a little bit about the relationship of the salmon up in this region to the status of the southern resident killer whales, who are in the news a lot. So I'd like to start by just acknowledging both my collaborators at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, particularly Mari Williams, Katie Barnes, Chris Jordan, Brett Hansen, and Kim Parsons, who helped me put together this talk and the information in it. And then also particularly for the salmon status review portion of the talk, I really want to acknowledge the agencies who do the actual work collecting the data that form the basis of those status reviews, particularly Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Confederated Tribes at the Colville Reservation, the Yakima Nation, the Douglas and Chelan PUDs, and then the Coordinated Assessments Program in StreamNet that serve all those data. So I'd like to start a little bit by talking about what we mean by status under the Endangered Species Act. So under the Act, there's really only three categories of status. You're either not listed, which means you either haven't been reviewed, or you're at a low risk of extinction. You're endangered, which means that you are in danger of extinction right now, or threatened, which means under the Act that you're likely to become endangered in the foreseeable future. And these categories apply either to entire species or subspecies, or in the case of vertebrates, distinct population segments, which would be groups of related populations. And so for the Pacific salmon on the West Coast, all of the listings are at the distinct population segment, or sometimes called an evolutionarily significant unit level. So the Upper Columbia spring chinook salmon, the Upper Columbia steelhead are each one distinct population segment out of the whole species. In order to kind of move from a threatened or endangered status to a non-listed status, there have been formal attempts at creating recovery goals. In the Columbia Basin, the most recent of these were the technical recovery teams that were instituted by the Fisheries Service in the early 2000s. And they developed recovery goals in terms of 4 different biological criteria. And these are abundance, productivity, spatial structure, and diversity. Then subsequently, recovery groups like the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board and other groups around the region took these viability criteria and developed recovery goals under the ESA for these populations. And so typically these are in terms of natural spawning abundance. So we had a lot of discussion about wild fish and hatchery fish. The abundance goals for the recovery criteria are in terms of natural origin fish. And in this area, they typically range from 500 to 2,000 natural spawners per population, averaged over a period of years. Productivity in this case refers to compensatory recruitment at low abundance, or the ability of these populations to bounce back from low abundance and exhibit some resiliency, because they will have natural cycles of moving up and down. And as I'll be talking about that later, the criteria that there's a lot of different ways to measure productivity. The one that I'll be talking about is simply a natural adult recruits per natural spawner. Spatial structure refers to just the pattern of distribution of the populations over their habitat. The recovery goals focus primarily on the freshwater distribution of the adults and freshwater life stages. And these refer to both the natural processes that drive these patterns as well as the actual distribution of occupied habitat. Diversity refers to the whole gamut of life history diversity that the species can express. That would be differences in age structure, size, migration timing of juveniles and adults, and so forth, as well as patterns of homing and straying that lead to the natural patterns of genetic diversity in the populations. And the recovery criteria are typically expressed both in terms of maintaining those natural processes and also more quantitatively in looking at the proportion of these populations that consist of natural fish as opposed to hatchery fish. So the National Marine Fisheries Service has developed a framework for thinking about making changes in the status, listing status of these species, and it basically consists of two parts. So the right-hand side, I think your right-hand side is the, your left-hand side is what I just talked about, which is the biological criteria that are related to the characteristics of the fish. So these are the abundance, productivity, spatial structure, and diversity. Those are measured at the population level and then rolled up in various ways to evaluate the status of entire listed units or ESUs. In addition, the Act requires that we evaluate the status of the factors that led to the decline of the species in the first place. These are the so-called 5 listing factors. And so these are the destruction of habitat, overutilization, overharvest basically, disease or predation. We just heard about that issue. Inadequacy of regulatory mechanisms, and then other kind of a catch-all of other man-made factors that might include things like, for example, hatchery domestication and that kind of thing. So in making these decisions about status, both elements of that framework need to be evaluated. So most of the listings of salmon on the West Coast occurred in the 1990s. And the bulk of them in the late 90s. And every 5 years under the Act, the Fisheries Service or the Fish and Wildlife Service are required to review the listing status of all listed species and evaluate whether any changes in status need to be made. And so over kind of the course of the salmon listings, there's basically been 3 of these so-called 5-year reviews in 2005, 11, and 16. And right now we're in the process of conducting a 4th 5-year status review. So there was a Federal Register notice that was released in October of last year soliciting information and data for that review. And those information and data are due March 27th. And so if that's something that you are interested in contributing to, if you go to that FR notice, there are instructions for how to submit that information. These status reviews typically consist of 2 components. There's a biological report prepared by one of the 2 fisheries science centers on the West Coast, either the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, where I am, or the Southwest Fisheries Science Center down in California. And we focus primarily on the biological status of the species, so mostly those 4 criteria of abundance, productivity, spatial structure, and diversity, along with some environmental trends, including climate and changes in ocean conditions, to put some context around those changes in biological status. And then the regional part of the National Marine Fisheries Service puts together a report that looks primarily at those 5 listing factors and incorporates the scientific report from the science centers, and then makes an overall evaluation of whether any changes in status are warranted. So far in these previous 3 reviews, for the most part, the listings have been simply maintained, and the status has remained as either threatened or endangered. right, so moving specifically to the Upper Columbia River, there are 2 listed salmon species, anatomous salmon species that the Fisheries Service is dealing with in this area. There's the Upper Columbia spring Chinook salmon, which were listed as endangered in 1998. That consists of 3 extant populations in the Wenatchee, Entiat, and Methow rivers, and then 1 reintroduced or experimental population on the Okanagan. And then the Upper Columbia steelhead, which were listed as threatened in 1997, and currently consists of 4 extant populations in the Wenatchee, Entiat, Methow, and Okanagan. So now I'm going to go through and just sort of talk about the status of these populations in each of these 2 ESUs. So turning first to the abundance criteria, here's a status trend of natural origin abundance of natural spawners in each of the 3 extant populations of the spring Chinook ESU. And so in each of these graphs, we have abundance going from about 1980 to 2018. And the individual dots on the graph are the actual point estimates of the number of natural spawners in that river. The dark black line is a sort of moving average estimate of abundance over time. And then the light red line is the proportion of that, or the part of that abundance that consists of natural origin salmon. So the black line is total. It's both the natural origin fish plus supplementation, fish from supplementation hatcheries or other stray hatchery fish. The red line is the total number of natural fish. And so what you can see in each of these cases is there was a real low point in the mid-1990s that more or less coincides with the period leading up to the listing under the Act. And then a pretty dramatic increase in all 3 cases in the early 2000s up to higher abundance levels, followed in just the last few years by a little more of a decline again, although not down to the levels that we saw in the mid-1990s. The blue line in each of these graphs represents the recovery goal in the Upper Columbia Recovery Plan, or at least an element of that goal. So that ranges from an average of 500 in the Entiat to 2,000 in the Wenatchee and in the Methow. And so you can see that in terms of total abundance, in some cases, we're sort of approaching that numeric goal, but in terms of wild or natural origin abundance, we remain well below that goal in all 3 cases. So here is an estimate of productivity for these populations. So these are natural origin adult recruits per natural spawner. And the red bars that are heading down indicate less than 1-to-1 replacement productivity. The green bars that are going up indicate positive productivity or greater than 1-to-1 replacement of recruits per spawner. And you can see that in most cases, productivity remains well below replacement for all 3 populations for most of the time, with the exception being that kind of spike of run-up in abundance in the early 2000s. And to some degree, this is a consequence or a bit of an artifact of the high levels of supplementation of these populations. So if every year about half of the population consists of natural fish and about half consists of hatchery fish, and if the population isn't growing 50% per year, this is sort of the consequence of that situation. And you can see that a little bit here. This is one quantitative measure of diversity. This is the proportion of each population's natural spawners that consist of wild or natural origin fish. And so this runs from 0 at the bottom to 1 up at the top. And you can see that in most cases, the proportion was relatively high in the early 1980s, declined into the early 2000s to about less than half natural origin fish in each population. And then in most cases has improved a bit. The fraction of wild fish in the population has increased since the early 2000s. That's particularly notable in the Entiat, where spring Chinook releases were ceased in that watershed. And you can sort of see the result of that fairly clearly. But it's also true in the other 2 populations as well. And again, in the last couple of years, particularly in the Entiat and the Wenatchee, that trend has dipped down again. So moving to steelhead, these are going to be the same series of graphs. And it's a fairly similar pattern. Again, very low levels of abundance at the time of listing in the mid-1990s, followed by a fairly dramatic upswing in the early 2000s, and then a bit of a decline in the last few years. Similar to the case of spring Chinook, the proportion of the populations that consist of natural origin adults is relatively low. That's the red line there. And with the exception of the Wenatchee River in certain time periods, generally well below the recovery goals for these populations. The picture with productivity is also similar, in fact, even a little bit worse than the case of spring Chinook. These populations rarely show positive productivity or positive replacement values. And again, to some degree, that's a consequence of the high levels of hatchery fish in the population that make it difficult for these values to be positive in this sort of statistical sense. Here's the trends in the fraction of the population that's wild. And starting from very low level in the 1990s, less than a third of the population consisting of natural origin fish, and then generally improving over time, particularly in the Wenatchee, up to over 50% natural origin fish in that population. It generally remains fairly low in the other three. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the conclusions from the 2015, the last 5-year status review, and then just how things have changed in the last 5 years. So for spring Chinook, the overall conclusion for the 2015 status review was that the abundance and productivity criteria was generally improving, but most of the populations were still considered to be at relatively high risk. Spatial structure for this population has always considered to be at low to moderate risk. Basically, the natural spawning is distributed fairly broadly over the available habitat, and that hasn't really changed. The diversity criterion has always and continues to be at high risk, largely due to both past genetic effects from previous hatchery programs and Grand Coulee Fish Maintenance Project and other things that have really kind of churned the genetic diversity of these populations, and then also the kind of continuing high levels of hatchery supplementation that are needed to keep these populations going. So the overall conclusion for spring Chinook status in the 2015 review was that status has improved, but still the ESU as a whole and each of the populations remain at high risk. And then if you look at the right-hand side, this is just kind of the recent 5-year trends. Basically, abundance and productivity has gone down a little bit since the last review. The spatial structure remained about the same. Diversity is going in both directions. Some populations seem to be improving in some categories and others are getting worse. And then the overall status will be determined at the end of the review. Same thing for steelhead. Again, a pretty similar pattern. Abundance generally improving. It was actually considered to be at low risk for abundance in the Wenatchee in 2015, but high for the other 3 populations. Productivity has generally been stable, but the risk remains high. Same with spatial structure and diversity. And so the overall status of steelhead, the conclusion in 2015 was that the status has improved, extinction risk has gone down, but the ESU is still at moderate to high risk. And the last 5 years, the abundance trend, as you noted, has gone down a little bit. The diversity risk has probably improved a bit in the form of higher fractions of natural origin fish in the populations, and the other criteria have remained fairly stable. One thing that I think is important to emphasize in thinking about these trends is that, as Guido just mentioned, this is not a really short-term problem, and the problems that these populations face go well back into the early 20th century. So if you look at reports and photographs and so forth from the mid-20th century, it's really not at all clear that the populations were in any better shape then, and they may well have been in worse shape than they are now. So Entiat, for example, had near extirpation, similar situation in the Wenatchee. So it is possible that over the last 80 years that the status of these populations have actually improved somewhat from what they were at that time. And to some degree, this is borne out in just the total numbers of fish returning to the area. So here are just the counts at Rock Island Dam of total spring chinook and steelhead passing into the upper Columbia area, both hatchery and natural fish. And in general, since 1935, the total numbers have actually increased over that time period, albeit most of those fish are of hatchery origin. And this reflects kind of the broader trend in the Columbia. These are the Bonneville Dam counts of Chinook salmon since 1938. And again, in general, the 2000s were not a bad time period for total abundance of Chinook salmon returning to the Columbia River compared to the last 80 years. So just to kind of summarize the salmon status portion of this, for both ESUs, status has, at least as of 2015 and the last status review, has improved since the time of listing and probably since the mid-20th century. Certainly some improving abundance, some improving trends in diversity in the form of higher fractions of natural fish in the populations. And to some degree, this can be attributed to the habitat, hydro, and hatchery changes that have occurred in the basin. But to a large degree, I think these improvements are also attributed to changes in ocean conditions that have resulted in higher survival of these species in that time period. Despite these improvements, both ESUs currently remain very far from their recovery goals, but I think that there are some good reasons to believe that the actual absolute level of extinction risk has gone down since the time of listing in the mid-1990s. So I wanted to now spend just a couple minutes talking about the southern resident killer whales, or southern resident orca, and the relationship of these whales to the salmon in this area. So the southern resident population of killer whales is a group of currently 76 whales that are listed as endangered under the Endangered Species Act. They're one of at least half a dozen and probably more populations of fish-eating killer whales that are spread around the entire Pacific Rim. They are the southernmost of those fish-eating killer whales in this area. And they're the only population that has failed to recover strongly after being protected from direct take and harassment by the Marine Mammal Protection Act in 1972. So you can kind of see in the graph here that populations in British Columbia and Alaska of this species have more or less tripled in size since 1972, where the southern residents have remained pretty stable at less than 100 animals over that time period. So although the original kind of decline of the species in these populations was probably largely due to direct impacts by people, more or less people killing these animals, or in the case of the southern resident population, capturing them for the aquaria trade, the current threats are more environmental, and they're considered to be a lack of potential food, potentially impacts from disturbance of living in a relatively urban environment, and high contaminant levels also related to that urban environment. And of course, these threats can interact. So for example, disturbance may limit the whale's ability to effectively hunt for salmon, even if there are enough fish in the water, which could lead to malnutrition. And high contaminant levels may not be much of a problem for a well-fed population, but could be more of a problem as the whales become nutritionally stressed. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the prey element of this, since we're at a salmon conference. So we've known for about a decade now that in the summertime, when these whales are in the Salish Sea, in the San Juan Islands area primarily, they eat a diet that consists of almost 100% Chinook salmon and primarily fish from the Fraser River. What we haven't known until relatively recently was what their winter diet, winter and fall diet, is when they're off the coast of Washington. In fact, we didn't even know where they were spending their time off the coast until the last 10 years or so. But they do spend a fair bit of time off the coast of Washington, particularly off the Columbia River. And based on some of the work that our group has done out there over the last decade or so, we now know that they also eat Chinook salmon in that area. And the kind of graph on the right-hand side of the screen shows the proportion of a number of species in their diet and how that varies seasonally. So basically, if you kind of start in October in the fall, they have a diet of about 50% Chinook salmon. As you move into winter, it becomes a little more diverse. Chinook remains important, but you start seeing other species as well, particularly chum and some non-salmonids like lingcod and halibut, some skates and rays and so forth. As you move into the spring and summer, their diet switches to nearly 100% Chinook salmon, and then in late summer, you start picking up some other salmon species, particularly coho, which make up about half their diet in the late summer in the Puget Sound area. For Chinook salmon, we can use genetic analysis of prey remains to assess what particular stocks of Chinook salmon they're eating. So as I mentioned, in the summer, it's mostly Fraser River. In the wintertime, it varies depending on where they are. In the winter in Puget Sound, they're eating mostly Puget Sound stocks. When they're on the outer coast, however, which is the green bars in this graph, they're eating a whole plethora of stocks, ranging all the way from the Central Valley up into stocks originating from Canada. But that does include, and I circled it here, both Upper Columbia River summer fall salmon as well as some mid and Upper Columbia spring run salmon. So they do eat fish from this area. Importantly, they're not the only killer whale population that does that. So here's some information from Canada DFO, John Ford's group up there, of northern resident predation. And they're also eating a lot of the same stocks, Fraser River stocks, but also, as you can see in that upper part, Upper Columbia River summer fall stocks. So as we heard in the last talk, these fish migrate north up into Alaska and Canada. And in addition to being subject to fisheries up there, they're also subject to predation by killer whale populations in those areas. And in sum total, these killer whale populations are likely making some fairly strong effects on these salmon populations. So here's a graph from a paper that just came out a month or two ago by Jan Olberger at the School of Fisheries at the University of Washington. And the dots in that figure show a trend in average size of Chinook salmon over the last 40 years or so. And the red line in that figure shows the total estimated consumption of adult Chinook salmon by killer whales over that time period. And through some modeling analysis that Jan did, he determined that killer whale predation is likely a major contributor to this decline in Chinook salmon over time, and perhaps more of a contributor than human fisheries. So these whales are definitely having an impact on the populations, probably in this area and coastwide. So I want to just briefly touch on this question of did the southern residents have enough to eat? And basically, at this point, I think it remains a little bit of an on the one hand and on the other hand kind of situation. On the one hand, you definitely have some whales in poor condition, like the whale that pushed her baby around for 3 weeks. And you have some broad correlations with salmon. In that mid-90s period, when the salmon were low, the whales were also doing poorly. And of course, many salmon populations are at low abundance compared to what they were in, say, the mid-1800s. On the other hand, correlation does not necessarily equal causation, and there could be other causes for poor condition other than not enough fish swimming in the water. And other populations, such as those ones in Alaska and Canada, are doing relatively well and feeding on the same stocks. Some of the increases in salmon abundance in the 2000s also did not really correspond to a dramatic increase in southern resident killer whale abundance. So at this point, I think it still remains a little bit of an open question. I do think that orca could be something of a limiting factor for Upper Columbia River summer fall Chinook. They clearly eat those and overlap a lot in the ocean range of those species, and maybe having an influence on their both size and abundance. They might be influencing spring Chinook, but their period of overlap is much less, only when the fish are approaching the Columbia River, and they seem to make up a smaller proportion of their diet. And with that, I don't know if I have time for questions, but I thank you very much for listening.
Good morning, everybody. I hope the coffee's kicked in, and if not, I'm sure there's fresh for you available. Our next speaker, as part of the Status of the Species series, is going to be Greg Fraser with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. He is a fish biologist at the Mid-Columbia Fish and Wildlife Office. I hope Greg is here. Thanks, Greg.
All right. So I'm with the Hatchery Evaluation Program at the Mid-Columbia Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office. I work with NTIET and Leavenworth National Fish Hatcheries. And we're going to talk today about the change in the program. So the outline of my talk, I'll go over the NTIET River and the unnatural history. Mike Ford touched on that a little bit. We'll talk about the NTIET National Fish Hatchery. We'll talk about a program change that happened in 2007 and the results from that. Ultimately, this is the question I want to get at. Did the termination of the NTIET National Fish Hatchery Spring Chinook program benefit the ESA-listed natural origin spring Chinook population in the NTIET River? So this is the NTIET River Basin. The NTIET is a tributary to the Columbia. The little red building down the corner is the NTIET National Fish Hatchery. It is 10.8 river kilometers upstream from the mouth. And the X is NTIET Falls. That is the barrier to anadromy in the NTIET River. So the highlighted orange piece circled there is spring Chinook spawning habitat. They spawn mainly in the main stem and the upper reaches of the NTIET River and a little bit in the Mad River. Summer Chinook spawn also in the same area of the main stem and the upper reaches, as well as from the hatchery downstream to the mouth. So historically in the NTIET River, springers are thought to be endemic while summers are not. It was likely a natural barrier that excluded the summer Chinook. So this is the historic mouth of the NTIET River that is now inundated. It's flooded by Rocky Reach Dam and the pool it created in the main stem. But this is the historic mouth of the NTIET River. This is a dam there that sat on top of a perched rock wall, which was likely a barrier. So as these Columbia River would flow high in the spring when the spring Chinook are migrating upstream, the Columbia River would pulse into the lower tributaries, flooding this barrier, likely allowing passage for spring Chinook, while summer Chinook, when they came upstream later on, where the flows receded, it was probably a barrier. So it was a natural exclusion of summer Chinook in the NTIET River, but spring Chinook runs were quite good. All the early scientists and surveyors who were talking to settlers and fishermen said that, yeah, there was lots of spring Chinook and no summers. But it was a moot point because dams blocked them and extirpated any endemic runs to the NTIET. So for 60 years, dams blocked passage to the NTIET River. Any one of these dams alone, the time frame is long enough to extirpate an anadromous species, but they coincided, they overlapped. So for 60 years, all passage was blocked. So then the Grand Coulee Maintenance Project came in. They started to seed some of the basins, including the NTIET River. And in 1948, a massive flood blew out all the remnants of any dams. And so from 1948 onwards, it was a free-flowing, unimpeded system. And then in 1961, Rocky Reach Dam was impounded, which brought the pool of the main stem Columbia high enough to flood the mouth of the historic NTIET. So from 61 on, both runs have had unimpeded access to the NTIET River. So anything that was there historically, the endemic runs were extirpated, and then we sort of started over. At the same time, the NTIET National Fish Hatchery was producing fish and pumping them into the river. So this is the NTIET National Fish Hatchery. They release fish into the NTIET River. There's a series of 3 banks of raceways there. And this is important that everyone understands. This was never intended as a conservation hatchery. This hatchery was only intended to provide harvest for loss of habitat upstream of Grand Coulee. So they, only harvest, not a conservation hatchery. So over the years, NTIET has produced a lot of fish for a lot of different species. Coho, rainbow trout, spring Chinook, summer Chinook, also brook trout, occasionally kokanee, sockeye, but in small numbers. But we're going to focus the talk on the last couple of years, where we did from the mid-70s, that's 2007, primarily spring Chinook, and then program stopped, and then we have a summer Chinook program currently running. So in addition to raising a lot of species and putting a lot of fish in the river, the stock for the spring Chinook program came from out of basin. Initially, for a few years in the early 40s, they brought commingled stock from Rock Island Dam. Then the spring Chinook program stopped. And then when it started up again in the mid-70s, they used out-of-basin, lower river stock, primarily Carson stock. So again, they produced lower river, out-of-basin stock in the NTIET to provide a harvest, never for conservation. And that was part of the issue ultimately. So from 74 to 2007, they raised spring Chinook. The last release was 2007. The last return was 2010. It's averaged about 381,000 released, but anywhere from 200,000 to 1.2 million, all intended for harvest. In 2009 to the present, we released summer Chinook. The first release was 2011, and the first full production release was in 2013. So this program is new and growing. So we had a change in program, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. And it'd be myopic for me not to talk about two other things briefly that happened at the same time. Ocean conditions in the last couple of years have been very poor. I will hear more about that later. And then massive habitat restoration also happened in the NTIAT. So we pulled the plug on the spring Chinook program, but two other factors also probably impacted these species. For habitat restoration, the IMW, the intensely monitored watershed, was happening. There's a lot of pre and post evaluation and a lot of projects happened in the NTIAT over the last couple of years. I got these last two slides from Greer, so I want to give her credit. From 2012 to 2014, a lot of miles were restored, 11 miles restored, 25 acres of floodplains, 100 plus structures put in the river, and this is ongoing even to 2020. 7 more miles they want to restore, and 100 more plus wood structures put in the NTIAT. So a massive change to the system. So why was the spring Chinook program ended? Well, it was intended for a harvest, and it wasn't very effective. It wasn't a terminal fishery. A lot of the fish that were returning to the NTIAT for the spring Chinook program were spawning in the river. And the natural origin population in the NTIAT River was set as a greater than 25% chance of extinction within 100 years. So there was an imperiled run, and there was an influence of the hatchery. Two contributing factors to the status of the natural origin population were directly linked to the NTIAT National Fish Hatchery Spring Chinook program. Competition between hatchery and wild fish at the adult and juvenile life history stages. The adults compete for mates and for space. So there's a limited habitat availability in the NTIAT River. At the juvenile life stage, they compete for space, for habitat, for cover, for refugia, for thermal flow, and they compete for limited food resources when they come out of the gravel. So competition and then the gene flow. So gene flow from the hatchery program, from this out-of-basin lower river stock into the natural origin population was a problem. Hatchery fish are not as fit, and the progeny don't succeed and survive as well as the natural origin fish do. So by pulling the plug in this program, NTIAT River became the only unsupplemented spring Chinook population in the upper Columbia River Basin. Again, like Mike talked about, the delisting criteria is a population of 500 natural origin fish. That's 12-year mean. So one quick way to look at this is just to show the population estimates of this. This is the spawning population in the river over the years. So the program was terminated in 2007, and just looking at this, it looks like we did have a little bump. The last couple of years have been quite poor, and I do have the 500-year goal right there. But if this is the spawning population, the goal is 500 natural origin. So if you look at what portion of these are hatchery, we still have a large hatchery portion in the river. Even to the last couple of years, like 2018, there weren't very many fish at all, but half of the spawning population was hatchery origin fish, almost a decade after we terminated the program. So a little more detail. There's lots of stocks that come into the NTIAT. So the yellow is the NTIAT National Fish Hatcheries program, and as expected, we don't see it anymore. They returned for a couple of years after we stopped the program, and that was it. The Chihuahua rearing ponds, they changed their program, they ramped up production, and they have since decreased. But in 2011 and 2012, we saw a lot of Chihuahua fish wandering into the NTIAT. So even though the NTIAT didn't have a hatchery program in the system, we got a lot of strays that came into the NTIAT. We do get some Leavenworth National Fish Hatchery origin fish on occasion, and we get some random fish from Cle Elum or the Snake Basin. The last few years have been particularly poor. 101, 92, and 76 fish returned. That's the spawning population estimates for the last 3 years. And a lot of those fish were hatchery origin. That's not very many wild fish to have in your population. All right, and so this is what, Mike talked a lot about this, the natural replacement rate. Another way you can do is add the ages 3, 4, and 5 in consecutive years, and you divide that by the spawning population estimate that created these. So you have your data set here. You can pick a year. Let's go with 2008. The population estimate spawning in the river was 276. Age 3s returned 24. Age 4s 2018 and or 218, and age 5s 100. So we returned from that 276, we returned 342, which gives us an NRR of 1.24. So anything above 1, again, is increasing, and below 1 is decreasing. This was sort of an anomaly, though, because in general, the trend is decreasing. The past few years especially have been poor. So when you put these things together, you can see your NRRs and your population estimates. So it's really unfortunate that 2015 was such a low NRRs. We had a good run that year, and it doesn't bode well for the future here. If you look at 2017, 18, and 19, the population's estimates of 100 or less, even if the NRRs are 2 or 3, that's not going to, we don't have a good starting point here. So going into the future with this, it's going to be tough to bounce back. It's going to take quite a bit. Summer Chinook, I thought I'd just for comparison. The last couple of years have been poor as well. They've been on a declining trend in the NTIAT, but the population estimate is so much larger that they have quite a bit of a buffer. And there's continuing threats in the NTIAT. In 2018, I stood up on the stage and talked about these things. Superimposition, there's almost complete spatial overlap in the spawning. So on the y-axis, you have the river kilometer, or x-axis, you have the river kilometers, and the y-axis, you have the red abundance. In a lot of systems, these two runs are spatially separated, not in the NTIAT. So we have a lot of superimposition where the summer Chinook dig their red directly on top of a spring Chinook, which is probably detrimental to the spring Chinook reds. We tested some genetics. There's hybrids between these runs because they overlap spatially and temporally. We get hybridization, which is a detriment to the production of the NTIAT spring Chinook population. And there's climate change. As these rivers change over time, spring Chinook are sort of at their upstream maximum of their distribution. Box Canyon is a natural feature in the NTIAT River. They don't have room to expand upwards. So as changes with flow and temperature happen over the years, they can't move further upstream. Whereas summer Chinook can, and then they'll exacerbate the superimposition and hybridization issues. So I wanted to say one positive thing about the NTIAT before I got off here. And that would be that the summer Chinook program that NTIAT National Fish Hatchery currently produces has been doing great. They have a lot of fish coming back, and it's been a great harvest. That's the intent of the program for harvest. It's doing well. But ultimately, the termination of the hatchery program has not had the desired result. We still have a lot of hatchery fish in the NTIAT, a lot of spring Chinook hatchery fish in the NTIAT spawning with the natural population, which is a detriment to the population. Hatchery fish persist in the spawning population. And as the natural replacement rate suggests, the population is declining rapidly. And we're below 100 fish, and half of them are hatchery fish still. So it becomes a question of resilience. At one point, these fish were extirpated. We had no anadromous fish for almost 60 years in the NTIAT River. Can we bounce back? 46 wild fish spawned in the river in 2018. I don't know. Is that enough? What do we do going forward? And we still have these ongoing threats. And there's more research. We're doing more to look into the hybridization, superimposition rates. With that, I want to thank everyone, my collaborators and all the technicians, everyone who helped on this project. Thank you.
Hi again. I'm pleased to announce that our next presenter will be Michael Hughes with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and he's going to speak to you about estimating the spawning escapement of hatchery and natural origin spring Chinook salmon using bias-corrected carcass recovery data. Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. I am not Mike Hughes, but he'll be up here later, don't worry. My name's Kevin C. I'm going to talk to you guys about carcass recovery bias. This is kind of it gets at how we're estimating the status of some of these populations, how we move from red counts to estimates of spawners, and some of the potential issues with that method, and maybe how we can correct that. And Mike's going to come up in a little bit and tell you how we've applied this correction method in some examples. So why do we collect carcasses? Well, we need to convert those red counts into spawner abundance. And we can use a sex ratio to estimate the number of fish per red. So that's based on the number of males and females. And to do that, we usually go out and collect a bunch of carcasses and figure out what that ratio is. Translate those red counts into spawner abundance. You can also break things down by origin. So you can look at the proportion of hatchery carcasses you find, generate estimates of POS. You can look at age of those carcasses to get at some of those recruit per spawner analyses and so forth. For all of these, most of the time, we're assuming those carcass recoveries come from some random sample of the available ones that are out there. That'd be great, except there's potential problems with that assumption. 2010, Andrew Murdoch paper was looking at some of those carcass recovery probabilities, and they showed that they're different between males and females, and that size can make a difference as well, which can really lead to biased estimates in your spawning population. And so we wanted to revisit that in a little bit and try to figure out what factors were influencing those recovery rates, try to model those factors and correct for those carcass recovery biases, and then recalculate some of the demographics of those spawning populations. So to do this was a study based in the Wenatchee. These were fish that are crossing Tumwater Dam down in the lower right corner. They're pit tagged at the dam. And then in 2010, you would decide whether you could find those carcasses or scan the carcasses you find somewhere up there and figure out of all the ones you tagged, which ones did you find and was there any bias in that. The only issue with that was you didn't know exactly where all of those unseen fish were that you didn't recover. So you didn't have as much information. So more recently, they've been conducting a similar study, but instead of just relying on the fish that are tagged at Tumwater, they're going out and actively scanning live fish in the stream, getting that detection of that pit tag. So you know that fish was here, it was alive, and then you can compare that with the ones that you do recover later as carcasses. And so we were trying to look at, okay, let's talk about some of the potential covariates, some of the factors that are impacting which carcasses you're recovering or what that recovery rate might be. So one is sex. There's clearly, you're more likely to find females than males. And this is probably most likely due to post-spawning behavior differences between the two sexes. Females generally are guarding the reds. They're sitting right there, right up until the point where they die. You probably find their carcass in the next downstream pool. Males may wander around like zombie fish and potentially end up in very different habitat and potentially might be more difficult to recover. The channel type where you find those fish can also make a difference in terms of a pool riffle complex versus a plain bed type habitat. Just chances of a carcass getting hung up in one of those places could impact it. Again, clear differences between males and females, but also between channel types. We wanted to account for both of those things. Discharge between your streams and between years seems to make a big difference. These are all observed rates. So this is average summer discharge during the spawning season and the observed percent recovered for different ages and different streams, different years. General pattern of if you have higher flows, you're less likely to find the carcasses. Right? They're probably getting washed away. And also clearly some differences by age or size. We wanted to incorporate that since it was previously found to be a factor. And I think down in the lower right plot, you can see there's definitely a difference for males. You're more likely to find larger males than smaller males. So we wanted to account for that. So again, we're looking at throwing things in like the channel type, your discharge, the size of your fish, threw in something about the complexity of the reach, that's the Thalweg CV. Is that impacting how well you might find a carcass or what the likelihood that a carcass is there to be found? And then something about how many freshets you have, freshets being a quick increase in the flow, big rain event, changes the flow briefly. So does that impact how many what your carcass recovery rate is. And we did some work in looking at various ways to measure freshets and seeing that females were most sensitive to one metric, or the number of days when the flows were decreasing. Males seem to be most sensitive to number of days where flows increase compared to the day before. So those are the things we threw in there. In general, this is just relative importance of those factors in the models. Discharge turned out to be the most important. I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of just the impact that has on carcasses themselves. Those freshet events are also very important, again, related to flow and where that might push carcasses around, push them downstream, make them harder to find. That channel type also made a big difference, and so on and so forth. I want to point out, we did a little cross-validation work to see if this was working. We left out each year subsequently. We had a number of different years and refit the model and tried to predict that missing year, see how well we could do. So these are the results broken down by sex and age. The plot on the left shows our bias in predicted recovery rates. So you can see there's a bunch of variability there, but in general, those median bars and the mean dots are really close to zero, showing in general, our model is predicting that recovery rate. Well, we're getting unbiased predictions in general. The plot on the right is showing predicted available carcasses, right? So how many do we think are out there based on our predicted recovery rates and the ones we did find? Compare that to what we know is out there that year based on the study and actually walking the stream and scanning those live fish. And again, unbiased estimates, I think that bodes well for how well this is working. Another way to look at that is looking at plots of the available carcasses. So that's kind of the observed, the ones we know that are out there, they were scanned on the stream, versus based on the ones we found and the predicted recovery rates, we can predict how many were out there. And in general, I think those two things match up really well. This is again broken down by sex and by channel type. And the R-squareds are quite high. You know, we're talking almost 80% for the females and in the 60% for the males. Be pretty happy with that in most ecological situations. So I think the model works pretty well. Quick summary of kind of what the ultimate results are from that. In general, you're more likely to find carcasses in pool riffle habitat than in plain bed habitat. If the summer discharge gets higher, that's going to decrease your chance of finding both male and female carcasses. Larger fish are easier to find. That has more of an effect for males than females, for sure. That thalloid complexity, so kind of how much the bottom is, how complex that habitat is. More complex, more chance of finding those carcasses. That has a bigger effect in plain bed habitat, where maybe one complex spot in that plain bed habitat might be the spot where the carcasses get hung up. And the number of freshets also makes a difference. Less of an impact for that on females. For males, depending on what type of channel you're in pool riffle, it actually decreases the number of carcasses you're supposed to find. And in plain bed, it might increase it a little bit. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk about what we can do with that model and how it's been applied. Yeah, that advances it.
Okay. So originally we were going to do two presentations. Kevin presented the model and I'd present the application of those results. We decided since the introductions, it would just be easier just to kind of streamline and do one presentation together. So I'm going to show the application of his model, these estimated recovery probabilities. I'm going to apply it to the Chihuahua River from 2004 to 2018. I'm going to highlight 2 years. I'm going to highlight 2011 and 2016. And I'm going to highlight these 2 years because they contrast each other when you look at Tumwater run escapement as kind of a surrogate of what's in the system. In 2011, the run escapement was dominated by hatchery fish. It was composed of 80% of the total run. And also the age 3 fish made up a fairly large proportion of the total run. 56% of the total run was age 3. And then you compare that or contrast that to 2016, where only 30% of the total run was hatchery fish, and only 5% of the run was made up of age 3 fish. In addition, when you look at the spawning ground conditions in those 2 years, they also contrast one another. In 2011, it was a relatively high water year. When you look at the mean between August and September, it was about 460 cubic feet per second, or CFS, and much lower in 2016. It was about 160 CFS. So quite different conditions of where we're applying the model. So on the x-axis here, this is looking at 2016 carcass recovery data. On your x-axis is your sex by age, so female age 4 and 5 are on the left, and then your males are to the right of that, 3, 4s, and 5s. On the y-axis, you have your proportion recoveries, and you have it by observed in blue and estimated. And what I want you to see is the general trend of how this model is affecting the data. When we look at our estimated versus our observed for just females, you see that the overall proportion drops as a result of that probability of oversampling females on the spawning grounds. And then when you look at your males, you see that the estimated increases in the overall proportion because of the lower recovery probability of those males. So in general, when you look across this year, you see that we have these changes in percent, but they're generally not large in 2016. You're changing a few percents, but overall, the size by age, by sex is staying pretty much the same. Now a little bit more of an extreme year, 2011. And I want you to notice you basically are seeing the same mechanism where you are overrepresenting your females in your raw carcass counts and underrepresenting your males. So you see that same change in your estimated proportions. However, what you see in the males is you start to see a change in the overall dominant size class or age class, where you see this huge expansion of your age 3 males, and that's a result of their lower recovery probability and probably the fact that that year was a much higher discharge year. And it's interesting because when you look at observed values, they don't really correspond to what we saw as far as the run escapement, if you kind of use that as a surrogate or idea of what was in the system. But when you expand and start to use those recovery probabilities, it really starts to match. So we had 56% of the run in that year was age 3, based on Tumwater run escapement. So this is looking at the sex ratios from the observed to the estimated. So I talked about the fact that we see this change in proportions between males and females. So it's a back-to-back plot. On the left, you can see the observed or the raw carcass values. On the right, you can begin to see the estimated values. And so males are in blue, females are in pink, and it goes all the way from the data set from 2018 down to 2004. Again, 2016 and 2011 are highlighted. And what you see is based on the way this model works with recovery probabilities, that females have a higher recovery probability than males, that you're always going to see an increase in your overall males. And that's what you see in your proportion of males all the way down the line. And sometimes it's small, like 2016, where your estimated value is 9% more males, to sometimes extreme, where you have that large age 3 class coming through, like 2011, where you see a 27% increase in your estimated number of males. And this metric, like Kevin was starting to talk about in the introduction, is pretty important because this is what we're building on, estimating our escapement and looking at the demographics of the population. Because from this, we're going to build fish per head. So basically, as Kevin said before, you divide your females into your males to get an estimate of how many males you have per female. Then you add 1 to that for every 1 female per head, and now you multiply that fish per head estimate towards your number of heads to get an escapement estimate. So this graph is just strictly showing fish per head values. Uncorrected values or raw carcass values are on your x-axis. On your y-axis is your corrected values. And what you see is consistently across the board, your fish per head values for your corrected estimates are always higher, indicating that we're underestimating our fish per head, and that's a result of that low recovery rate on males. And I've highlighted 2016 and 11 just to kind of track those through since you're a little bit more familiar with that data, and you can see that it's a slight adjustment in 2016, but then we have this extreme difference between our estimated and our raw carcass counts in 2011. You can see there's some other points out there which are also due to age structure composition. And just to take you through the whole process of how that leads into what escapement looks like. So again, based on using raw carcass counts, we're underestimating escapement on the spawning grounds. You can see in 2016, slightly underestimating it, and in 2000, heavily underestimating escapement on spawning grounds as a result of missing those males and those younger males. But this is only one part, right? This is the first step, estimating escapement, but then understanding how that your population is the demographics of your population. How many hatchery fish do you have? What are your age class structures and sex structure? And the big one that everyone always looks at is your proportion of hatchery spawners on the spawning grounds. So we'll take a look at how this is influencing that. And this one I thought was interesting because we start to see a little bit of a different trend. On your x-axis, you have your uncorrected PHOS, or proportion of hatchery spawners. On your x-axis, you now have your corrected PHOS. And what you see is you don't see that consistent underestimation of your proportion of hatchery spawners. In 2016, it's right on, that dashed line is a one-to-one line. It's right on that line, suggesting that the two methodologies really aren't that different, but you see in a number of years, you are underestimating using your raw carcass counts. And when Kevin C., I don't think he referred to this in the model, looked at using origin as a covariate and found it non-significant in the model. So what you're seeing here is not a difference in origin. We're not seeing an increase in anything. It's the difference in the age structure. So whether you're a hatchery fish or whether you're a wild fish, age 2 or age 3 is going to be extended at a greater rate as a result of the lower recovery probability. So if you're dominated by age 3 hatchery fish and you don't see that same domination in the wild fish, then you're going to have this increase in PHOS when you start to look at your estimated values, and I'll show you this. So this is similar to the first two graphs I showed you. Now it's for 2016, and now instead of breaking it up by sex and by age class, I'm breaking it up between those two by hatchery and wild components. And what you see in general, where we didn't see a big increase, we saw no increase in PHOS, you look at this in this, both the hatchery and the wild population are dominated by age 4 amongst males and females. And again, when you look at your estimated values, you're only changing by a few percent. You're not changing in the age classes between hatchery and wild. They're both pretty consistently have the same age at return and sex ratio. But now when you look at 2011 and you look at those age 3 returns, they're dominated by the hatchery component. And so as a result of having this difference from the observed to the estimated and different age structure between hatchery and wild, your expansion of those males is much larger for your estimated values, which then drives up your overall escapement of hatchery fish when you look at it from an estimated value. What I haven't shown you up to this point is actual abundance numbers, so I just wanted to throw this in. So on the x-axis, you have the years across from 4 to 18. Again, 11 and 16 are highlighted. On the y-axis, you now have abundance differences between the two methodologies, corrected minus uncorrected. And again, what I showed you before is that in most years, when you account for this bias, you're going to have an increase in your overall abundance. But I really want to highlight is those hatchery fish, that in certain years where you're not accounting for these hatchery fish, you're going to underestimate their abundance on the spawning grounds, and as a result of this all being proportional, you're going to overestimate your wild population and their survival on the spawning grounds. So it's in some years, when you look over all the numbers, the entire number of fish across this 15-year series, it's about 3,200 hatchery fish difference and 900 wild fish difference. So it's pretty large when you look at cumulatively over all the years, the difference or the bias associated with this. So really it's important because as we've seen a lot of talks about natural spawners and spawning ground issues, carcasses is really the only way to look at your population and get an idea of what you have out on the landscape for spawning. And if we don't account for this bias, we're going to end up underestimating our fish per head and underestimating our escapement and not have a true idea of what is happening out there, especially when you start to look at the demographics of your spawning population, the differences in those demographics, where you're starting to underestimate the abundance and the survival of your hatchery fish and overestimating the survival and abundance of your wild population or older age classes in those populations. So it's pretty important to look at. And the idea behind designing this model, and hopefully we're going to make it applicable so that this model should be able to, as we start to design it, we tried to make it broad enough so that it can work in multiple basins under multiple conditions. So that's our goal, so that we can start to make this applicable to everyone who uses carcasses in the long run. However, with that, there's some caveats that the predictions of this model are only as good as the carcass data. So if you have poor carcass data, you're going to end up with poor results. So you need to make sure that there's appropriate sample sizes, because if you have zero recoveries, they're going to expand into zero estimated number of fish, regardless of what your recovery probability is. And in order to ensure that you have a large enough sample and that it's representative, you need to be both spatially representative, which I think a lot of people focus on in carcass recoveries, but also you need to be representative of the temporal distributions on the spawning grounds. And I'll show you what I'm describing there. So this is what everyone, I think, thinks about, trying to make it representative of the number of reds that you see. So on the x-axis, you have the reaches for the Chihuahua, C1 being the mouth, all the way up to the upper reach of C6 or 7. And then you have your proportions of reds and your proportions of carcasses. And there's no difference in the distribution between these, which I think is, you naturally, when you're doing these carcass surveys, you're always thinking about the number of reds and trying to estimate what kind of add 20% for a fish per red and try to get 20% of the carcasses in each reach. So I think a lot of people kind of focus on that. The part that I don't think a lot of people focus on is the temporal distribution of spawning. So now we're looking at survey weeks on the x-axis, 1 through 8 through the entire survey or spawning period. On your y-axis, you have the female proportion, age 5 and 4s. And then for male proportions below, you have 5, 4s, and 3s. So what you see is when you look at females, the overall timing or time that you recover them doesn't change between 4s and 5s. There's no significant difference there. But what's interesting is when you start to look at males, and this is from 2013 on the Chihuahua River, is you start to see some type of timing difference in recovery by age. So you see that you're recovering blue, which is a 5-year-olds, orange, which is 4-year-olds next, and then after peak spawning is done and things are settling down, you're starting to collect your 3s for males. And the only way to really get around this is that during your spawning period, when you start doing surveys, you have to have the same consistent effort throughout the entire spawning period looking for carcasses. So from the first day you step out, you have to have that same effort as you do as the last day. And I think this graph shows it pretty well that you have to be consistent in that effort. So with that, thanks to a large group of people, it's been going on since 2004. So, and the funding sources.
How did you determine hatchery fish? Was it tissue or clipped fin?
You can do it a plethora of ways, right? You can do it hatchery fish on the spawning ground, carcasses. You can do it by mark. You can do it by scale. You can do it by coated wire tag. You can do, there's a plethora of ways.
So you did all of those?
Yes.
Thank you.
A question for Mike Ford. So Mike, just wondered if there are any discussions about prioritizing species in terms of species management, for instance, killer whales and salmon. Because you had mentioned that there was a relationship between essentially the size distribution of the salmon and the consumption rates.
Yeah. In terms of like I mean, I don't know how exactly you would do that. There's certainly no, unlike the pinniped situation, I mean, there's no discussion whatsoever of, controlling orca or anything like that. And I don't think that would be brought up. I guess where that could come into place would be some of the hatchery discussions, where I think, there definitely has been a move to increase hatchery production in the kind of name of feeding orca. And there, I do think you have a potential trade-off of some risks. And I guess all I can say about that is that, I think that the attempts to do so are trying to do so in a way that minimize, that kind of maximize benefits to the whales and minimize risks to the listed salmon. I don't think that there's been any formal statement saying that one's more important than the other, though.
I had a question about this study looking at the discontinuation of the hatchery program on spring Chinook after 10 years. And it seemed like the question there was this successful or not? And I'm curious, what I took from that was that your conclusion was that it was not successful. And I'm curious about what the standard is. Because you were looking at population trends and saw a decrease in returns, but that's a pretty similar decrease to what's been seen across the entire Columbia Basin in that time period, related to estuary conditions, ocean conditions, Columbia, et cetera. So at least to me, that doesn't appear to be a very, fair standard, because if that was the standard, that would suggest that one hatchery was the overriding that your hypothesis would be that one hatchery was the overriding problem with the population. So from what I saw there, it looked like the proportion of hatchery spawners on the, or hatchery fish on the spawning grounds generally declined, with the exception of the 2018. So I guess my question is really, what are you looking for to determine if that was successful or not successful?
Well, they stopped the program for competition and for gene flow. And so competition is hard to say what's going on, but I guess the point is, even though we stopped the hatchery program and we don't have as many hatchery fish coming back, the proportions are still high in many years. We still have a gene flow issue, and we still do have a competition issue on some years. So it's only been a decade since that program changed, and there was ocean conditions and there was habitat alterations. A lot of things happened in the system. Aside from that, though, there's still a lot of hatchery fish in the NTIA without that program. I guess that's the conclusion. We stopped the program to remove hatchery fish and let the natural origin population flourish. Population size has changed, and I think you're right. There are a lot of things that happened at that time, but there's still a proportion of hatchery fish every year in the NTIA, and some years it's high, up to 50% with no hatchery supplementation in the basin. But I see your point.
We have a break built in. So there's a poster session out in the lobby of the Performing Arts Center, and there's some coffee and snacks out there. And feel free to enjoy your break. You have a half hour, so you can connect, and we'll be back to continue this session on the status of our species.
put your dreams away for now. I won't see you for some time. I am lost in my mind. I get lost in my mind. Mama once told me, you're already home when you feel love. I am lost in my mind. I get lost in my mind. Oh, my brother, your wisdom is older than me. Oh, my brother, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry, don't you worry, don't worry about me. How's that brick lane coming? How's your engine running? Is that bridge getting built? Are your hands getting filled? Won't you tell me, my brother? There are stars up above. We can start moving forward. How's that brick lane coming? How's your engine running? Is that bridge getting built? Are your hands getting filled? Won't you tell me, my brother? 'Cause there are stars up above. We can start moving forward. Lost in my mind, lost in my mind. Oh, I get lost in my mind. Lost, I get lost in my mind. Lost in my mind, yes, I get lost in my mind.
All right, we're going to get started. So make your way back to your seats and we'll round up the folks out in the break area. All right, everyone, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good chance to reconnect with some old friends. Our next session is a continuation of the status. We're going to hear a little bit about the status of bull trout and lamprey, which is always good update on those two species. And then we're going to continue on. We'll have a short Q&A for those two speakers, and then move on to some updates on ocean and estuary conditions. So the first speaker in our post-break session on status is John Crandall from Meta Salmon Recovery Foundation, and he's going to be talking about the status of bull trout in the Upper Columbia.
Good morning. It's exciting to have the opportunity to speak with you about bull trout today. For many years, tracking the status of bull trout populations in the Upper Columbia has lagged behind our efforts that we've put forth in tracking the status of spring chinook and steelhead, the other ESA-listed species we have up here. And this has pretty strong implications in terms of the body of knowledge that we have towards bull trout, our understanding of their current status, as well as how the population trend has fared since over the 2 decades since their listing. But over the past few years, through the hard work of a bunch of dedicated bull trout enthusiasts in the region, we've really upped our game and our understanding of bull trout status, especially as it relates to their abundance and distribution. And this has we need to understand this information, because without it, we're going to fail in our attempt to develop a conservation plan for bull trout that will truly help them towards recovery. So it's been long known that bull trout love cold water and complex habitat. It's been known to science for over a century. And these fish never cease to amaze me and others in the things that they do out there in our streams. And overall, I think they're perhaps our best indicator of what healthy streams look like, especially as it relates to their spawning habitat. So they really exemplify the 4 C's of healthy habitat: cold, clear, complex, and connected. And they depend on these habitats, especially for spawning and early juvenile rearing. But they take us to some of the most amazing places. But there's a lot of things about bull trout that are different than both spring chinook and steelhead. And as we develop recovery planning for bull trout, we need to take into account these differences. And one of the major ones is just the difference in life history. Bull trout in the Upper Columbia are not anadromous. We have both resident and migratory forms, with the migrant forms broken further into fluvial and adfluvial. We have all 3 of these life histories present in the Upper Columbia, and we know that they interact, as you can see here in this photo. But how this interaction between resident and migratory forms is playing out and influencing the production of our bull trout, we don't have a really good handle on. So most of the work to date on assessing bull trout status in the Upper Columbia has been focused on the migratory forms. And so as I go further into this presentation, I'm really just focusing on the migrants. That's, we don't want to neglect our residents. They're important too. But really, we have very little understanding of our resident populations up here in the Upper Columbia. There's some other aspects of bull trout that are unique. They ascend to the highest elevation places, the highest elevation spawners within the anadromous zone. And in these locations, the streams are often small and they're very cold. They're also complex habitats. So this is where the spawning and the early juvenile rearing, first couple years of rearing, occurs for bull trout. And if you've ever gone out to some of these areas and tried to track bull trout, they're very high gradient, they're often choked with wood, so performing red surveys is especially difficult, and I just kudos to anyone who's been out there, a lot of appreciation. And if you're able to spot that red in the photograph here, you're hired. Talk to me after the presentation, and we'll kind of go from there. So the spawning and rearing, bull trout are also repeat spawners. So each year they're going to migrate, generally in the summertime, up into the spawning areas at the headwaters. And then after spawning in the fall, they will migrate down into what's called their feeding migration and overwintering habitat. This type of FMO habitat is located in the main stems of the tributaries and the main stems of the Methow, Entiat, and Wenatchee rivers. And for spring chinook and steelhead, the anadromous species, a lot of times some of these main stems are looked at as migration corridors. And for bull trout, this doesn't necessarily hold true. This is really important, vital habitat that they spend a lot of time in. And they're going to do that year after year. So they depend on these larger rivers for a lot of growths, recovery after spawning. And this includes the Columbia River. Our migrant bull trout make extensive use of the Columbia main stem. So that migration. In bull trout, another thing is also they are not currently influenced by hatchery production. So all of the production that we're seeing from bull trout in the upper Columbia is really what the habitat is providing them. And we can't say that necessarily for spring chinook and steelhead, as we know. So stepping up to 30,000 feet, a quick review on what bull trout recovery, how the geographic framework works for this. Bull trout are listed as threatened within the coterminous United States. The range of bull trout is broken into 6 what are called recovery units. What we here call the upper Columbia is couched in the mid-Columbia area. When we zoom into what the mid-Columbia recovery unit, we can see that this large geographic area is comprised of numerous what are called core areas, and we have 3 of those in the upper Columbia, Methow, Entiat, and Wenatchee. Going down even further, so it's kind of a hierarchical way that these are organized. The core areas are made up of local populations, and these are individual, unique spawning aggregations, and when we think about population viability, these are really the building blocks. So the theory of bull trout recovery, if we can call it that, is that healthy local populations translate into healthy core areas, which feed up into the recovery units, and then we've got bull trout recovered, and we're happy, and we'll have a big party. So again, 3 core areas in the upper Columbia, the Wenatchee with 7 local populations, Entiat with 2 local populations, and the Methow with 10 local populations. All of these fish have access to the Columbia River, and they make use of the Columbia River. And so there is a degree of interaction between the different core areas, and we know it's important, but exactly how it's playing out, that's still something that we need to work on out there. So as we investigate and monitor bull trout status, what are we shooting for? So the criteria for recovery are contained in really the recovery plan of record for bull trout was issued in 2015 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And actually within that plan, there are no abundance or spatial structure targets for recovery in terms of numbers of fish or where they're occurring. It's entirely a threats-based recovery plan. And so I think we're getting into a little bit of a gray area when we're thinking about bull trout recovery being when we have effectively managed threats. I think that's a very difficult thing to take on and something that we need to be thinking about as we move forward. The draft recovery plan, as well as the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Plan, did include targets for abundance and spatial structure, as well as diversity. So there is information out there to guide us. Under the 2015 recovery plan, we do have the ability and the really good opportunity to develop a locally based action plan for bull trout recovery in the Upper Columbia, in the Methow, Entiat, and Wenatchee. And that's something that we need to do, and hopefully that's going to get going here quite soon. So jumping into what we know about the status of bull trout, this is a really great study that was done a decade ago, and it shows the local population structure, again, unaffected by hatchery influence. So for all you out there tracking PHOS, it is 0, and I think we can all strive for that. And really what this is showing is that we have individual local populations that are genetically distinct. And this is something that we need to be looking at moving forward, but a lot of genetic distinctions. So you have homing by these fish that are commingling in that FMO habitat and then moving into discrete spawning aggregations that are genetically distinct. So what does spatial structure look like in the Wenatchee? The purple here that you see, those are the local populations. That's where the spawning and early rearing is occurring within those 7 areas over a large geographic area. They're all over the basin, and they're connected within the Wenatchee and down to the Columbia through that FMO habitat. There's been recent work in the Wenatchee, in the Methow, and the Entiat that is using environmental DNA sampling to further our understanding of bull trout distribution in the Upper Columbia, and we've uncovered some new populations of fish. We still need to work getting those genetics figured out, but we're still learning a lot about where these, some basic information about where these fish occur on the landscape. In terms of red counts, so this is abundance of the fish as best as we can get. We have monitored bull trout for over 2 decades since their listing. When we look back on that track record of effort, it was fairly inconsistent in how it was laid out. Protocols changed, staff changed, so when it's not the most reliable data set, which is a bit unfortunate, but we are able to pull out some information based on 3 red counts, 3 passes through a spawning area per season, and this is a representation of that for the Wenatchee. The Wenatchee is among the most strong and robust migrant bull trout population anywhere. And so look at the scale. The scale is going to change on the next couple slides here. So fairly stable over time, a lot of interannual variability. Beginning in 2013, WDF&W, in a very bold and wonderful step, increased our effort in incorporated the same protocol we used to count spring Chinook in the Upper Columbia, applied it to bull trout. So now we have jumped into weekly full census counts through the spawning areas. So these data are very reliable, and I think moving forward, this is really what we're looking for, is really reliable data on how we're counting bull trout. So this, in a way, we've really upped our effort that we're putting towards bull trout. So here's for the Wenatchee, somewhat stable, a little bit of a drop in the Chihuahua the last couple years. Entiat, 2 local populations, Mad River, Entiat River, going up to barriers. So the purple are the spawning aggregations connected by the blue FMO down to the Columbia. There's not the Entiat has had none of the full weekly censuses, so this is just the 3 pass counts. Kind of up and down, but look at the scale. We have less than 20 reds for quite a while in the Entiat. In terms of a local genetically distinct population, that is not super robust, and the numbers are likely currently even lower in the Mad River. Methow, 10 local populations, broad geographic distribution, connected by the FMO. With the eDNA, the initial results show several new different populations of bull trout. Those are both likely resident populations, so above barriers to anadromy, but we're still working on developing that information. Long-term counts, these are the 3 pass counts for the Methow. Some, the interannual variation is seen here. But also, if you look at the green, the Twisp River has been the most abundant local population in the Twisp, and it's really declined over the last 6 or 7 years. We've seen some pretty big drops. We followed suit in the Methow, following Wenatchee's lead, to develop full census counts on a weekly basis through the spawning area starting in 2016. And we've actually been seeing some pretty significant drops in populations in some of those local populations. And I should point out that over the past couple of years, we've had a lot of forest fire that have occurred during the summer that have prevented our access into the spawning areas. And this is something that we see, and that may keep changing over time, but definitely a lot of habitat reset and change in these spawning areas for bull trout. So to summarize, for the Wenatchee, somewhat stable trend over time, very robust population, and then both the Entiat and Methow, we're getting to very small population sizes for a lot of these local groups. And they may be declining pretty rapidly in some places. One data set I want to throw out are dam counts. We know these migrant fish use the Columbia River extensively, and they've been counted at the dams for 2 decades. This is a super solid data set, and it's interesting to look at. Again, a lot of interannual variation, but 2019 marked pretty much almost the lowest counts ever for all of these over the 20 years, and then also a fairly significant decline in numbers starting in about 2013. So I think moving forward, this is an important data set for us to keep our eyes on, because these counts represent fish coming from all of the core areas that we know are out there. So what are some of the threats moving forward for bull trout? In the recovery plan, it mentions habitat alteration and change, demographics, small population size, angling, and then also non-native species, and that's where bull trout are a little unique. They hybridize and compete with brook trout when they co-occur in the same habitat, And overall, in those situations, it doesn't end well for bull trout. But climate change, for a cold water loving species like bull trout, it's a real threat. In the fall, when they move downstream, they're often making these migrations at pretty tenuous times, low stream flows. They're susceptible to naturally being captured in isolated pools. When those pools drop out from under them, they're subject to direct mortality through desiccation. Sometimes they can get stranded in a pool, and there's a whole bunch of them. And here's almost 50 fish that were stranded in one pool in the upper Methow. The pool froze this last March, and we lost what accounted to about half the spawning class from the 2 local populations that existed upstream of this location. The red counts for both of those local populations in the fall of the year were the lowest we had seen. So this is a real threat with this direct mortality, especially when we're getting into such low population sizes. Other things that are out there, warming water. We know pre-spawn mortality is occurring for bull trout, and we don't know really what the mechanisms for it are, but it's something that with warming water may become exacerbated. So I'm honored to work with a bunch of really amazing people doing bull trout work, and they contributed to helping me get all of this information today. So what are we going to do for bull trout moving forward? Conserve populations, deal with threats, and really protect cold water through partnerships and adaptive management. So it's great to talk about bull trout because we don't get to do it that often. Thanks.
We'll do a Q&A after Tyler's talk, and you can ask John some questions. So Tyler Beals from the Yakima Nation Fisheries is next. Here we go. And he's going to be talking about translocation of lamprey here in the Upper Columbia, which has been going on for a little while.
Got it. So my name is Tyler Beals, and I'm a lamprey biologist for the Pacific Lamprey Project with Yakima Nation Fisheries. And yeah, really excited to have the opportunity to talk about lamprey. It's a species that generally doesn't get talked about that much and kind of easily overlooked. So first, just want to introduce the lamprey team. We have Ralph Flaman, who's my supervisor, who's the manager on the lamprey project. Davey Lumley, Sean Gowdy, Leona Shikina, and Hiroaki Arakawa. Hiro was a Japanese intern that worked with us for a few months. Back in 2016-17, so I always want to acknowledge his work. He's still in contact with our program. And Leona recently left our program. I think they just had their 6th kid. But she's interested in coming back to work for the program. So there's 2 lamprey species that are confirmed in the Upper Columbia, so upstream of the Yakima confluence. There's Pacific lamprey and Western brook, or Lampetra. Pacific lamprey are confirmed in the Wenatchee, Aniat, Methow, and Okanagan. And then we confirmed the presence of Lampetra in the Aniat and the Methow. But it's possible that they're in the Wenatchee and the Okanagan, and we just haven't found them. The ones that we have found in the Aniat and the Methow are in pretty small isolated populations, so it's possibly that we've overlooked them so far in these areas. So just a quick overview of the Pacific lamprey life cycle. They start out as blind filter feeders in the larval stage. All lamprey go through this larval stage. They're blind filter feeders. They don't have a mouth. They don't have an eye. They just feed on the decaying organic matter in the river. And then after like 3 to 9 years, so they have a really long freshwater life stage, and it's really variable depending on density and food availability and a bunch of other factors. They'll grow their eyes and their mouth and start migrating out to the ocean. Out in the ocean, they can spend anywhere from 2 to 6 years out in the ocean. It was originally thought that they only spend 2 to 3 years, but recent genetic work has suggested that they actually spend up to 6 years out in the ocean. And out in the ocean, they're parasitic fish, and they're mostly focused on benthic-oriented fish like halibut, cod, hake. And they don't kill their host, they just feed on what's most abundant out in the ocean. After that ocean period, they come back to freshwater, and they go through an overwintering period where they'll go 1 to 3 years generally 1 year without food. They'll just hunker down and put all their resources towards spawning. And then the females will lay upwards of 100,000 eggs. So you don't need a large number of adults to release, a sizable number of gametes into the system. And these eggs are only 1 millimeter in diameter and have about a 2-week incubation time. And if you put one of the recently hatched pro larvae before feeding, this is a recently hatched fish next to a dime there, you can see how small those fish are when they first hatch. Pacific lamprey play a significant role in tribal culture. The tribes, not only for it's a significant in tribal culture, not only for food but also as a medicine. And so a big part of our program is cultural outreach. So we reach out to generations and try to bring back lamprey into the culture. As lamprey start to go away, as they start declining, then that culture goes away with them. So we try to restore that. So just looking at, there's a strong correlation between Bonneville counts and Wells Dam counts. But since after 2006, really, there's less than 40 fish going over Wells Dam. Each year there's a spike in kind of 2016, 17, but really they're almost non-existent in the Upper Columbia above Wells Dam. Even if we add the 24-hour counts from Bonneville, so this includes like the lamprey patches systems, the night counts, we get an increase. We see higher numbers in Bonneville, but really, we don't see that much of an increase in Wells Dam. So just a quick overview of our project. We not only focus on the adult translocation side, but we also focus on adult passage improvements, the adult translocation, larval monitoring, so stream surveys, going out and shocking the larvae and counting them. Also, irrigation diversions pose a serious risk to larval lamprey. They get in there with the fine sediment, and when those irrigations get shut off, then lamprey need to be rescued. At Prosser Hatchery, we have an artificial propagation program for Pacific lamprey, and then also, as mentioned, education and outreach. So just a quick overview of the Yakima Nation translocation. So we collect fish from lower Columbia dams like Bonneville, John Day, and the Dalles, and we hold these fish at Prosser Hatchery. We have about 1,000, just as an example, we have about 1,000 fish on site now, and then we'll translocate those fish into the upper Columbia areas, like throughout the Yakima, the Wenatchee, the Methow, and even down like into the Klickitat. So just a quick overview of adult translocation, beginning in 2011, 2012 broodstock, and each year we kind of have a higher allocation of the run, and the translocation, we release the fish in the Yakima, the Methow, and the Wenatchee, but also grant PUD collects fish for kind of a 3-week period, or I guess up to 6 weeks at Priest Rapids Dam, and Grand PUD translocates 3 weeks of adults above Rock Island Dam, and Douglas PUD then translocates about 3 weeks upstream of Wells Dam, or also up like in the Okanagan, and works with the Colvilles. And then there's kind of a summary of the releases by year. So one best way to kind of monitor the success, if you want to call it success, of the translocation program is look at like larval distribution change over time. So before translocation, like in the Wenatchee Basin, larval distribution didn't extend upstream of Tumwater Dam, and no lamprey were found. Like 2012 to 2016 electrofishing surveys, no lamprey were found in like an Icicle Creek or anywhere above, which is a lower tributary, but also anywhere above Tumwater Dam. But then you look after translocation or the current distribution, we're starting to find lamprey in Nason Creek, Icicle Creek, and throughout the upper Wenatchee River, all the way up to Lake Wenatchee. And then if we look at the Iniat, so the Iniat's considered a control stream at this point, just monitoring just kind of natural production upstream. So we see that lamprey are well distributed all the way up to Box Canyon, but no lamprey have been currently found in the Mad River. In And then in 2016, we found Lampetra or Western Brook lamprey right below Box Canyon, kind of in this little side channel. So a really isolated population of Lampetra. In the Methow Basin, we see this is before translocation. Lamprey larvae, were distributed throughout the lower Methow River, so below the Chewuk confluence, and also into the Chewuk River. The Chewuk River, we start to see that they were once distributed all the way up to river kilometer 50, but over time, over surveys since 2008, we see just this kind of slow decline of the distribution of larvae in the Chewuk. But after translocation, we start to see fish entering the Twist River and even into the upper Methow River above the Chewuk confluence, and also some increase in the distribution within the Chewuk. And then in 2017, we found Lampetra just above the Beaver Creek confluence in the main stem Methow River in a side channel in an isolated area. The only place we've seen them there. And then in the Okanagan, translocation began in 2018 and continued into 2019. And in and then this year in September, larval lamprey were found by the Colvilles in Omak Creek. So the first time that they've been found in Omak Creek since 2010. To monitor this distribution and the larvae kind of populations over time, we established these index sites that we monitor every 1 to 3 years that are kind of spaced throughout these different basins, and they're 15 to 25 river kilometers apart, or in larger systems up to 50 kilometers apart, and we monitor species composition, size class distribution, and we also get, one thing that I didn't mention is that we also get a genetic clip from the Pacific larvae that we find in the stream, and then also from the adults that we release. And when you get the two together, when you get the genetics from the adult, it essentially genetically tags all of the larvae from those adults, so you can start to, if you can collect in-stream samples, then you start to get an idea of how it all meshes together there. How cool information like size and age and growth rates and those things from that information. So this is just an example of some results that we're seeing in the Upper Wenatchee. So the Upper Wenatchee above Tumwater Dam, electrofishing surveys 2012 to 2016 show no larvae upstream of the dam. So if we look at kind of the number of sites that we've surveyed kind of over time within the current distribution of lamprey, we see that there's a higher ratio of sites that we're surveying that are starting to have lamprey in these areas. And also, we're starting to see that trend in Nason Creek, which is a tributary just below Lake Wenatchee. We're also seeing, kind of on the bio side of things, an increase in length and an increase in density. So we start to see more diversity in the fish lengths over time, suggesting that there's multiple age classes rearing in these areas at these sites. So another kind of important tool that we have to monitor the success of the translocation program is screw traps and monitoring juvenile outmigration at these screw traps. And this is just an example at Toppenish Creek which is a tributary of the lower Yakima River. And we just see that, translocation began in 2013, but once these fish start reaching that 4.5, 5.5 year old, they start migrating out, and we start getting this large surge and juveniles that are migrating out, and we can get a genetic clip from kind of a subsample throughout the run and start to see the success of our translocation program and where these fish are coming from. So just kind of an impact that we're seeing in the Yakima Basin as an example. 100% of the outmigrants and the tributaries of the lower Yakima, which are tributaries we focus adult translocation, have assigned to a translocated parent. And then in 2017 and 2018, 50% or so of all of the production in the Yakima came from those genetics suggest that 50% of all of the production that came out of the Yakima were from translocated adults. And Ralph just let me know that 2017 was actually 72%. So somewhere between 50 and 70%. So throughout the upper Columbia Basin, there's kind of a wide distribution of screw traps. We have some in the Okanagan and the Twisp and kind of throughout the Methow and in the Wenatchee. And, it's a really good opportunity to start monitoring the success or start, getting genetic clips from juveniles that are migrating out. Now that these fish are starting to reach that 3.5, 3 to 4 year old size range, we should start seeing an increase in the juveniles that are collected at these traps. So, we really encourage, clip collection from these juveniles so we can start, piecing together the puzzles, and, we can, if you have lamprey, you can reach out to us and we can help, get those genetics to the right place. But it's a really important tool, to start understanding, what's going on in these tributaries with Pacific lamprey. And another critical thing with these genetic clips, especially if you're unsure about species ID, is photos, like on a white background, a photo of the tail, so you can identify larvae based on like morphological features on the tail. So getting a really good photo of that tail is really important. And then for juveniles, when they actually develop their eyes and they develop their mouth, a photo of the eyes and the mouth are another good way to tell the difference between species there, which is really important for the genetics. Just an example of kind of where to get the fin clips. You can just get it they have 2 dorsal fins, and then so you can get it from the posterior fin. Just kind of shave off part of the fin. They require a little higher MS concentration than salmonids, and take a little longer to go out and take a little longer to come out of it. And then, or, you can kind of pick one of those locations there, just shaving off and just kind of keeping that shape of the fin. But just, not trying to dig into the fin. Just, I don't need a whole lot, just a 1 by 1 millimeter clip. So just a quick summary, or another example is Tumwater Dam on the Wenatchee River. So there's main stem dam passage, which is a big issue for lamprey, but then there's also these tributary passage issues, that we need to pay attention to, and Tumwater Dam is a really good example of where we need to focus our efforts. Pit tag results suggest that passage at Tumwater Dam is really low, which also highlights the important one thing that I didn't mention is that lamprey don't home like salmon do, so they don't go back to the same spot. It's thought that lamprey are more of a geographical return, and the more larvae you have in a system, the more driven lamprey are to enter those systems. So it really highlights the importance of getting that pheromone in those larvae above Tumwater Dam, where we already have reduced passage. And as we make these improvements at the dam, then lamprey, wild lamprey that enter the Wenatchee, are hopefully more driven to use those improvements because they smell the larvae that are above the dam. There's a few different things. And then there's currently talk about using a smooth tube, so just this 4-inch flex tube. They use it at Van Arsdale Dam in California to pass lamprey, and it's really successful and it's really cheap passage method for lamprey. So there's talk to install something like that at Tumwater Dam. And then finally, there's a lot of juvenile entrainment issues. It's really a worldwide problem anywhere that you have lamprey and irrigation diversions in the same system. Fish screens are originally designed for salmonids, but lamprey, are kind of this odd-shaped fish, and they can easily pass through the fish screens, and they're also attracted to all the fine sediment that collects in these diversions. So just an example of dried-in diversion in the lower Wenatchee. This year they got roughly 45,000 fish from the salvage effort there, and we see high numbers in the Yakima as well. So it's just a problem that we really need to pay attention to, especially as we get more lamprey in the system. And that's all I got.
Great. So we'll take a few questions for John and Tyler, if anyone has any. So again, you can text your questions or raise your hand and someone will bring you a microphone. I'll make sure I grab the phone with the text question. Go ahead.
Just a question for Tyler. Do you have any idea if there's any bycatch issues in saltwater, or I guess even in freshwater potentially?
Yeah, they catch a lot of, I don't know the whole story out in the ocean there, but I know they catch a lot of lamprey in hake surveys, and so we get genetics from those fish. One, so I don't know like the bycatch impact, but one kind of neat thing is that 4 lamprey that were captured in a hake survey off the Columbia were actually translocated fish from. Through genetics, we were able to identify those fish as translocated fish from Toppenish or Sadis Creek there out in the ocean there. So we get a lot of neat information.
Genetic integrity.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't quite hear everything. Sorry.
So I said, given what we do and don't know about Pacific lamprey genetics and maybe stock distinctions and things like that, how are you addressing genetic integrity with the reintroduction efforts?
So in a hatchery setting, yeah, that's a good question. We don't know everything there is to know about lamprey, especially, they don't home like salmon do, so there's not distinct stocks of lamprey. We just try to take naturally, a lot of we try to take a variety of fish from different areas from Bonneville, John Day, the Dalles, and then also Yakima origin fish. And then we try to spawn those fish together to try to, continue on with as much diversity as we can do. And then we submit all those genetics there so we can start to piece together the puzzle there.
Any other questions? You got a mic coming your way.
Yeah, a bull trout question. Are there any streams that have both bull trout and Dolly Varden?
Dolly Varden being the like the anadromous.
I would think
form.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, on the coast. Yeah, and then I think in different, like we obviously we don't have anadromy with our bull trout at present. I don't know what it was like historically, but they do interact.
Do they cross?
I believe they have the ability to do that, and I don't know all of the different genetic distinctions between those.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Pete's coming.
Any data to know how habitat restoration is affecting bull trout populations?
That's a really good question. So I think it's long been assumed that bull trout, they've been on the ESA for 2 decades, and overall they've gotten a lot less attention in terms of specific habitat restoration actions aimed at bull trout. To my knowledge, there's only been 1, maybe 2 that have specifically targeted bull trout. So I think the working assumption for the bull trout folks has been that the work that we're doing for spring chinook and steelhead are benefiting bull trout. And I think largely that's likely true. And who knows, some of these hatchery programs we have hucking all these smolts into the river, I think bull trout have probably figured that out to some degree. And so there could be a net benefit from that type of, habitat or fish population restoration work. But I'm not aware of any specific studies that have tied increases or decreases or any change in bull trout status to specific habitat projects that have gone in the ground. We have seen, at least in the Methow, where I spend the majority of my time, a fair amount of bull trout use within and around salmon, salmonid, or steel anadromous-based habitat restoration projects. So we have these large migrants moving into side channels and wood jams that have been installed, and it may be for a number of reasons, not least of which there's a whole bunch of juvenile fish using those wood structures.
Great. We have time for one more question. One has one. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. We're going to move into our last session before lunch. We have Brian Burke from NOAA Fisheries Science Center here to talk about ocean conditions, and you're a repeat spawner at this conference, so glad to have you back.
Thanks, Greer. So yeah, my name is Brian Burke. I work at NOAA Fisheries in Seattle, and I do most of my work in the ocean, so we're going to head downstream a little bit, and I'll give you a little summary of what we've been seeing in the ocean in the recent period. Before I begin, I'll mention a lot of this work is funded by NOAA Fisheries and Bonneville Power Administration, as well as Oregon State University. Let's see. There we go. So we've seen a lot of dramatic changes over the last 6 years in the ocean. So I'm going to go through a really quick time frame of the last 6 years, showing plots like this. This is, I know it's a little hard to see, but it's a measure of sea surface temperature anomaly. So the reds and yellows are warmer than average, and the blues are colder than average. And I'm going to just show the last 6 Septembers. So this is September 2014. This is when I'm sure you have all heard of the blob. It started in 2013, but September 2014 is when it shifted onshore and really ran right up along the coastline. And I'll show some slides of the implication in terms of the biological response to that in a moment. September 2015, we had a record-breaking El Nino. That's warm water there along the equator. The blob sort of dissipated a little bit, at least at the surface. By 2016, it turns out the blob was just deeper, and so it came right back to the surface. You can see that really deep red color up in the Gulf of Alaska. And then 2017, a lot of oceanographers were kind of saying, wow, this is great, everything's back to normal. But as I'll show in a moment, the biological response often lags the physical dynamics. So even though 2017 in the physical environment looked pretty good, and the biological responses were not so great. By 2018, we saw this large scale warming, particularly in the Bering and Chukchi Seas. And by 2019, a lot of that warming just expanded. So in fact, there's currently another blob. It's not quite as big in magnitude or strength, and it's unclear whether it's going to last as long as the 13 to 16 blob. But there is a lot of warm water out there, and this is generally not good for salmon. So just a couple of slides, some pictures to show the biological response to these warm waters. One of the main things that happen is we get this influx of things like harmful algal blooms. The picture, I guess I don't have a pointer, but oops. These harmful algal blooms produce a lot of domoic acid, and that had huge implications for fish. These whales were stranded up and down the coast. Huge bird die-offs. These are common murres on the lower right. Huge die-offs of these common murres up and down the entire coastline. The domoic acid had, we had to close clam and crab fisheries in Alaska and up to California, or down to California. And then the other main response was that there was just a general lack of food. And so you probably have seen pictures of these sea lion pup strandings. A lot of the male sea lions off of California came north into the Columbia River because there was simply not enough food off of California. And the picture on the lower left is some salmon we caught in 2015. In general, the ocean is a tremendous place to grow for salmon. It's why they go there. But this is the skinniest salmon I had ever seen. In general, salmon are not starving to death in the ocean. They're being eaten. But in 2015, I would say the chances that some fish were starving is likely. There's just no food out there. And then, when you hear people say, well, the blob is 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4 degrees warmer than average, it doesn't sound like a lot. But a lot of marine species are sort of at the edge of their thermal tolerance, and a couple degree increase in temperature can really expand their range by hundreds of miles. And so in the sampling we do offshore, we started seeing things that are either tropical or subtropical that we never see off the coast of Oregon and Washington. And so in addition to things like, harmful algal blooms, we're seeing a whole influx of a new suite of species that are basically changing the entire ecosystem in the North Pacific. And unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be changing a whole lot. This is from a paper that came out last week. And it basically said the 5 warmest ocean years were in the last 5 years. The 10 warmest years in the ocean were in the 10 last years. So this is a trend that's going to continue for a while. And I think we need to be aware of it and start talking about how to deal with that. Okay, so I'm going to go into some of the work that we do, the sampling in the ocean we do. This is a picture of the Frosty. It's one of the main vessels we use to catch salmon in the ocean. We have 3 main projects that I'll just quickly summarize. The first is the Newport Hydrographic Line. This is work that has started 23 or 24 years ago by Bill Peterson. And the beauty of this particular project is it's biweekly sampling. So it's focused in the physical environment and the lower trophic levels, zooplankton, phytoplankton, ichthyoplankton. But this biweekly sampling means we have a really high frequency sampling we can detect within season changes in the system. So that's a critical part of what we use to understand what's going on. The second project is called Juvenile Salmon and Ocean Ecosystem Survey. I might call it JSOS throughout the talk. And this is 2 surveys that we do, one in May and one in June. We've been doing this for 22 years. This will be our 23rd year, 2020. And this survey focuses on salmon. So we pull a large surface trawl through the water. We catch salmon. We catch a lot of other pelagic organisms there as well, but we're targeting salmon. And then the last project is called the Pre-Recruit Survey because we're targeting organisms that are just recruiting into the ecosystem, things like rockfish, flatfish, hake, but we're looking at for the juvenile stages of these species. So we sample a little bit lower in the water column and at night when they come up towards the surface to feed. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of go through a couple of results. There's a lot of information in these projects that we put out each year, and so I don't have time to go into great detail, but I'll just show a sampling of results. These are a time series of the catch per unit effort for Chinook and Coho in our trawls from the JSOS survey. As I mentioned, there's the blob was really 2014 to 16 was when it was at its strongest. And for the yearling Chinook on the top, you can see during that period our catches were declining. 2017 was the lowest one we've had in the entire 22-year time series. Similar thing with Coho. 2017 was really low catch year, and these tend to be correlated with the number of adults returning to the river the next year or 2 years later. The good news, though, is in 2019, you can see there that the catches of yearling Chinook and Coho are pretty similar to the average of the last 20 years. I'm going to show just a couple of results from other species. So Pacific pompano is a more southern species. We typically don't catch many of them at all. We did earlier in the early 2000s, caught a few of them. But once the blob came on shore, we started catching tons of these things. And as I mentioned, the biological response to these physical conditions is lagged a bit. And so even in 17, 18, and 19, we're still seeing them in our catches, but they are declining. It'll be interesting next year, if depending on what happens with this current warm water in the ocean and the current marine heat wave or blob, whether this picks back up or continues to decline. Another one is California market squid. Our catches of squid bounce around a lot, but they were pretty high during the warm blob years in 14 to 16. But you can see a sort of general decline during that time. And we were all thinking that, like other species, once the ocean temperatures kind of get back to normal, these catches of squid will drop down to more average levels. But in 2018 and 2019, we saw some of the highest catches in our entire time series. So it's not always clear what exactly is driving these trends. And squid in particular, I think their biomass can be really huge. And they're almost certainly competing with juvenile salmon. They're eating zooplankton and larval and juvenile fishes. So definitely something we need to be keeping an eye on. And then I'm going to show two more slides about individual species or groups of species. The copepods are a really essential part of the food web. They're at the base of the food web, and they really support a lot of the productivity in the ocean. When we count zooplankton, we categorize them into two different groups: the northern species, which are bigger. The picture on the upper right there, in the middle of that copepod is a clear area that's filled with oil, because these species have to overwinter, so they're storing energy. So the northern species are really driving productivity in the system. And the plot on the top shows the anomalies of biomass for these northern species. The southern species are smaller, less energy dense. So in general, what we're looking for is a lot of northerns and fewer southerns. And you can see at the end of 2014, when that blob came on shore, the biomass anomaly for these northern species just plummeted and stayed really low for the entire duration of that blob. Again, though, there's some good information, good story here, in the sense that the biomass of these northern species seems to return to normal levels in the last couple of years. That's in contrast to the other major player at the base of the food web, which is euphausiids. These organisms are really important for everything from juvenile fishes up to whales. And you can see this is from the pre-recruit survey. It started a little bit later than the other surveys, so we only have data through 2011, or starting in 2011. And these first 3 years, I'm showing the distribution of euphausiids in our trawls. And the little number above the colored area is the average abundance in an individual haul. Again, the blob came on shore in the fall of 2014, just after this survey. And so when we look at the next several years, there's almost hardly any euphausiids in our catches at all. It looks like there's a little bit more in 2017, but as you can see from the biomass or the abundance number, they're just not being caught out there. So again, these are really important drivers of the ecosystem, and we need to maintain this effort to understand what's happening out there. So this was shown earlier this morning. This is an effort for us to summarize a lot of information that doesn't always say the same thing. So as I just showed, with the copepods are looking good and the euphausiids are not. How do we make sense of all of this? There's a ton of data that I haven't shown as well. And so one of the things we do, at least to sort of qualitatively judge what's happening in the system, is we publish this, what we call the stoplight chart on our website each year. So the way this works is, if you look down the left, those are different indicators of ocean conditions. There's physical factors and biological factors in there at multiple scales. And then across the top is just the different years. And so for any given indicator, we just rank those values and color code them in terms of what we think their impact on salmon is. So red is poor and green is good. And if you look at right in the middle, 2008, everything in that column, I know it's hard to see, but everything in that column was green. 2008 was a really great year to go to sea if you were a salmon, and all of the things that we're measuring out there agree. Great year to go to sea. If you look at the last several years, 15, 16, 17, during the blob, there's a lot of red, a lot of yellow. These are not good years to go to sea. Survival in the ocean has been really low. And then in the last two columns, 2018 and 19, you start to see a little bit more green popping into the story here. So things are improving, but we still have a lot of red and a lot of yellow. These years where, and this goes back to the title, we have these mixed signals. These are hard years to interpret because at the moment, these are correlations. We don't have a great understanding of the processes and the mechanisms driving ocean mortality. And so these are hard years to interpret. You know, is that one green cell in 2019 more important than the 6 or 7 red cells? It's hard to know. So. One of the reasons it's hard to know is we don't actually sample the entire ecosystem. We have a huge data gap when it comes to predators. So Guido mentioned this morning the idea of predator management, and I completely agree. This is a huge data gap that we have. The photo on the upper left is a common murre. They clearly eat salmon. In fact, the picture in the background is hundreds of thousands of common murre, and they sit right off the mouth of the Columbia. So every single salmon or steelhead that goes to sea has to go through that gauntlet of predators. And the fact is we don't sample these individuals and we don't look at their diets. We don't have the resources to do that. So we have no estimate of how many salmon and steelhead these birds are eating. There's other predators too. Marine mammals was talked about earlier today. The picture on the lower left is dogfish, and they're like perfect salmon eating size. And they're generally below our net. So every once in a while we get a haul like this, but usually we don't catch them. We have no idea how many of them there are. Okay, just draw a couple of conclusions from this. Survival in the ocean largely drives population dynamics. It's very extremely variable survival in the ocean, and it's highly correlated with smolt to adult return ratios. But there are things in freshwater, things that we can influence that impact marine survival. We call these carryover effects. So, for example, fish size is determined, smolt size is determined in freshwater, but it has a large impact on survival in the ocean. So it's not completely true that we can't do anything about the ocean. There are things we can manage in freshwater that impact marine survival. Conditions in the ocean have not been great. And like I said earlier, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. We need to be aware of it, thinking about it, and figuring out ways to mitigate for it. And lastly, if we really want to recover these fish, I think to a large extent we're relying on correlations between environmental factors or biological factors and survival. And these correlations are going to shift as the climate shifts. So what we really need to do is think about the ecosystem and the processes, the trophic dynamics. How are those things work? And if we could describe those quantitatively, at least better than we are now, I think we have a better shot at dealing with climate change, because a lot of these correlations are shifting, whether we are aware of that or not. Okay, I'll stop there and I guess wait.
Thanks, Brian. So our next speaker and the last one in this little mini session is Catherine Corbett from the Lower Columbia River Estuary Partnership. And Catherine and I have known each other a long time, and it's great to finally get her up here. And I think she'll give you a plug for her own science conference where you can learn more.
Greer stole my thunder. We are having a similar conference down in Astoria, April 28th through the 30th, and I'm hoping that some of you will hopefully submit some abstracts for that. Greer and I have been trying to, and other folks as well, have been trying to create more cross-pollination, if you will, of upriver, downriver folks. So Liberty Theater in Astoria, April 28th through the 30th, and abstracts are due, I think, February 7th, and I'm playing the role of Greer for that, so the abstracts come to me. Oh shoot, I hit the button. He told me not to hit the bottom button. So I'm going to start off with the summary slide. So if y'all get hangry, you can like skip out on the rest of this presentation. So anyways, the summary is that floodplain habitats in the lower river function or provide benefits to upriver steelhead and salmon on a regular basis. There's direct benefits from rearing, refugia, and feeding for those fish that tuck into these habitats and use them from days to weeks to months. And then there's the indirect benefits of those fish that pass through the estuary in a little bit faster, 7 days or so. They're consuming prey, and we have documentation of this now, of consuming prey that originate in our habitat or our wetlands. And we've had about 50% loss in our native habitats between the late 1800s and 2009. And there's been a lot of investment in trying to restore and protect habitats for salmon and steelhead. So about 28,000 acres have been restored or protected since 2003. And we are working on shifting to a climate-smart conservation program. Okay, so I'm going to get to the first point, which is we have a monitoring program where we look at trends at these sentinel locations. They represent the estuarine tidal freshwater gradient. So there's all the way down in Owako, all the way up to Franz Lake, which is right below Bonneville Dam. And these are emergent marsh habitats. This is White's Island down at the mouth of the river, close to the mouth of the river. This is a type of emergent marsh habitats that we focus on. And this is a lot of what we focus our restoration efforts are trying to emulate these kind of habitats. And this one is Franz Lake up by Bonneville Dam, okay? And this is another map of those sites. Hopefully you can see the locations of the sites a little bit better. We also have 2 pit dag arrays, one up in the gorge at the Horsetail Creek site, and then one at Campbell Slough, which is smack in the middle of the river. And the idea with this is to try to detect residency. There's no real good way of trying to figure out how long juvenile salmon and steelhead use these sites. So pit tag array from other folks, mostly hatchery fish, that come down through Bonneville that have been tagged already. Okay, so there's a series of graphs, and you're not going to be able to see these too well, but the sites on this side, the left side, are the downriver sites. The ones on the right are the upriver sites, okay? And you guys are going to be interested, according to Greer, to the pink and the orange bars. But basically, these are multiple years, and we find very similar composition in stocks year to year. We see some steelhead, some coho, chum down at the mouth mostly, but we also detect occasional sockeye, that kind of thing. But a lot of what we look at is fall Chinook or some kind of Chinook subyearling types. And they originate in a lot of different areas. But so the orange and that pink color are those from the mid-Columbia or the upper Columbia. And they focus a lot, or they are a little bit more dominant in the upriver sites. Whereas the lower sites from White's and a little bit of Campbell Slough, you start seeing the lower Columbia stocks sort of dominating. And there's a little bit of dilution effect there. But you do see that orange and the pink throughout all the different sites. Hopefully that makes sense. So we are finding upriver stocks throughout the lower Columbia at different habitat sites. And then the length frequency of the Chinook that we catch usually are between they're little small little guys, between 30 to 70, 80 millimeters for the most part. Every once in a while you'll see some hatcheries or marked Chinook that are usually a little bit larger, like 90 or above, and they come down in pulses. And this just basically shows that a lot of, we find some odd things like steelhead and some sockeye in different locations. And we've had one steelhead that tucked into the Horsetail Creek site for weeks and then went back up river. It was really odd. But anyways, you find we have these general patterns of use in what we find in our catches, but then every once in a while you find some odd individuals. So there you go. And what we're finding, what they eat, and so we're finding that the stomachs are full for the juvenile Chinook, is that they eat a lot of Diptera, Clazospora, copepods, and amphipods. And upriver, they're focusing more on the Diptera, mostly midge larvae for the most part. And then as they move downstream, they start focusing more on amphipods. So their diets change as they move downstream. And I should also say the length frequency that we collect, or what we find, they get bigger as they move downstream, and then they also get bigger as during the later part of the season. So we sample March through July-ish time frame. We don't really see much after the June time frame, but as we March, April, May, the fish are starting to get bigger and bigger. Okay, so that's point number one. So we're finding fish that tuck into the sites for days to weeks. They're feeding, and they're feeding on macroinvertebrates that originate at those sites. So this is another study that was done by Lori Whitecamp's group with Brian. And this is work that looked at main stem, or those fish that pass through the main stem more quick. So these trawls and those red dots. And then they looked at a comparison of like restoration sites and what species composition they would catch, and then also what's in their stomach. And so I should say that this one site, and I'm sorry we don't have a pointer because oh yeah, we do. This site right here has been done for a long time by Lori Whitecamp's group, and it's no longer being done. I think in 2015 we missed it. And then I think they funded it for 2 years, just 2016, 2017 work. And then it's been canceled because of lack of funding. But this is basically captures all the fish that are leaving the estuary or the lower river. So it's kind of important to kind of document what is coming out of the river, basically, before it hits the ocean trawls that Brian was talking about. So we're missing that information, which is pretty key. Kind of insane to me that we're not doing that anymore. Okay, so this is the results for the 2016, 2017 main stem versus the restoration sites, and you'll be interested in the the gray, which is the Upper Columbia summer fall Chinook. So they also found, they found a lot of steelhead, sockeye, more yearling type fish, as well as Chinook. This is specifically the results for the sub-yearling Chinook that they found. So they did a comparison of main stem versus wetlands and the species composition. And 2016, 2017 were different years. But you see that there's a lot of Upper Columbia in the main stem versus a little bit more in the main stem versus the wetlands. But then the most important part of this whole thing is the fact that they found prey within the stomach. So even those fish that are passing through the estuary pretty quickly still are feeding, and they're feeding on a very similar diet that the sites that we see in these sloughs or backwater systems. They're eating the same, pretty close to the same sort of composition of prey, and that these prey originated in the wetlands. So that's point number 2. Okay, so then what is the status of these wetlands in the lower river? So this is kind of odd, but I'm trying to figure out how to show you guys more detail. So this is reaches A, B, and C. That's the mouth of the Columbia. This is where Portland to Longview, where the river turns and goes north, and then this is the gorge, so above Portland. So this is the only way you can kind of really get into seeing some of the detail. So University of Washington was able to digitize and classify the General Land Office surveys back in the 1800s, late 1800s. So this shows you where the historic habitat was located. We also have a type. So then we were able to, using Landsat and NAPE imagery in 2009, we classified land covers in that year or time frame. And we were able to run a comparison, do a crosswalk of habitat types, and run a comparison. And this basically shows you all the locations where we lost habitat or it was converted to something else other than native habitat. So that's the area in pink, and we've lost about 50% of our habitat. And then if you get into the areas in red, that's where we've basically become impervious surface, so industrial or urban areas. And this is what we're calling recovery challenged, meaning it's going to be extremely expensive to try to restore native habitats in these areas. And this is the normal run of the river kind of thing. So the areas, we have the areas in green where our native habitats are still located or intact, the red where we have impervious surface or recovery challenged. And then we have this area in pink, these areas where we think we can possibly restore to native habitats. We're calling these recoverable, and they're more low intensive agriculture, that kind of thing. So as soon as we can find willing landowners, we think we might be able to restore those. And so then we created these habitat coverage targets based on generalized conservation biology approaches, where we basically said no net loss, no conversion of native habitat since that 2009 baseline. We've already lost 50%. We don't want to lose any more. So that's pretty hefty right there. And then we also want to try to restore up to like 40%, or we want to have 40% of our historic coverage of our priority habitats by 2050. And our priority habitats are the ones that we've lost the most of. So we went through an effort of like trying to document which habitats we've lost or there's been the most severe loss since the 1800s. And then we want to try to restore those so that we can get that historic habitat diversity, or that template that we used to have, that flora and fauna, or that protects biodiversity, that kind of thing. And so trying to restore historic habitat diversity is the goal here. So then I'm going to get into the last point, which is climate change and how we're trying to work our way into like a climate smart conservation program. And this kind of gets into, I love this slide because it kind of gets into like the fact that we have to deal with in the lower river sea level rise and ocean acidification, hypoxia coming in along with the marine heat waves. This is in addition to the shifting environmental conditions that we all have to deal with. So we all know that, and we're working on the fact that species in plant and animal ranges are already shifting. They're already moving northward. They're moving to higher altitudes. And we also have earlier timing of life cycle events, or altered timing of life cycle events, like earlier growing seasons are starting earlier. Bloom and leaf out events are starting earlier. Migration periods are starting earlier, for instance. And the hydrologic changes are shifting. And this is also causing some of those shifts in life cycle events. So the idea of our targets based on historical habitat coverage targets, the idea was that historically native species evolved over the millennia used to these conditions. So therefore, restoring historic conditions should be beneficial to native species. But is that really nowadays with climate change and shifting environmental conditions? So I have, so this is us trying to work in Climate Smart, and this resource right here, the Stein et al., is a really good resource. I highly recommend it as a way of trying to start thinking and becoming more intentional about adding climate adaptation into our restoration or resource management programs. So the thing with this is that it needs to be intentional instead of it's a shift from assuming that our traditional practices of resource protection and restoration techniques are going to be sufficiently protective of native species going forward. And I think we all know that that's not necessarily the case. And the fact that we need to start integrating climate change and adaptation into every aspect of our conservation programs, including our goals and objectives. Our goals and objectives, we need to revisit and look at, like, are these habitat coverage targets realistic? Are they going to be protective when species are migrating and shifting the ranges? Are they going to be realistic going forward with shifting environmental conditions? And how do we make them more realistic? And this is a kind of a difficult conversation that we're starting to have. And the fact that we should start managing for change and not just persistence, and allow having like forward-thinking goals. So short-term, near-term goals versus long-term, and allowing the transformation of our ecosystems, because it's going to happen. And so trying to anticipate instead of reacting is something that we're starting to work on. Instead of having these ecosystem museums that we're all working on, basically, is habitat coverage targets that are based on historical conditions. Sort of like, you know, an ecosystem museum. Are we really preserving, or are we, what are we working for, I guess, basically? So in the Lower Columbia, a couple things that we're just starting to look on, and there's a pretty easy steps, if you will, is to identify where in the target species, where they're vulnerable to climate change. So for salmon and steelhead, we looked at like cold water or climate refugia, in this case, climate refuges. So we identified in the Lower Columbia where they are located. So we mapped out cold water refuges. And the main stem, Lower Columbia, from Bonneville down to about River Mile 46, so at least 100 miles, is like a lake. It's thermally homogeneous at surface and bottom, and on the peripheries, basically, there's no change. So like when you start getting up above 17, 19 degrees in July and August, and we often find things above 21 or 24 even this past year in the main stem temperature, the only way that adult returns can get off of that or get thermal, it's very thermally stressful, so the only way they can get respite from that is to find confluence areas of some of the tributaries or just get off the main stem, basically. And so University of Idaho has mapped out these climate refuges above Bonneville, and we went down and did that below Bonneville, and we found a 57-mile gap in between the Lewis River and Eagle Creek right above Bonneville Dam, and Lewis River is further down. Probably about, it's a 57-mile gap, which is pretty hefty. So what we're trying to do is test out some techniques to try to fill those gaps, to deflect the main stem and create pockets that emulate some of the cold water refuges above Bonneville, like Herman Creek, for instance, and Eagle Creek. There's a map. So these are all potential cold water refuges. These are all the tributaries in the gorge. The problem is that as soon as they hit the main stem, they get diluted. Main stem is just too much water, and so the cold water sinks, the hot water's on top, and so So what we're trying to do is create a way of deflecting the main stem and creating these little protected pockets. So another thing that we're doing is mapping sea level rise and how that can potentially impact our ability to meet our habitat coverage targets. So we ran 3 different models using Army Corps water surface elevations at the mouth. So we have a rise scenario of 0.5 meters, 1.0, and 1.5 meters of sea level rise at the mouth, and how that translates to how we are losing habitat upriver. And so, and you can see here that like at some of these areas in the lower river, when you have a more lower sea level rise, or there's a potential for like some of the habitats to get converted to open water. And then because of coastal squeeze, what will happen is the water habitats will not be able to migrate upland or inland. Basically, they'll run into like some kind of development or a levee sort of thing, and then we'll lose habitats that way because of the coastal squeeze. But then in some cases, and we mapped out these areas where there's potential levee overtopping on a regular basis. And so then the question is what are humans going to do? Are we going to build up these levees? Are we going to, some of these areas where we don't have a ton of overtopping, maybe we'll just let go and or build up these levees. But in some areas where we have a regular overtopping or it's more severe, maybe we can start thinking about strategically breaching these levees. And in those cases, we might actually see some increase in habitat behind those wetlands, and we could take some of those farmlands and make it into like marshes instead. So that's things that we're hoping to work on. And then the last thing that we're working on is looking at our plant species and what we're planting in our restoration sites, and looking at like more drought tolerant species, that kind of thing, that still contain or still provide the same functions, but at the same time will survive basically with shifting environmental conditions. And so this is my last slide, but the deal is there are these support groups for people like me that have ecological grief issues. Yeah, anyways, so okay, I could be done.
Great. So we have a short Q&A session for these 2 speakers before we break for lunch. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand, get a mic, or text that number and we'll read it out for you. Any questions for Brian or Catherine? Got one right here. Pete's coming for you.
Catherine, can you discuss briefly the loss of alluvial deposition in the wetlands from the upstream dams, and have you been thinking about that?
In some areas we have definitely are finding erosion in some areas because of the sediment retention of the dams, mostly the upstream areas. And we don't have those habitat forming disturbances that we used to have. So yeah, we haven't really, we didn't really map that. We couldn't really map that. The General Land Office survey notes are a little too, they're they're not very detailed, I guess, basically. So we can't really go through the landforms or like that kind of thing, or underwater bathymetry or like anything like that. It's more, if that answers your question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you showed the Chinook and coho information and results from the ocean that you anticipate for those species. Do you have anything you could share with us on steelhead that might be different or similar? Make some statements about what you predict for steelhead.
Sorry. So steelhead come out earlier than Chinook, and when we sample, the first survey of each spring is in May, the end of May, and so we're getting the tail end of steelhead, and so if we wanted to answer your question really well, we would create a new survey in April, get these fish as they're coming out. So we can't say a whole lot, although we just published a paper last year, I guess, that the general notion out there is that steelhead go out of the river and just straight out into the ocean. And it turns out there is a little bit more complexity. So there is stock-specific behavior and in distribution. But yeah, we're still in a phase right now where we have a pretty severe lack of information for steelhead. There is still the ability to correlate ocean conditions with steelhead survival. So I think a lot of that work's still going on. The mechanistic understanding of what's happening in the ocean is a little bit lacking.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a message for Catherine. Catherine, you mentioned your testing techniques to enhance tributary confluence. Could you describe that a little bit more and tell us what you're up to?
Yeah. Actually, I think we've presented that at several different conferences at Chris Collins, and we'll probably talk about it again at the Columbia River Estuary Conference, a little plug there. But the idea is we're just using a 3D hydrodynamic modeling right now. So we tested 3 different tributaries in the gorge and what would happen if we put basically a impervious sort of barrier that would block the main stem. So the idea is to create this pocket of protected cold water so that it doesn't get diluted from the Columbia. And it mimics basically Herman Creek or Eagle Creek, where they have these little jetties that kind of stick out, or landforms that stick out and do this. So right now we just got a grant from OEB to continue the East Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District to continue working on that and create potentially 30% designs, and then look at the constructability of that. There's some issues about like the navigation channel and how close you can get to the navigation channel. We also want to make sure that it's pervious to allow juvenile salmon to tuck into, that when they're coming down or migrating out, that they can still use those habitats. So we want to try to make sure that juveniles can still use it, but also create a big enough pocket of cold water for an area at least an acre in size and at least a ½ meter in depth, probably even more than that if at all possible. I think we have these definitions, and at least 2 degrees colder than the main stem. So that's the way we're designing it at this point. So it's likely going to be some kind of large wood structure to try to make it as most natural as possible. But it is probably going to be slightly engineered. Not the most attractive thing.
Any more questions? Okay, let's do a round of applause for our speakers. So we have an hour-long break. If you're not familiar with the downtown area for lunch options, basically they're here across the street and a little ways down, or you can walk across the pedestrian bridge, which is at this side of the convention center, and Pybus Public Market, where the social event also has some great lunch options, or find a local and they'll take you somewhere. But be back here in about an hour for lunch, and enjoy your meal.
Cut down
in that tree in your front yard. I had watched it grow for many. Everything changed slowly. What brought me pain made me cry. Flowers and rain all around me. Now is the moment that defines me. You shoot me, shoot me, you shoot the love tonight.
Could it be another day with nothing more to say? Or could it be another time with everything on our mind? But all I really want to do is lie in the sun with you. Yeah, all I really want to do is lie in the sun with you. It could feel so good.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask folks to come on in and grab your seats. We're going to start the afternoon session here. Our first presenter is Jared Siegel with Northwest Fisheries Science Center. He's going to be talking today about drivers of steelhead migration, behavior, and survival in the lower Columbia River. Is Jared in the room? Here he comes.
Hopefully my presentation will come up here in a second. I got a clicker. Oh, no worries. Most people aren't here yet. Are you doing the time? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. All right, I think I'm going to get started here. Thanks for everybody who made it back from lunch. This is some work I've been working on out of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center with Lisa Crozier, who's here today. We're looking at migration patterns of summer run steelhead in the lower Columbia River. So a little background on summer run steelhead and steelhead in general. As most of you here know, steelhead demonstrate really diverse life histories. And really, we like to put these life histories into boxes, but really they're gradients and spectrums of behavior. And I'm definitely going to put them in boxes here today, but I just want you to keep that in mind as we talk through this, that there's a lot of diversity on what these fish do. So most steelhead on the West Coast mature primarily in the ocean and are returning during the winter months before they spawn in the summer. We tend to call these winter run fish. But there's a contingent of fish that return anytime from the spring to the fall in the warmer months, which we call summer run fish. And these fish are spending a significant amount of time, roughly 6 to 10 months, in the river and maturing in the river before they spawn in the spring. This includes the inland Columbia populations that I'll be talking about today. And the majority of these fish are really arriving during the hottest part of the summer. And they really express, as we mentioned, diverse behavior during these 6 to 10 months. Which we're going to get into a little bit today. So really my objectives here is we're using pit tag data to describe patterns in travel times through the lower Columbia River, defined as Bonneville to McNary Dam. And then we're going to do a little modeling to look at environmental and other influences on that migration behavior. So why are we focusing on the lower Columbia River? Well, there's some good research done by the University of Idaho lab that tagged fish with tags that took temperature data. And they showed a lot of really cool evidence that these fish are spending many of these fish are spending considerable amounts of time in the lower Columbia, seeking out thermal refugia in cold water tributaries. Additionally, there's high fishery exposure in this reach, and there's some evidence that the longer these fish spend in this reach, that they have some level of depressed survival due to the fishery exposure. Additionally, this is a shared migration reach of both Snake River and Upper Columbia populations, and we're going to look at both of those together here today. So I mentioned thermal refuge in the lower Columbia. This reach has the Columbia River Gorge, and there's a lot of cold water tributary rivers here. And so presumably some of these fish are actually going up into these rivers, others are using the plumes in the main stem of cold water to regulate their temperatures during these warm summer months. So we're going to look a little bit at what triggers refuge use and how does refuge use vary across different populations. So the populations I'm going to look at today, I grouped populations just supposed to boost sample sizes by similar migration times and geographical proximity. So the groupings that we have the Middle Columbia, which is represented by the Yakima and Walla Walla. We have these early A-index fish, which are primarily the Imnaha, the Grand Ronde, the Asotin, Tucanon. And then we have our Upper Columbia fish here, the Aniat, Methow, Okanagan, Wenatchee. And I'll spend a little extra time talking about these fish today since we're at Upper Columbia Conference. And then I spent a considerable amount of time separating out the A-index salmon clearwater fish from the B-index salmon clearwater fish by investigating hatchery practices and where they release those fish. And you see these colors here. I'm going to consistently use this color scheme to represent these population groupings through all the graphs that I'll show you later in the presentation here. So starting by looking at arrival times. So if we look at the box plots, the horizontal box plots at the bottom, we have the arrival times for these fish. So they come from spring to fall, but the vast majority are showing up at the hottest temperatures, at peak temperatures when temperatures at Bonneville are above 20 degrees Celsius. Additionally, this is a period when flows are declining, and spill is declining. And I'll note that spill is generally terminated in the lower Columbia at the dams at September 1st, and we'll briefly look at the effects of spill. And then this line represents the average day of peak temperatures. So I'm going to note these blue and red lines in future graphs to mark these time periods for reference going forward. So here we're looking at all the PITDAC data that I analyzed from 2004 to 2016. And this is just a distribution of the different travel times from Bonneville to McNary. And you see we're going from 5 days to well over 200 days. So we have a vast array of behavior here. And so we're going to find that this hump here we'll call fast fish. And these fish that are migrating directly through this reach, it takes them roughly 8 days, plus or minus 1 or so. And then we have a much broader category here, which we're going to call slow fish. And these fish are taking a couple weeks to roughly 200 plus days. And some of these fish are actually overwintering in this reach. So they'll spend New Year's and the next month or two in this reach before going up to their tributaries to spawn. And if we log transform this, it makes, we have a real nice trimodal distribution. So we kind of have 3 distinct behaviors here. And we can fit this with a mixture model, and we'll use this mixture model to define fish as either fast or slow. So here we're fitting said mixture model to each of the groupings independently. And so use this to designate fish as fast or slow. The lighter color will represent fast fish, and the darker color will be fish that are slow. So we'll start here by looking at the arrival distributions at Bonneville Dam. And we see we have a unimodal distribution in most of these populations. These Upper Columbia fish, if you look at that red line there, they're really concentrated around the hottest time in the summer is when they're showing up. So in the gray there are fish that were not detected at McNary, so they're presumed mortalities, and that represents about 20% of these fish. So we have these migration behaviors And if we look at what that does to arrival times at McNary, we have these bimodal arrival times in most of these population groups. And the first mode are primarily fast fish that are arriving before the hottest temperatures, and they're shooting through before peak temperatures. And the second mode is primarily slow fish that delay their migration while temperatures are hot, and then they start migrating back upstream and past McNary once temperatures have started to cool down. The B index fish don't really show this because most of those fish are showing up as temperatures are declining. So I'm going to summarize some seasonal patterns here in the probability of being a slow fish by our designation, then patterns in slow travel times, meaning if you are a slow fish, how slow are you actually going? How long are you delaying your migration? And then we'll look at patterns in survival through this reach. So starting with the probability of being slow. So this is just a smoother by date. And we see all these populations are showing the same pattern that in the shoulder seasons when it's cooler, they are not likely to be slow. But when temperatures peak, as designated by that red line again, all these populations are well over 50% probability of delays. And I will note that the orange line represented by your Upper Columbia fish, they show the same pattern, but they're the least likely to delay their migration out of these groups. So now, how slow do fish go when they do delay their migration? We see some large seasonal and population-based variation, but we kind of see a shared pattern across the groups where fish tend to be slower in July and then go faster in August, and then slower again after into September. But we see that these Upper Columbia fish, when they are delaying their migration, they're delaying it for less time than most of the other fish. They're only going for about 4 weeks or so on average, whereas like Middle Columbia fish are delaying for 2 months, usually about 64 days, I think is the median for Middle Columbia fish. So if we look at survival, we see a general pattern that later fish tend to have higher survival, but we see this really big depression in survival at peak temperatures for Upper Columbia fish, which is not expressed nearly as strongly in our other population groups. So I did a little bit of modeling to look at factors affecting both the probability of being slow and the probability of surviving the reach. I used mixed linear models for this. I'm not going to get into the methods too deeply here due to time constraints, but we looked at river temperature, spill, day of year, ocean age, hatchery wild rear type, juvenile transportation for Snake River fish, and included a year as a random effect. I'm going to focus most of my efforts here on looking at the effects of temperatures in this modeling effort here. So here we're looking at the result for temperature for the Upper Columbia fish. And so what we have here is we have date on the x-axis, and we have the temperatures during the migration on the y-axis, and then we have all the data actually plotted over the top of that, and the dark circles are fish that migrated quickly, and the white circles are fish that migrated slowly. And then the probabilities are the color there, P-slow. And so what we see is that Upper Columbia fish during these peak temperatures, depending on how hot it is during the year, have really high interannual variability in the probability of migrating slowly. During warm years, the majority of these fish seem to be migrating slowly, delaying their migration, but during cool years, Upper Columbia fish, the majority of them aren't even at the hottest peak temperatures. And this plays out if we take like the average temperatures during August and relate that to the proportion of fish during August that arrive in August that migrate slowly. We have a pretty good relationship here with temperature. So now we'll look at this for all 5 of our population groups. And what we notice is that the initiation of the temperature threshold where fish start to migrate slowly is much higher for the Upper Columbia fish. They're pretty resilient compared to other steelhead in migrating slowly. So they don't really start migrating slowly until you get above 20 degrees, whereas Middle Columbia fish, 17 or 18 degrees, you already see large proportions of the population migrating slowly. And I also note, I'm not going to show these effects here, but we did see some effect of spill causing fish to be more likely to migrate slow. Older fish were more likely to migrate slowly, and then fish that were transported as juveniles as well. But now we're going to look at survival. So these are the same graphs, but now the response variable is the probability of survival. And here we see smaller gradients, but we see within our interannual variability about a 10% change in the probability of survival for Upper Columbia fish. So that's fairly substantial considering this is a small part of their life history. We also see a decent threshold, decent change in the probability of survival for Middle Columbia fish, about the same threshold. However, we see fairly weak gradients for all the Snake River fish. So they're suggesting that it's a pretty successful life history strategy for these fish to delay their migration, even though they're exposed to the fishery for 1 or 2 months longer. We're not seeing large depressions in their survival. I'll also note here the factor variables we looked at for survival, and we saw really consistent results here, where older fish had lower survival on the left graph there. The middle graph, we see that hatchery fish had lower survival for all these groups. And then we see an effect of juvenile transportation, where the transported fish represented by the T had lower survival than the run-of-river fish represented by the R. So I'm going to move on to conclusions and wrap it up here. So what we see is that most steelhead are delaying their migration at peak temperatures in this river reach. However, the propensity to be slow varies between these populations, and Upper Columbia fish are the most resilient to delaying their migration. When fish do migrate slowly, there is a wide range in the duration of the delays. Slow Upper Columbia fish migrate substantially faster than some of the other populations, even when they are delaying their migration. So they don't seem to want to hang out in the Upper Columbia for very long, and they're only going to do it when they experience really high temperatures. So we saw that the probability of being slow was influenced by temperature, spill, age, and transportation history. Temperature is really the dominant factor here. And as I've been mentioning, that Upper Columbia fish are the most resilient to being slow and have the highest threshold with temperature. We looked at survival, and that was influenced by temperature, age, ocean age, rear type, and transportation history. We see that most of the populations, particularly the snake populations, remain pretty resilient to high temperatures. So this delaying their migration and seeking out temperature refuge seems to be a functional strategy for them. But we see stronger effects for the Middle Columbia and Upper Columbia fish. With that, I would like to acknowledge Lauren Weisbraun, Brian Burke, Daniel Widener, and Tiffany Marsh, who all worked on a report that laid the foundation for most of this extra work that I've done here. So, thank you.
All right, next up we have Ben Truscott with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's going to be talking about abundance and migration success of overshoot steelhead in Upper Columbia River Basin.
Thanks, Pete. I'm going to talk about some recent analysis we've done. Excuse me. Looking at steelhead overshoots in the Upper Columbia River. Definitely a collaborative project that I've been a part of, but also Andrew Murdoch, Kevin C. have worked on a lot of the analysis amongst a lot of other folks that have been collecting the data and running all the systems that make this possible. So a couple things we'll get started with, just a couple of definitions. First one being overshoot. So overshoot is any fish that migrates upstream of its natal tributary. So for example, it could be a natal Yakima River Basin fish that migrates above Priest Rapids Dam. The next step beyond overshoot would be a fallback. So a fallback is a fish that migrates upstream of a dam and then migrates or falls back downstream of that dam. So in this example, That could be the same natal Yakima River Basin fish that migrates above Priest Rapids, hangs out for a while, and then returns to the Yakima River Basin to spawn. Last would be a stray. A stray is any fish of non-local origin that spawns in a non-local stream. So in this example, that would be this natal Yakima River Basin fish goes above Priest Rapids Dam and then stays up there and spawns in the Wenatchee River. So really that difference of the spawning behavior in that non-local stream is what differentiates a stray from an overshoot or a fallback. I'm not going to get too much into this one just for time, but there's been a couple papers recently looking at overshoots and strays in the upper Columbia River, or the Columbia River in general. Mechanistically, they're different. The spatial scales of overshoots are more on a population level, whereas strays are on an individual level, and the frequency of overshooting is much more common than it is for stray rates. So overshooting can be a really common behavior in the Columbia River, whereas strays is much less. The question, is overshooting in itself bad? And if the rates of overshoot and fallback are equal, then there's nothing wrong with overshoots. If fish are overshooting their natal population, they go upstream, seek some thermal refuge, wait till conditions get better, return back downstream to their natal river and spawn, then everything's golden. But the problem lies if these rates are unequal, then you start having population effects for both the donor population and the receiving population. So on the donor end, there's going to be a population sink. When these rates are unequal, you're going to be losing fish from your downstream population. On the receiving end, you're going to see kind of unnaturally high rates of straying, and then along with that, some loss of genetic diversity and possible reduced population fitness on that receiving end. So our objective in this analysis is to start with estimating fallback abundance downstream of Priest Rapids Dam. We kind of look at Priest Rapids Dam as the start of the upper Columbia River. It's also where we have a fish sampling facility, so it works nicely for kind of where we start this analysis. We also want to be able to estimate overshoot abundance at Priest Rapids Dam. And lastly, be able to look at annual overshoot and fallback conversion rates for the upper Columbia River. To get started, this all starts at Priest Rapids Dam, where we annually pit tag a representative sample of the steelhead run. We have a systematic sampling design that we sample and pit tag fish on an annual basis from July until about November, where we encounter basically the entirety of the upper Columbia steelhead run, end up pit tagging about 15% of that run. We then use this patch occupancy model that's been in development for about the last 10 years or so to estimate abundance. I've presented on that in these conferences at the past, so I'm not really going to get too much into it. It's in a paper that's in review coming out soon if you have questions about that. From that patch occupancy model and the representative pit tagging, we're able to get estimates of abundance into the upstream populations above Priest Rapids Dam. The four major populations of the upper Columbia, the Wenatchee, Iniat, Methow, and the Okanagan. Also, from that same modeling, if we just then look downstream of Priest Rapids Dam, we can use the same methods and start estimating fallbacks to all the downstream populations, a couple of hatcheries, all of the mid-Columbia populations, and the Snake River. Put on a map, looks something like that. The populations upstream of Priest Rapids Dam in green are the areas where we're estimating abundance, run escapement, spawning escapement. All the populations downstream of Priest Rapids Dam in yellow are where we're estimating fallback abundance. So we're going to get into some of the results for the fallback analysis first. We'll have a handful of these charts. They're all pretty much set up the same. Abundance at Priest Rapids Dam is on the axis on the left. The axis on the right is on this one is the proportion of fallbacks. That's the black line there with the time series on the x-axis there. You can see year to year the abundance of fallbacks is a little bit variable, but overall the proportion through the time series is relatively consistent. The mean there is 20%. So 20% of the wild fish at Priest Rapids Dam successfully fall back to a mid-sea or Snake River population on an annual basis. Same chart for hatchery fish this time, and similar kind of relationship, abundance of fallbacks, a little variable, but proportion pretty consistent. The proportion of hatchery fish that fall back is the mean over this time series is 15%, so slightly lower than wild fish. That's mostly attributable to the fact that hatchery fish in the Upper Columbia are often subject to harvest. So you're going to have a few less fish successfully getting back downstream as fallbacks as they're harvested in the Upper Columbia. That's the basis right there of the fallback part of this results. It's really pretty straightforward. We initially weren't estimating fallbacks with this method, but then a few years into it, realized that we can use the same method, just look downstream of Priest Rapids Dam and generate all these estimates. But, the distribution, these are where all the fish are falling back to. This is where those fish are returning to. The Snake River and the Yakima River are, represent the majority of where fish are falling back to, with those other mid-sea populations contributing a handful of, getting a few fish every year as fallbacks. Now that's the end of the fallbacks. So the question then was, how do we get to overshoots? The fallbacks are the successful fish that make it back downstream. They're relatively easy to estimate. We have pit tag detections in all these other basins. We see when these fish show up, use the existing method that we have. We can't, from this current method with the patch occupancy model, estimate overshoots at Priest Rapids Dam. So the question was, how do we get to this estimate of overshoots? What data do we have that could provide us something? And something that Andrew came up with was to look at fish tagged as juveniles from outside of the Upper Columbia River Basin. So I'll call those out of basin juveniles. If there was anything we could do to look at these out of basin juveniles when they're detected at Priest Rapids Dam, in order to turn those into some estimate of abundance. We know if they're a juvenile fish tagged, if they're now an adult fish returning to Priest Rapids Dam, if they were tagged as a juvenile from out of basin, we know that's an overshoot fish. But that doesn't give us any estimate of abundance. But what we do have is a relationship between the known number of fish tagged as juveniles that are doing this fallback behavior, and then an estimate of abundance that we're generating. So we said, hey, if this relationship exists at the fallback stage between the known number of juveniles at the fallback stage and our estimates of abundance, we can then use that relationship to look at those known number of juveniles that are overshoots at Priest Rapids Dam and then turn that into an estimate of abundance. Put the data together. There's a regression through the origin using this is annual totals of wild fish only. So no harvest impacts. We considered trying to do this at a population level, but due to the relatively small sample size and possibilities of non-representative tagging throughout those different populations, we figured that this relationship really wouldn't hold up at that smaller spatial scale. So this is at the an annual total. That's our total estimate of fallback abundance. And the total number of known out-of-basin juveniles that are doing that same behavior. So because this relationship exists, we're then able to look at the number of out-of-basin juveniles that get detected at Priest Rapids Dam on an annual basis, use this relationship to abundance, and turn those detections into an estimate of abundance on an annual basis. This is what it looks like when you run that data through the time series. So now, same chart, but instead of looking at fallbacks, the secondary bars and the axis on the right is overshoots. So these are not the fish that are successful going downstream. These are all the fish that are just above Priest Rapids Dam. You'll see a lot greater variability in the proportion year to year. This is only with wild fish, so there's no hatchery fish in this analysis because of the impacts from harvest. So it's only with wild fish. And the mean through the time series there is 34%. Oh, one last thing on this. We also, had this question is, are these fish really overshoots or maybe some of these strays? And thankfully, all these fish are pit tagged, so you can look at their detection history throughout the Upper Columbia. And you don't see these fish going into spawning tributaries. They don't really go up the Wenatchee, the Iniat, the Okanagan. They stay primarily in the main stem Columbia River corridor. Handful of fish will show up in the tributaries, but the vast majority are staying in the main stem corridor. When you look at the conversion rate, so now this is the overshoot to fallback conversion rate. This is how many of those overshoots are making it back downstream on an annual basis. Through the time series, you see it's pretty consistent. The mean for the time series is 69%. And we don't really know if this is good, if this is bad. This is really the first time that we know of that we're able to generate estimates of this conversion rate, based on estimates of abundance. One thing that this does show us is, the consistency of that conversion rate through time helps give us a little bit of confidence with this analysis, given that the conditions in the Upper Columbia, the operations of the hydro system, the things that you may expect would influence this conversion rate have stayed relatively consistent over the time period that we have data. So to see kind of a consistent conversion rate through that same time period, even though the proportions of overshoots at the dam are pretty variable, the conversion rates are kind of consistent through time. So it gives us some indication that this new analysis is not totally crazy. We wanted to say, hey, is this good? Is this bad? What does this look like compared to somewhere else? So we started looking into the Snake River Basin overshoots into the Snake. And this is basically as far as we've taken this analysis. But basically you can see these are all the mid-Columbia populations and where they're overshooting. So the black is overshoots into the Upper Columbia. Those are detections at Priest Rapids Dam. And the gray is overshoots into the Snake. Those are overshoots at Ice Harbor. These are, again, known. These are juveniles tagged from out of basin that are detected at these sites. This is the totals for 2011 to 2018. So Yakima River Basin overshoots are more prevalent in the Upper Columbia than they are in the Snake River Basin. But all the other mid-sea populations are significantly more prevalent into the Snake River Basin than the Upper Columbia. The total there on the far right, it's about 6 times more abundant overshoots into the Snake River Basin than it is into the Upper Columbia. Okay. Fixed it. Summary of where we're at so far. 1 out of 3 wild steelhead at Priest Rapids Dam are overshoots. That's that 34% annually. And then only a small proportion, less than 5%, are observed on the spawning grounds. 1 out of 3 overshoots at Priest Rapids Dam don't make it back downstream. That's that 69% conversion rate year to year. And lastly, overshoots may be 6 times more abundant in the Snake River Basin than they are in the Upper Columbia. A similar analysis can be done in the Snake River using Lower Granite Dam data, where they operate a nearly identical pit tagging and abundance estimation for the Snake River. To finish this off, back to the Upper Columbia, we did a radio telemetry study in 2015 and 2016. The paper from this is in review right now, Fuchs et al. Nate's here in the room. A lot of great things came out of this, but one thing that's applicable to this is the timing, the downstream migration timing of steelhead at Priest Rapids Dam. You can see the fish start moving downstream of Priest Rapids Dam in basically early September. They continue pretty consistently through about mid-December until there's a lull in that winter period before picking back up again in March. In the Upper Columbia, this coincides pretty much exactly with the non-spill period. Spill runs up until September 1st and then starts again on April 15th. So the downstream passage routes for these fish in the Upper Columbia are limited. So as a kind of recommendation wrap up, that during non-spill periods, surface flow downstream passage routes at all hydro projects should greatly improve downstream passage. This comes primarily from Kahn et al., who looked at downstream passage of steelhead on the Dalles Dam, Lower Columbia River. They used hydroacoustics for a couple of years to look at passage of steelhead past the Dalles Dam during non-spill periods and the routes that they took. And overwhelmingly, the fish used the sluiceway, so a surface flow downstream passage route, 91 to 99% annually. Fish chose that surface route downstream. So as a result, the Dalles Dam operations have modified to keep a sluiceway open until December 15th, and then open one again in March 1st as an Upper Columbia application, something that would provide downstream passage route for steelhead moving downstream from the end of spill at September 1st until about December 15th, and then from March 1st until spill starts again on April 15th. That's all I got. Big thank you to Janet Eckenberg. She's not in the room today, but she's put over 3 decades of service in at Priest Rapids Dam, being our lead in the field with this steelhead project. So big thanks to her and all the other staffs that have worked on this. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ryan Harnish with Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. He's going to be discussing juvenile salmon and steelhead passage and survival through the Snake and Columbia River hydro system during spring gas cap spill 2018.
Okay, thank you. So rather than present the results from the 2018 system survival study we did, I thought it would be more informative to instead show you the results of a synthesis that we're working on to evaluate smolt passage and survival in relation to spill operations over an 11-year period in the lower Columbia River. Okay, so as most of you know, there's been a trend towards higher and higher spill levels in the lower Snake and Columbia Rivers, including the 2017 court-ordered 24-hour spill to the total dissolved gas cap that was implemented in 2018, as well as the flexible spill agreement that was implemented in 2019, adjustments to state water quality standards that would allow for higher total dissolved gas and spill levels during the spring migration period in 2020 and 2021. And of course, this is being done with the thought that higher spill levels will increase smolt survival by reducing powerhouse passage rates and by increasing travel rates of smolts through the hydro system. So as I mentioned, this is a synthesis of juvenile salmon acoustic telemetry system, or JSATS data, that was collected over an 11-year period in the lower Columbia River from 2008 to 2018. So most of the data included in the synthesis come from passage and survival studies that were conducted to determine whether or not the dams were in compliance with the dam passage survival criteria of NOAA's biological opinion. Also included are the results from an acoustic tag effects study conducted in 2008, 2 evaluations of the behavioral guidance structure that was deployed upstream of Bonneville Dam Powerhouse 2 back in 2008 and 2009, and also the results of the system-wide survival study we did in 2018. So for many of these studies, cabled acoustic telemetry receivers were deployed on the upstream face of the dams, allowing us to track the movements of acoustic tag fish in 3 dimensions as they approached and passed the dam. So from those data, we were able to determine the route of passage of these fish, as well as the precise time that they passed the dams, which then allowed us to associate the dam operations and environmental conditions occurring at the time of passage to each of these fish's passage events. This table shows the sample sizes of fish that were assigned a route and associated with the dam operations and conditions at the time of passage. You can see sample sizes range from about 10,000 to 20,000 fish at John Day, the Dalles, and Bonneville, with about 3,700 yearling Chinook salmon and steelhead at McNary Dam. So those data were then used to construct models to predict powerhouse passage probability as a function of these dam operations and environmental conditions at the time of passage. Candidate variables are shown here, included fork length, total discharge, spill proportion, forebay temperature, weir discharge, and then at Bonneville, instead of just spill proportion, we used the proportion of flow flowing through Powerhouse 1 and Powerhouse 2, and also forebay elevation. And so the first thing we did was to test for a Diel effect on Powerhouse passage probability, which was found to be a significant predictor for all of these dam and species-specific models, except at McNary for yearling Chinook salmon, as indicated by the X's. And so then the D's and N's indicate the variables that were included in the day and night specific models for each dam and species-specific combination. One thing I want to point out here is that in addition to Diel period, fork length, total discharge, and spill proportion were included in almost all of the best fitting models as indicated by AIC. Okay, moving on to some of the results from these models here. We have Powerhouse passage probability as a function of spill proportion for yearling Chinook salmon at the 4 dams. So we have daytime, the daytime relationship is shown in blue, nighttime is shown in pink. Again, at McNary, there was no Diel difference, so that is shown in red for fish that pass during both day and night. So from these relationships, you can see that there is a strong Diel effect on Powerhouse passage probability at John Day and the Dalles, with Powerhouse passage being higher at night. And the percentages of fish that passed through the Powerhouse during the day and the night are shown there on the right side. You can see pretty large differences in those percentages. Also wanted to point out that the dashed line shown there is the relationship derived from pit tagged fish as reported by the comparative survival study. And so you see there's no differentiation between day and night because as you might know, pit tagged fish that pass through the spillway or the surface routes or the sluiceways or the turbines are not detected at the dams, and so don't really know what time of day those undetected fish are passing the dams. Another thing we see is that there is a minimal reduction in Powerhouse passage at John Day once spill is greater than about 30%, and almost no relationship between daytime Powerhouse passage and spill at the Dalles Dam. So increasing spill to the gas cap at these really high levels during the day, these models predict that that's not going to move a substantial number of fish from the Powerhouse to the spillway. Same relationships now for steelhead, but now we see there's a strong Diel effect on Powerhouse passage at all 4 of the dams, again with Powerhouse passage being substantially higher at night. And again, we see that there is a minimal reduction in daytime Powerhouse passage at John Day and the Dalles when spill is greater than 30%. Another interesting finding of this modeling is that we observed negative correlations between Powerhouse passage and fork length at all of the dams. So here you see there's a significant negative relationship between Powerhouse passage and fork length for yearling Chinook salmon that passed John Day, the Dalles, and Bonneville during the day, and for yearling Chinook that passed the Dalles and Bonneville at night. And so this is an important finding because these relationships indicate that correlations between Powerhouse passage and survival of pit-tagged fish could potentially be confounded by fish size. Same relationships now for steelhead. Again, you see significant relationship between Powerhouse passage and fork length for steelhead passing all 4 of the dams during the day, and again at John Day and the Dalles at night. Now looking at the effect of spill on in-river survival. So we found that the route of passage was the best predictor of survival for these fish from John Day to the Dalles, which is shown on the left, and from the Dalles to Bonneville, shown on the right, for yearling Chinook salmon, which are the 2 top figures, and for steelhead on the bottom. And in general, you don't see a great effect of spill on survival, particularly for fish passing through the spillway. We did observe some diel differences in survival for yearling Chinook, and those are shown as solid lines for daytime passed fish and dashed lines for fish that passed at night. There is a bit of influence of spill on survival of fish that pass through the turbines at John Day and the Dalles, and also for sluice passed fish at the Dalles, but almost no relationship between spill proportion and survival of steelhead from the Dalles to Bonneville. So given the relatively small influence that we saw there of spill on in-river survival, it wasn't terribly surprising to see that survival of our acoustic tag fish from McNary to Bonneville for the 3 years that we had receivers deployed in locations that allowed us to estimate survival through the entire lower Columbia River, those survival estimates are all pretty similar, shown here as the blue and red dots, with standard errors associated with those, which you'll notice are quite small. We're able to estimate it with good precision due to the high detection probability that acoustic telemetry can provide. So they're plotted up there with about 20 years of NOAA Fisheries pit tag survival estimates from McNary to Bonneville Dam. And you'll notice there's a lot of uncertainty in those pit tag survival estimates, which is caused by the difficulty in estimating detection probability at Bonneville Dam due to low numbers of detections of fish downstream at the pit tag trawl. You'll also see there's a lot of variability in those pit tag estimates. These estimates are sometimes have issues meeting the assumptions of the Cormac Jolly Seaver survival model, which could be contributing to that large level of variability. So here's, again, the table here just shows those same acoustic telemetry survival estimates with their standard errors. And again, they're all within about 5 percentage points of one another, despite the rather large differences in discharge and spill that were present during, or that occurred during those years. So you see that 2012 actually had the highest survival, but it had about average discharge. And the spill level fluctuated right around the gas cap spill target. Compare that to 2018, where we had the lowest survival. That was the highest flow year and highest spill year of the three. Similar for steelhead, we were only able to estimate McNary to Bond survival for steelhead for 2 of the years, but the survival estimates are nearly identical. Again, despite pretty large differences in the conditions that those fish encountered between those 2 years. So we observed significant differences in passage behavior by diel period, with powerhouse passage being generally quite a bit higher at night. These results indicate that the gas cap spill may be less effective than predicted at reducing powerhouse passage during daylight hours when the majority of fish are passing the dams compared to what is being predicted from the pit tag data. We observed significant relationships between powerhouse passage and fish size, with smaller fish being more likely to pass through the powerhouse than large fish. And again, these correlations are important because they indicate that those the correlations between powerhouse passage and survival of pit tag fish to returning adults may be confounded by fish size. We saw relatively little correlation between in-river survival and spill after accounting for other factors such as route of passage, temperature and discharge, and similar survival from McNary to Bonneville. During the 3 years we were able to estimate it, despite rather large differences in spill between those years. There's difficulty of estimating pit detection probability at Bonneville, which causes substantial variability and uncertainty in those pit survival estimates. And So acoustic telemetry is better suited than pit tags for evaluating spill effects in passage routing and in-river survival. Acoustic telemetry allows in-river survival to be estimated with great precision, and if that was done consistently, then we'd be able to more accurately attribute mortality between the river and the ocean in life cycle evaluations. And finally, the mechanisms by which increased spill are predicted to increase smolt to adult returns, namely reductions in powerhouse passage and travel time through the hydro system, are measurable with acoustic telemetry with high precision and can be evaluated on a shorter time scale than waiting for adults to return for smolt to adult return rates, which could also be confounded with ocean conditions. And with that, I would like to thank the Army Corps of Engineers for funding these studies, the Department of Energy Water Power Technology Office for funding the analysis of these data, the many PNNL employees who assisted in the collection of these data, Drs. John Skalski and Rich Townsend from the University of Washington who collaborated with us on these studies, and the many Corps of Engineers, project, district, and division staff who helped make these projects possible. Thank you.
Next up, we have Daniel Rotting with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. He's going to talk about a multi-state model to estimate Upper Columbia River spring Chinook life cycle survival from passive integrated transponder tagging and detection.
Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about some modeling work I did to take a look at the survival of natural origin or wild Upper Columbia spring Chinook from the time of tagging till they get back to their tributaries as adults. So I'm going to go through a little bit of background, talk a little bit about how we collected the data for this, the model, results, and next steps. So Mike Ford laid out the recent timeline for Upper Columbia spring Chinook, listed as endangered in 98, recovery plan in 07, NOAA status reviews in 5, 11, and 16, still at a high risk of extinction. ISAB, which is a science board for the Northwest Power Planning Council, took a look at Upper Columbia spring Chinook, and they recommended some quantitative survival and abundance estimates and to work towards incorporating these into life cycle models. So I'm going to work on the survival, the quantitative part of the survival estimates in this talk. So should have coordinated a little bit better with Mike, but same story that Mike told. I've got graphs on the right-hand side, Methow, Entiat, Wenatchee. Red line is the delisting goal, and all of them show a pretty similar pattern. High abundance prior to the 80s, lowest abundance in the late 90s, right about the time of listing, increase after 2000, but well below the delisting goal. So as just a review for spring Chinook from a life cycle perspective, eggs are deposited in the fall, alevins hatch in the winter, and then pars start moving downstream in the summer all the way through the fall of their first year at age 1, and we can tag them. At age 2, then spring Chinook in the Upper Columbia move downstream. We can tag them there as well, and we can detect them as smolts at the many detection facilities at the dams. When adults come back, they can come back as age 3 males, jacks, and they can come back as age 4 and 5 adults, and we can detect them as well as they come back through the detection facilities and fish ladders and through in-stream pit tag arrays. So data collection, all of the fish that we got for this analysis were collected through screw traps in the upper Columbia. They go in the late winter or spring, stay through the summer, and operate all the way as long as they can through the winter. Fish that are captured are pit tagged. They're released, and as they move downstream, they're detected as juveniles and adults here at Bonneville Dam through detection facilities at the dams. And finally, when they come back in the summer, in the late spring and summer, they're detected at in-stream pit tag arrays at the mouths of all of the 3 rivers in the upper Columbia. So I looked at 5 years worth of data, brood years from 2009 through 2013. For the Methow River, at the triangles are smolt traps. So there were 8,000 fish that I looked at that were tagged in those traps. The red vertical line LMR is the lowest pit tag array in the Methow. In the Entiat, there were a lot more fish for this period, 23,000. From just one trap that's located near the mouth. And then for the Wenatchee, there were 63,000 through a series of tributary and main stem traps, also with detection pit tag array at the mouth. So, this is, so I'm going to try to use a pointer on the screen to my left. So this is the model that I have. Just think of this conceptually. The circles are the tagging. Over here are the different ages. So as fish are tagged as par or smolts, they move down the system, and at each vertical line, that's a detection spot. These are main stem dams, so they're detected at Rocky Reach, McNary, John Day, Bonneville, and then they transition and go to the ocean. They come back as 3-year-olds and detected at Bonneville, all the way back through Wells and then back into to the Methow. They can stay another year in the ocean and then come down, and they can stay even a 5th year in the ocean. So this is, I used an extension of Cormac Jolly Zebra model, and it's really not all that difficult, but the accounting is really difficult to try to keep all these fish moving down at the same place and the same time to take advantage of things. So I went through, so we can go through this. So if you're tagged, say at the twist trap in the fall, the next time we see you then is at Rocky Reach, and we've detected your survival for that year, for that transition, and we figured out your detection probability at Rocky Reach. We do that as you move all the way downstream or down the Columbia. And then typically then a fish up here will spend 2 years out in the ocean. So we'll go out to the ocean for a year, go out and still stay out there for another year. And then it will return then at age 4, after spending 2 years in the ocean, and it will return to the Methow. And there's all sorts of different migration patterns, but that's just sort of basically how the model works. So I've got a series of graphs that address the results. They're pretty similar. The axis on the left-hand side is the survival, 0 to 1 or 100%. And then the label at the top, and this one in case it's par to smolt survival. And then there's labels at the top of each of the graphs. So starting on the left, it's Methow, Entiat, and Wenatchee. So what we see here is for Methow and Wenatchee fish, survivals are somewhere near about 40%, but survivals for Entiat fish are about half of that. And the hypothesis is that Entiat fish, remember, because the trap is at the mouth, most all of those fish are overwintering in the reservoir, while we believe that most of the Wenatchee and Methow fish that we've tagged are overwintering in the river. So now I'm going to walk you through some survivals. These are similar for each of the populations, and I just picked the Entiat to try to illustrate this. So the first one is from the smolt trap to Rocky Reach, about 80%. Then going 4 dams from Rocky Reach to McNary is about 60%. McNary to John Day is about 90%. And Bonneville, John Day to Bonneville is about 70%. Ryan talked a little bit about the imprecision in the pit tag estimates just due to low detections at Bonneville and below. So then we can go ahead and take a look and ask the question, what's the survival from the smolt trap to Bonneville as a juvenile? And I have lines in there at about 30%, which you see is occurring. So most Upper Columbia natural origin spring Chinook smolts, their survival from the time we trap them and put a pit tag in them to Bonneville Dam is about 30%. So we're losing a significant amount of fish in that migration. This model doesn't tell us how we're losing those fish. We just know those are mortalities. They're likely natural combination of natural mortalities, hydromortalities, predation mortalities. So the other thing we can take a look at then is what's the survival then from Bonneville to Bonneville, or an index of ocean survival. Top left is, we had to combine Methow and Iniat just because tag size for the Methow was so low. So anyway, survivals with jacks, upper left are about 2%. Without jacks, a little pretty similar. Same thing for Wenatchee. So basically, once they're from Bonneville to Bonneville, their survival is about 2%. So a lot of mortality is taking place out in the ocean for these fish. Okay, now we can trace then, now we're at Bonneville and we're going to trace these fish all the way back to their rivers. So survivals from Bonneville to McNary, I have a line up there at about 80%, so you can see that's pretty close. As mentioned before, there is a tribal fishery that occurs between Bonneville to McNary, and that accounts for some of the mortality in the Bonneville to McNary Reach. McNary to Priest Rapids, the line is there at about 95%, a little bit lower than that. Priest Rapids to Rock Island, a little bit above 95%, and Rock Island to Rocky Reach, near 95%. So pretty high survivals for adults above McNary Dam. So then we can go ahead and ask the question, well, what is their cumulative survival from Bonneville Dam all the way back to these tributaries? So for Methow, I have a line there at about 50%. We're bouncing around that. At Iniat, I have a line at 60% survival. We're bouncing around that. And for Wenatchee, I've got a line at 70% survival. So you should probably note that, I should have said this in the beginning, the black dots are the means, and the vertical lines are the 90% confidence intervals or credible intervals. So we're really uncertain about survival estimates, or much more uncertain about survival estimates in the Methow than we are in the Wenatchee. And that's because the Methow pit tag arrays detection probabilities are low, so that causes us to be more uncertain. Wenatchee has higher pit tag detection probabilities, but we're also able to leverage the Tumwater Falls detection probability, which is very high. So the next thing to take a look at that I wanted to talk about a little bit was based on some work that was done in the late 1990s by the PATH process. They looked at sort of survivals, what are survivals that are needed for healthy populations. And they made some recommendations of 2 to 6% and around 4%. This was incorporated into the Northwest Power Planning Council's Fish and Wildlife Program in the early 2000s. And so, and it's the survival from the uppermost dam as a juvenile to the uppermost dam as an adult. That's how it's measured here. So the red line is 2%. That's the low end of the council range. The light yellow line is 4%. That's the average goal, and the upper goal is about 6%. And you can see for all of the upper Columbia River stocks, they are well below the goal for this period. So some summaries for the presentation. PAR to smolt survival is lower for Entiat compared to Methow and Wenatchee juveniles. We hypothesize this is because Entiat juveniles PAR are spending a significant amount of time in their reservoir. Smolt trap, our survivals from smolt traps, from the screw traps to Bonneville is about 25 to 30%. Adult survival from Bonneville Dam to the tributary is 50 to 70%, depending on the basin. The smolt to adult return from the upper, or to and from the uppermost dam is about 1% or less, which is well below the council goal of 4%. And just a reminder that these survivals then include natural mortality, predation, and hydro mortality. So, so this was done as a proof of concept. I used 5 years that I had available data on. I'm going to extend this and go back in the time series and forward in the time series over the next year. I should be able to leverage the PAR electroshocking data in these tributaries to try to figure out what overwinter survival is within these rivers. I've grouped the fish that we've tagged as PAR, summer PAR, and fall PAR, and got a single survival estimate. Probably breaking them out makes more sense. I can take a look at covariates. Ryan talked about some of those already. Spill discharge, how they affect wild spring Chinook juvenile survivals. We can do other species, and these results can be incorporated into life cycle models. Jeff Jorgensen is going to talk about those. Shuba is working on some life cycle models for the Entiat. So this work is part of the Council's Fish and Wildlife Program. It's funded by BPA, and this is the part of the Comparative Survival Study Group report. Those are the partners, and the report is linked there. And I'd like to thank all of the folks who went out and spent a lot of time to put in 93,000 pit tags that we could use for this analysis. So thank you very much.
Next, we have Timothy Copeland with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. Speaking of salmon were made to move downstream rearing in interior stocks of Chinook, salmon, and steelhead.
So, like we heard, some steelhead from the Snake River do. I have temporarily strayed into the Upper Columbia. I plan to fall back later tomorrow. But I want to thank Greer for inviting me to come to speak to you all. I'm really enjoying some of the things I'm learning here, and I hope to get to talk to more of y'all later. I want to acknowledge my co-authors here, Marika Dobos, who also works for Idaho Department of Fish and Game, and Mike Ackerman, who you'll see the last series of slides is based on data that he has given me. And so the request Greer made of me was to talk about fish that move downstream of their natal reach, and we've studied this in Idaho a little bit. And this is what I'll be talking about. I'm defining downstream rearing, and I'll use this abbreviation DSR to denote that as a fish that leaves its natal reach before it turns into a smolt. Before it begins that process, it's physiologically preparing itself to go to the ocean. Natal reach rearing fish are those who pretty much stay where they were spawned. We've known for a while that these fish move downstream, but we haven't really understood the consequences of that behavior, and that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about here. But I mean, we've known about this since the 60s. Chapman made this quote in a paper that he published, that substantial numbers of steelhead and Chinook salmon move downstream for varying distances in the fall in many rivers in Idaho. And it seems pertinent that some fish of a given age remain in general areas where they reared in the summer while others move downstream. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to go over some key concepts about why a fish might do that, and talk about most of the presentation is going to be some slides showing some of the results that we have, very light on the methods. You can ask me about those later if you like. And I'll have a few thoughts at the end as far as the implications and what people who are interested in restoring and recovering salmon populations in the interior Columbia should be thinking about. So there are several reasons why a young fish that's in its natal stream might actually leave and go downstream. As fish grow, they get larger, their needs change, and so perhaps they would like to go somewhere else because they're not getting what they need where they're at. There could be effects of competition with others in their cohort. We know that resources aren't distributed evenly across the landscape or riverscapes, and so there are some fitness consequences, and it may pay for fish to leave their natal stream early. Also, conditions change, and especially in this part of the world, winter is an important feature that affects how fish behave in their life. And then, because of these changes that individual fish do, there are implications that redound to the populations that they come from. And that fish that move downstream then broaden the niche that population occupies. And that increases the diversity of life histories within those populations. And this is thought to increase the resilience. And that's what I'm going to talk about really here is what are the implications as far as the resilience of the population to disturbance, and how stable are they, and how quickly might they recover from some insult. So this is a picture from up in Idaho. This is well above 6,000 feet in elevation, and a very beautiful place to be. And if you're a little fish coming up out of the gravel, there's lots of good clean water, lots of aeration, and this is a nice place to start. But if you're there right now, this is more what it would look like. Summer doesn't last very long at those elevations, and so winter can be very harsh, and that causes some problems. And so what we see is there's an upstream-downstream gradient in a number of things in terms of fertility, in terms of the growing season, and because of the differences in those areas, you have different risks, and these are compounded by density-dependent effects. And so when you throw in extra environmental variability, like some years you have good flows, some years you have poor flows, this sort of variability, it means that it pays to do different things if you can. And this then should have some effects on the population, as we already talked about. So this is the landscape that I operate on. And so the green triangles are the vertical screw traps that we operate. And we can enumerate fish as they go by. We can tag them. And our next accounting point is Lower Granite Dam, which is this slash right here. So this is how we account for fish leaving the state of Idaho. So we generally think of a smolt as a smolt once it passes Lower Granite Dam, because as you can see, there's a lot of room between these traps and Lower Granite Dam. So this is the Salmon River here. This is Sawtooth Fish Hatchery. We have a screw trap there, and that is about as far from Lower Granite Dam as Lower Granite Dam is from the Pacific Ocean. So you can think of the distance along the river here, the salmon down into the Snake, and then to the Lower Granite Dam. That's the same distance pretty much as the southern border of the state of Washington. So there's a lot of room there for fish to use, and they do. This shouldn't be a big surprise. So this is going to be more about what happens to those fish when they do that. So this is, again, some historical information. Ted Bjorn, working in the Lemhi River, produced this from back in the 60s and into the 70s. In this particular example, what we're seeing is the pulses of fish that are moving out of the upper Lemhi River after the spawning in 1964. So there's about over 1,000 reds in the upper Lemhi River at that point. And we see this big pulse of fish, and then we see some what he was calling pre-smolts at the time. And then finally in the spring, we get a pulse of fish that are actively smolting and directly moving downstream, heading for the Snake River and heading for the ocean. This is an example for steelhead. So this is a bit different. What we're looking at here is detections of pit-tagged fish from Fish Creek, which is a tributary of the Lochsaw River in the Clearwater. And this is our best steelhead data series, and we put out a lot of pit tags there. And these are fish that were actually detected somewhere in the hydro system. And what we're looking at is the number of months between when they were tagged in Fish Creek, leaving Fish Creek, and then when they show up in the hydro system. And so there's a couple of clouds here. So in the springtime here, so we've got these panels, spring, summer, and fall. Fish move all times of the year there. And fish that are within a few months of tagging that show up in the hydro system, those are your natal reach rearing fish. So they didn't spend very much time downstream of Fish Creek. And you see a couple of them in the summertime that also show up. But most of those fish, almost all of the vast majority of the smolts that are produced by this population spend 1, 2, or even 3 winters somewhere else. And so steelhead really take advantage of that habitat that's out there. Switching back to Chinook again, this is Big Creek, which is a tributary of the Middle Fork salmon. Bryce Oldemeyer did his thesis work there, and he developed these data. And what he was looking at is the ratio of natal reach rearing fish to downstream rearing fish in Big Creek. And Big Creek has got about 30 miles of good habitat upstream of the screw trap. And what he noticed, 2 things that I want to point out here is, oops, where's Nelly? There we go. What he noticed is that, number one, there's always more downstream rearing fish than there are natal reach rearing fish. And furthermore, that as the size of the cohort increases, the proportion of those fish that leave that habitat to go rear downstream somewhere also goes up. This is data from the trap at Sawtooth, and we looked at a number of brood years, and this is the transition probability, basically survival from the trap to Lower Granite Dam. And the blue line there are the fish that leave in the summer and the fall, and the green line are those that are the natal reach rearing fish that wait until March and April before they start moving. And as you can see, that they are much more, they show up at Lower Granite Dam at a much greater rate than the downstream rearing fish. But you can see that through time, they kind of parallel each other. And I put this slide up there because it's a good example of the pattern we see in all of our populations. That gap that's between them can shrink, but in general, this is the kind of pattern that we see, that those downstream rearing fish are going through winter, and it's a fairly harsh time for them, and not all of them make it. Now, this is something that we weren't expecting to find. We decided to try to go through the life cycle as far as we could, and so we're looking at SAR. So this is, we're defining as the number of smolts that pass Lower Granite Dam, and then how many make it back as an adult to Bonneville Dam. And we separated this by the two groups, downstream rearing versus natal reach rearing, and basically calculate those 2 SARs and then subtract the downstream rearing SAR from the other. So here's the difference, and basically if you're below the 0 line here, then SAR is going to be greater for your downstream rearing fish. And that's this is what we were very surprised to find out, is there actually seems those downstream rearing fish, for some reason, seem to perform a little bit better in the ocean. And what we're looking at here are a mean with kind of a range. Those whiskers are the range. And almost all populations, you see at least a little bit better performance by those downstream rearing fish. So you multiply all those things through, basically you have numbers of fish at the trap, how well did they survive from the trap down to Lower Granite Dam, and then how well do they survive to the ocean back as an adult. And I'm looking at this in a relative sense. What's the proportion of the adult production of the population that's composed of those two types, the natal reach rearing versus the downstream rearing? And basically, most of the load is being carried by those fish that have spent some portion of time downstream of their natal reach. So that, in my mind, established that this is something that's important for us to think about. But as I showed before in that map slide, there is a lot of room for those fish to use. So how do they use it? And so given some of the changes in the telemetry and the size of the tags, this is work that Biomark did. Mike Ackerman was kind enough to give it to me. We're using fish that they tagged at the Lower Lemhi trap in October 2018. Then they conducted tracking operations through the winter. They used a mountain bike, and they also used this raft that you can see, and tracked those fish to see how far they went until about the end of January. And what they found is that most of the fish had settled where they were going to be by late November, which is about when the water temperatures hit 4 degrees Celsius. And so I'm going to walk you through a couple of slides here. Those arrows there along the Salmon River are fixed telemetry stations, and the number is that is right there is the number of tags that passed a particular station. And so 7 miles or 7 kilometers from the rotary screw trap, there's a fixed array at the mouth of the Lemhi River, and 98 tags went by it. 15 kilometers down at Carmen Creek, there was 94. Tower Rock, which is 25 kilometers downstream, 89. Red Rock, 81, made it past there. 42 kilometers downstream at the mouth of the North Fork Salmon, 68. And then we get down to a slow reach called Deadwater, and more than half of the fish that had gone by the mouth of the Lemhi made it down there. And then we had kind of quite a bit of a drop off. And the reach here was known to be rather hazardous, shall we say. There was a similar study done with sockeye smolts out of Redfish Lake, and this is a reach that they also lost a lot of fish in. Anyways, 38 of them went through that reach and made it downstream down to just above the mouth of the Middle Fork Salmon. 28 of them at the takeout below the Middle Fork Salmon, there 16 went by. Yellow Pine Bar, 4 of them made it by there. Also, the same 4 fish went by Vinegar Creek, and all the way down by Riggins at Shorts Bar, at least 1 fish passed by there. 283 kilometers downstream of the Lower Lemhi Trap. We didn't get any record of them going by the last receiver. So obviously those fish are capable of going a long way, and some of them do. And so I'm just summing up what I already said, that it seems like the majority of our spring summer Chinook and steelhead use downstream habitats below their natal reach at some point in their lifespan, and that's important to them. And some of them can travel long distances and use the habitats that are there. For Chinook, we have some better information, and we've noticed that there's obviously some hazards that those fish have to go through. Winter is a hard time, and not all of them make it. However, that those who do use those habitats and make it successfully, there appears to be some sort of advantage once they finish their freshwater rearing and head downstream to the ocean. So this is me just kind of sitting back in my chair, scratching my head and thinking, what does this all really mean for people who are trying to manage the landscape and do good things for these fish. And so we can think of the fish that stay in their natal reach as kind of your insurance policy. That's risky to move. There are a lot of unfriendly mouths and other nasty things out there. And if you move, you may attract their attention. So if you can do some things to keep them at home, maybe you can reduce that kind of risk. Or you may acknowledge that those fish are going to leave, and you can do some things in the reach in which they came from in order to make them better so that they perform better once they go downstream. You can also think of your downstream rearing component as your growth account. This is how you're going perhaps to get to the lofty goals that you might have for those populations. And so think about the winter habitat and how connected those fish are to that. And as we have already I kind of threw out the Deadwater example, is this is a reach that we already knew is kind of hazardous, and so we've identified this as a constraint. Maybe there's some things that we can do to help those fish that go by that point. And that is what I have today. So thank you very much for your attention.
So I'll invite them back up. But I really appreciate the speakers from that session actually told a nice story, and especially Tim from coming all the way from Idaho. We've been talking a lot about downstream rearing in the Upper Columbia and trying to understand the rates and the effects of that, and then effects on prioritization as well. I think this might be, is that right? Oh, switch to a seat. We need to. So raise your hand if you have a question, and just let us know if it's for a particular person. We've got John there. And then we'll do Jeff.
It's a question for Tim. So you're speaking about that Deadwaters reach. I mean, I think the question a lot of folks might have is, what are some of those factors that are accounting for the drop-off in survival? And did the previous sockeye study look into any of that, or what kind of things would you do in stream to increase survival?
So that Deadwater reach was created decades ago when an old mine tailings pond blew out and blew a lot of material down into the river. And so you've got 2 kilometers or so of this long pool. It's very simplified habitat. And lo and behold, there's some big cottonwoods, and there's a heron rookery there. And when Mike and his colleagues went out there, they also tried to look at the predators in the river. They did a lot of fishing, and they estimated at 2 kilometer reach there was something on the order of 13,000 pike minnow there. So the thought is that this is a predation hazard, that you've got simplified habitat with very little cover, and the fish are just running past a lot of predators without much cover.
Maybe Jeff here, I think, had his hand up next. We'll get you a mic.
It's all really good, interesting talks this session. Tim, I wanted to circle back and ask you, so you were showing how the numbers of detections decline as it went down, you went down the system. I'm just curious, is there any, like, what's the temporal signal of that? Like, how, you have these detection numbers, like, when is the sort of the last detection? I mean, what's the timing like as they go through?
So there's more to this study than just what I showed, and I hesitate to say too much because I wasn't really directly involved in it. But the point I wanted to make was just, if you give them the opportunity, some of those fish will move. I'm sure that there's some loss of various forms of mortality, but most of those fish had settled within a month, and assuming that a lot of that's just they found a place they liked.
Next question. Anyone else?
Hi, Ben. I noticed that in a lot of your overshoot charts you were showing, 2016 was kind of an anomaly of a year, and I was curious if we knew why.
16, the year where the proportion of overshoots was higher. Is that what you're thinking? We've looked at or talked about trying to do some analysis on mechanisms that would impact overshoots in the Upper Columbia. It's not something we've got into, but it's a conversation we've had about looking into, and you know, something to think about is that as we've seen some pretty low runs of fish in the Upper Columbia, it doesn't take that many overshoots from a mid-Columbia population and above Priest Rapids to push that proportion pretty high, because the numbers up here the last few years for steelhead have been a little low.
Andrew has. And when we're running you a mic, I'll let you all know that the presentations will all be available online. Should have mentioned that in the beginning so you're not furiously taking notes. There'll also be a WebEx of recordings of the speakers giving their talk with the slides. So those will be posted afterwards. But go ahead, Andrew.
Question for Jared. I saw that survival dip for Upper Columbia steelhead. I think it was from Bonneville to McNary.
Yeah.
That was not present for any of the other stocks. Do you have any hypotheses you're exploring, or have you? And none of that data was corrected for harvest, correct?
I was not. So
okay.
There is the potential that they get harvested at a higher rate, So yeah, I can spitball. I don't have any concrete answers, but there's a few reasons. So they don't like. Their temperature threshold was really high, so it seems like they really don't want to go slowly, and they're really only going slow when they're hindered at over 20 degrees. Have to. That's what it appears to me in the data. The reasons why they might not want to go slow compared to some of the other populations, I don't have a concrete answer for that, but it's potential that, you know, we're only looking at part of their migration here, so they're getting up into tributaries that most of those Upper Columbia tributaries have some decent holding habitat. In comparison to some of these Middle Columbia tributaries, Walla Walla, it's going to be a lot warmer. So Walla Walla fish might be much better off hanging out for a much longer period of time in the cold water tributaries of the Columbia River Gorge. They're pretty close. Whereas the Upper Columbia fish might just naturally want to shoot up higher. There's also potential that there's a hatchery effect there. I know pretty high percentage of the tags we had were hatcheries. So it's possible that they're kind of missing some of the genetic diversity for that behavior, but those are just ideas. I don't have any concrete answers.
Question for Ryan. On some of your charts, you were showing how spill passage for the larger, I guess, smolter par was lower than the smaller fish, and a lot of the restoration work that we're trying to do or engaged in here in the Upper Columbia, the thought being that we're trying to grow the biggest, baddest fish within our tributaries to get them downstream because that leads to higher survival. What was the I couldn't quite pick out what that differential between the size was for the fish for the passage survival, and is that significant? And am I interpreting that in the right way?
Yeah. Many of those relationships were significant, and you know, it varied by depending on the model, the species, the dam, and whether it was day or night. But you know, some of those differences across the size range that we tagged, you know, it was about a 10% difference or so in powerhouse passage.
Great. Well, let's give these guys a round of applause. Thank you all. Again, we have a half-hour break till 3:30, and then we're going to discuss reintroduction above, continue the adult migration discussion, I guess, about reintroduction above the blocked areas, and then also get it into some talks on predation, which should be great as well. So come back at 3:30.
She was so good at being in trouble, 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 so good at being in trouble. So good at being in trouble, so bad at being in love. Now that you're gone, it's been a long, lonely time. It's a long, sad, lonely time.
All right, if folks can come on into the room and take your seats, we're going to get going. We have 4 more talks before the end of our day 1. And the first talk after this break is sort of in its own little plenary session to talk about a really interesting effort that's been going on for the last 2 years, and I'm excited to hear a check-in on where they're at. We've got John Siros from the Upper Columbia United Tribes that's going to be giving us an overview of the reintroduction efforts above Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee Dams.
All right. Wai haskogalt, in chas kuisai ai, in chak in sukana keus leth and pesquaus. Just introduce myself in my language. I'm Okanagan and Wenatchee, so on behalf of the Wenatchee people, I'm so grateful to address you here in my traditional homelands. And I'm also really excited to talk a little bit about a project that the Upper Columbia United Tribes have been working on over the last several years. Let's go ahead and get into this. So what we have outside is what we refer to as the Big River. I'm gonna give you an overview, just sort of our cultural connection, but it's also tied to the science. A lot of our science is actually, or a lot of our culture is applied science, just over thousands of years. This river provided everything for us, our food, transportation, medicine, everything. It united us in a lot of ways to our families up and down the river. In our traditional ways, which again is applied science over thousands of years, we call them the Musilnichum. These are the first, I guess, beings that stepped up to help us survive as people, as human beings. The salmon was the first one to offer their body. The four-leggeds, the bear, the bitterroot, and the berries, the sarvice berries. This, for us, is the first, I guess, treaty or agreement that we have with our natural world. We have a responsibility to take care of them as they offer up themselves for us in that agreement. We have to take care of them. It's our responsibility. It is more than a right. It's our responsibility. But we also had to have, along with this gift, we developed a lot of knowledge around their behaviors, around what they need. So it was important to be that scientist, that botanist, that biologist as well. This is a picture from the, I think it's the 1900s. Some of my ancestors, Wenatchee people fishing up along the Icicle and the Wenatchee River. We still come here every year for cedar roots to fish, if there are fish. And just so I'm really excited to be here, actually. I live in Spokane right now, but I'm so glad to be here. I'm talking today about the reintroduction of salmon above Chief Joe and Grand Coulee. This is a picture of Grand Coulee Dam and our chiefs that were present when the last block was put into place. And I call it the temporary end of salmon above there. And we're now working on finding a way to find some solutions to that. We just completed not too long ago phase 1 of our multi-phase study, looking at reintroducing salmon into those blocked areas. And it's a precise response to the Northwest Power Conservation Council's 2014 amendments that included looking at and studying restoring salmon above those 2 dams, the only 2 dams that don't have, or some of the only 2 dams that don't have fish passage facilities. It was meant to be a diverse and inclusive effort to incorporate as many people and as many minds and hearts into this process as possible to make it stronger. And along the way, we've managed to develop some really good collaborations. When we broke this down, we saw 3 different pathways that we could utilize moving fish and studying these this possibility. The Columbia River Treaty, which is still underway, is one as in terms of an international agreement that we could possibly leverage Canada into supporting this as well. And then we have the Council's program through their Fish and Wildlife program. And then we have Tribal Initiative. For the most part, the tribes have come together to fund a lot of the study and the work that's been completed in this phase 1 report. So just briefly looking at the 3 phases, we've just completed phase 1, evaluating passage at different facilities, hydroelectric projects, investigating the possible costs of these upstream passage facilities, looking at habitat, looking at the suitability and the donor, the habitat. It was a multi-phase project. As we finished phase 1, we had some review. We're looking at going into phase 2, designing and testing these reintroduction strategies, looking at pilot projects and some interim passage facilities. But there's a lot of work to be done before we get to that. And phase 3, if everything goes to plan, we're going to look at permanent inclusion of fish passage, but that's a little ways down the road. Just looking at phase 1, we had a number of questions that were asked that we needed to be aware of. What species and stocks are the most appropriate? For that, we did the donor stock assessment. Included in that was also disease risk. So what are the impacts to resident fish as well? So then we looked at what kind of habitat is still there, and the Cobble tribes, Spokane tribes did quite a bit of work assessing those different habitats, and then looking at technologies that are used today at different high head dams that could be applied to our case, and also combining all these things together, looking at a life cycle model that could generate some results that we could debate and discuss with folks. Some of the conclusions, I'm going to go through this. The capacity for and the habitat is enormous above these 2 dams, and there are some solid donor stocks available. Although in the last few years we've run into what everybody else has run into, low returns. We utilized USGS and WDFW and a team to look at what are the risks to the resident fish, and really developed a really good pathogen model that we could agree on. And then using the life cycle model that really suggested some strong results, trying to use as conservative bounds as possible. And I'll talk a little bit later, we're also looking at trying to modify that and improve it as well. We do have technology that's out there at some of these dams, floating surface collectors, juvenile passage. There's a lot out there that's being used that we can look at trying to apply to these two facilities. For us, it is more than just economic. It's cultural, but it's also the right thing to do. It's our responsibility as managers, as resource managers, as the term would be for today. We have a responsibility to do that. We're on our website. You can download that phase 1 report to go through it some more, and all the supporting documents, studies that were included into this study. And we feel like it's time to move into phase 2. I'm going to briefly go through some of these donor stock and risk assessments. While natural fish is definitely, wild fish is preferred, we're going to have to rely on some hatchery stocks to get, that ball rolling and looking at sufficient numbers. And we're committed to, staying away from ESA listed stocks. And fortunately, the stocks that we do have are right in line with what we're doing. So this study looked at habitat just in the U.S. Because it's within the program and, restraints with the Columbia River Treaty, wanted to stay with just the U.S. habitats, although there are hundreds of miles and kilometers of habitat into Canada, and we'll get to more of that later. I'm going to jump through some of this, just looking at this is some of the juvenile passage and adult passage that we're going to look at, trap and haul. We had a Wu salmon test at Chief Joe not too recently, this last summer. But I want to get into some of the phase 2 before I lose track of time. This describes some of that life cycle modeling. I think there's definitely some improvements that we can add into this life cycle model, but it really tries to incorporate all of those different things that we've heard throughout throughout all the presentations today around different aspects of salmon survival. So habitat is significant, as I said, 711 miles for spring Chinook, 13,000 spring, summer, fall Chinook, anywhere from 34,000 to 1 million Sampoil sockeye. These are estimates. We're trying to use the most conservative. That's why you see some of the range in there, depending on the technology that's used. And it also utilizes existing harvest rates as well. So we're trying to be as conservative as possible. So it's really important for us, as we finished out phase 1, we started doing some cultural releases, educational releases. The Spokane tribe also did some as well, to reconnect our people to the salmon in our traditional areas. These are releases that we did and tested with the help of WDFW, looking at pathogens. Released them into above Chief Joe and Grand Coulee. And it was a magical experience for all those involved. We had elders that were still alive when they had the ceremony of tears in 1940 that were able to help release salmon. So it was magical. In 2017, the Spokane tribe released 750 juvenile Chinook in Chimicon Creek. 90 of those were detected downstream of Chief Joseph Dam. 26 were at or below Bonneville, and one adult returned this year at the mouth of the Columbia in June, and in July we captured that salmon that returned from 2017 in the Chief Joseph hatchery. So without any fish passage assistance at 3 dams, we know fish passage is not only possible, it has probable, it has happened. Going through those 3 dams without passage is certainly something that really was a great surprise to us, and certainly something that we can build upon, looking at how to improve the system and to move forward. We've just recently had, through the council's process, the ISAB conducted a review of that fish passage phase 1 report and provided some excellent critique and ways to improve that report. So we're looking really forward to taking in those comments and improving the system as it goes forward into phase 2. We need to, beef up that life cycle model. These are some of the comments that we gleaned from the ICB report. We need to fully understand what the predator impact is in those reservoirs. We need to understand, those movements of the adults and the juveniles in those reservoirs. The cost, we couldn't really determine that cost just as yet, because some of these facilities, you don't really know what the cost is until you start testing out what's going to work. So it's really important to continue to look at that as we go forward. I need to wrap up here, and I just wanted to go through a couple of the actions that we're going to undertake in phase 2. Studying the juvenile survival through the reservoirs, the behavior near dams and collectors, behavior of translocated adults, interim fish passage facilities, smolt to adult survival, and then lastly, implementing some of those early options that can contribute to future returns, develop rearing facilities and sources, coordinate with Canada on transboundary benefits and actions, and convene that multi-agency working group to refine phase 2 with the actions and directions going forward. So, in conclusion, I just want to thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to finding more collaborators to join us in this quest that, a lot of people thought were impossible not too long ago. As we've heard today, salmon and water are this region's highest concerns, and I think, we have the science, we have the culture, we have the knowledge, and I think we can do this. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. We're going to transition now into our discussion on predation. And so I'm pleased to introduce Dan Gregory from the Northwest Power and Planning Council's Independent Scientific Advisory Board, here to talk about their review of predation impacts and management effectiveness for the Columbia River Basin.
Well, I would like to thank the organizers and Greer for giving me the opportunity to present some of the highlights of a report that the ISAB turned out this last year. I found if you really want to irritate people, you talk about predation management. So I'm here to do that. I'm sure I won't disappoint. The report was prepared by the ISAB, the 11 members of the ISAB, and then the 4 ex officio members. And so it represents a collective perspective on predator control in the Columbia Basin. And I would like to stress that anything that seems well thought out and reasonable came from the members of the board, and anything that's inappropriate is attributed to me personally. And I apologize to Eric Merrill and the council ahead of time. The report is available online. It came out last year. It looks at predator control of all predators in the Columbia River Basin. And so, as you can imagine, it is quite complex when we consider the fish predators, the avian predators, the mammal predators, and the various efforts that are being devoted to these. There are roughly, depending upon how you count it, 9 to 12 major predator control programs in the Columbia River Basin. These 9 I would consider to be major predator control. Several of you from the upper Columbia are probably going, wait a minute, what about smallmouth bass and walleye at the mouth of the Sandpoil? You may be saying, wait a minute, what about harbor seal in the lower river? And I didn't put those on the list just because they are not major programmatic predator control efforts, but you can make it 9 or 12, whatever you like. But it's interesting to take a look at that list because let's just consider the 9 for a moment. 7 of the 9 are native predators. Most of our predator control effort is actually being directed toward controlling native species in the Columbia River system, which presents some major challenges for us. Now, if we take a look at all the fish in the Columbia River Basin, depending upon how you count it, you get about 53 native freshwater fish. You get about 47 species of non-native fish in the Columbia River Basin. You get about 44 species of marine native fish in the estuaries. And if you stop and say, okay, which one of these eat fish? You quickly find out whether it's native or non-native. About half of these fish species eat fish. And so there are a lot more predators, fish predators out there than just the list of 9 that I put up there. And the other thing that's often forgotten is that these fish exist in a food web in the Columbia River system. And all of these organisms are necessary to support the community of organisms we find in our river. And anything we do to manage these species influences the entire food web. We don't just manage a target species and perhaps a focal prey species that we're interested in. We affect the entire food web anytime we take a management action. And that's often forgotten and not considered. And several people have pointed out today already that the Columbia River system has been modified. It's a novel ecosystem in many ways. Yes, there are some sections that are relatively free-flowing, but we've also modified the river. And in doing so, we have changed the prey as well as the predators. If we stop and think about it, most of our predator problems are particularly difficult at the artificial structures that we have put into the river system. We have taken the river and we route salmon and steelhead down through narrow slots, and our predators aren't idiots. They have adapted to feed on their prey for eons. And so they gather at the places where we route the prey. And so we have created points within the system where predators can have a particularly major impact on the prey species. So I'm going to present some major overall conclusions before giving you a few specifics, because these apply to all of them, whether you're talking about pike minnow, whether you're talking about northern pike, whether you're talking about sea lions, whether you're talking about cormorants and terns. It may seem intuitively obvious that if you reduce the abundance of a predator, it'll benefit their prey, right? You get rid of the predator, you're going to increase the prey. But that's not always the outcome. These are complicated systems. There is compensatory mortality. The other predators in the system aren't sitting there thinking, well, they decreased that predator, so I'm not supposed to eat the prey that it was eating. They will eat whatever prey is available. And so just because you reduce the abundance of a predator doesn't mean you reduce the predation impact. So we should be very cautious about programs that only determine the numbers of targeted predators removed and do not measure the responses of the prey or the abundances of other predators. Because if all we're focusing on is how much we reduced a predator, we aren't looking at the intended outcome and the unintended outcomes. So we were told to evaluate we were asked to rank the impacts of the different predators. And so if you were going to try to rank the impacts of the predators in the Columbia system, you'd have to know the total predation of a predator at each point in time and space. You're going to need to know subsequent predation beyond that point in time and space by other potential predators. And you're going to have to know the cumulative survival probability of the prey over its full life cycle, because you can get compensatory responses, you can get other effects within the system that will negate whatever you might have seen at a local point early in the life history. So to assess the impacts of all the predators in the Columbia River system, it's going to require integrated analytical tools. We have several of those. We've heard several of them today. Life cycle models, the measurement of SARs, and density dependence analysis will be required if we're really going to understand predation. But the impacts of the predators cannot be ranked without an ecosystem approach to assess their basin-wide impact, not just their impact at a local point. Such measurements are difficult in a large system like the Columbia. I mean, that's an understatement to measure all predators in a system as big as the Columbia River Basin, and their impacts is enormous, and we'll never completely answer that. But the lack of quantitative information will weaken our management decisions. Another thing that has been brought up before is cost effectiveness analysis. And as John said, quite often we don't know enough details to have a full scale end of pipe cost effectiveness analysis, but we still have to evaluate the cost and the potential outcomes of all our different options to choose where to invest wisely. We do not have unlimited resources, and so we're going to have to apply them carefully. So taking a few quick hits, and I'll be happy tonight or tomorrow to discuss any of this with you. Northern pike, we were asked to see if there's a threshold and if it was likely that they would enter the anadromous zone downstream of Chief Joseph. And we said, yes, it's highly, highly likely that pike will eventually invade the anadromous zone. They're only 10 miles away from it anyway right now. And during floods and whatever, they will likely go downstream. And the suppression in Lake Roosevelt could reduce the risks of downstream establishment. But illegal stocking is going on at the same time. And so just reducing populations is not going to necessarily reduce the potential for pike to go downstream. About half of the occurrences upstream of Grand Coulee have occurred through illegal stocking. And so early detection programs are going to be critical, things like the eDNA program. But this needs to be more than just in and around Chief Joseph and Priest Rapids. It needs to be throughout the Columbia River system so that we can detect these species when they do occur. We do fall into a trap of thinking that pike will behave the way pike do around North America. But we're already seeing that they can change their behavior according to their new locations. And so to imagine they're always going to be in shallow margins in thick vegetation may not be true when they hit the anadromous zone downstream. Some new approaches like the YY males seems to be showing some promise for brook trout in Idaho. Some of the preliminary tests have shown it could apply, it could be developed for northern pike, in which essentially all they produce would be males. And so it might be possible to use this technique along with our suppression measurements. Northern pike minnow, one of our native species in the river, there has been suppression of pike minnow in the mainstem Columbia since 1992. Depending upon how you look at this, we have reduced the potential pike minnow predation by anywhere from about 30 to 50% through that program, if you believe the assumptions in that program. But the pike minnow program is based on studies that were done in the 1990s. It was completed over 30 years ago, and these relationships between multiple predators and prey have not been reassessed in 30 years. After 28 years of pike minnow removal, we've never measured the response of salmonids. We've only measured the number of pike minnow we've removed. And we've created these places where pike minnow accumulate. So targeted efforts to remove pike minnow near the forebays and tail races of dams might reduce pike minnow predation. I'm going to skip this because Erica is going to be talking about smallmouth bass next. But it is interesting that smallmouth bass abundance has almost doubled in the mainstem Columbia at several index sites since the pike minnow control program went into place. Also, if you take a look at our agency websites, quite often they're extolling the virtues of non-native predators. And so we might think about the lessons that we are giving people through our websites. Piscivorous birds are a huge issue, particularly in the upper Columbia. Avian predation accounted in a recent paper by Alan Evans and his associates. Avian predation accounted for about 42 to 70% of the mortality of juvenile upper Columbia River steelhead. Results suggested that more steelhead were consumed by avian predators than all other mortality sources combined. So they weren't the original cause, but they are definitely potentially affecting the survival of upper Columbia steelhead. SARS might have been 3 times higher in the absence of those avian predators. And so some of these techniques might be useful in the future. But we need to monitor the movement of these avian predators. Just because you suppress them in one place doesn't mean they're just going to disappear. They just go somewhere else. You eliminate them at Rice Island, and they move upriver on you. So you eliminate them upriver, where are they going to go, and what resource are they going to hit? It becomes kind of a whack-a-mole game that we get into with our predator control. Finally, sea lions and seals. Mortality late in the life cycle is more detrimental than mortality early. Predation on juvenile salmonids, particularly harbor seals, hasn't been adequately evaluated. There is the new Endangered Salmon Predation Prevention Act, and so we are starting to look at lethal removal of pinnipeds. That will be a very important thing to follow up on. I want to leave you with a thought. This was not in the predation report, but it applies to the predation report. It applies to our review of the reintroduction potential above Grand Coulee. Salmon in the upper Columbia River. This is a cool place to be in the basin. It perhaps could be a stronghold in the face of climate change, but salmon and steelhead in the upper Columbia have to migrate through the lower Columbia. And so they are exposed to conditions in the lower river as smolts and returning adults. So the upper river will not be a pure refuge from changing climate. And there's a recent paper by Micheletti. This will be up on the website. You can, when Greer puts it up, take a look at it. They looked at steelhead, and the genomics of steelhead were more frequently associated with the landscape characteristics of the migration corridor than they were the landscape characteristics of the natal streams. So we often think that the natal streams are shaping the genetic diversity for our steelhead and possibly salmon species, but it appears that it could be equally likely or even more likely that the lower river and the migration corridor could have a greater effect on that genetic diversity. Conditions are relatively uniform on the natal streams. The adults choose it for a reason, to have cooler temperatures. So think about the entire life cycle and the entire landscape of the Columbia River Basin as you think about predation impacts. Thank you.
Well, moving right along with predation, I'm pleased to introduce Erica Rubinson from Four Peaks Environmental Science and Data Solutions. And Erica is going to talk about using eDNA to look at predators and invasive species.
Hi, thanks for that great cue up for my talk. Lucky you get to hear about bass. Just a little background for me. This is going to be from my research for my dissertation at UW with Julian Olden. And I did 5 years studying smallmouth bass, particularly their life history, but also their distribution and what's causing them to spread. And I feel like I'm one of the rare people who has been able to swim in a pool of river with an adult smallmouth bass swimming next to a bull trout. So I study smallmouth bass in cold water headwaters or cold headwater regions where they're overlapping with juvenile rearing salmonids and some of our cold water species, which is a threat that a lot of people don't think about or know about. So hence what guided me to this research here. So obviously we've been talking today a lot about the Columbia River Basin and all the wonderful species it supports. This talk was focused, or this research was focused on the US portion only because I couldn't find comparative environmental data from the Canadian border. I will say that smallmouth bass distribution is pretty limited across that border. So I feel like this is a fairly good depiction. So obviously we've been talking about the threats, we've been talking a lot about harvest and hatchery in addition to the hydropower, climate change, urbanization, other habitat issues. But what we don't hear a lot about in a lot of these conferences is the impact of non-native species, as I've set up for me here. So this is from now a 10-year-old paper, Beth Sanderson, who put together just a HUC level, how many non-native fishes are there in each across the Pacific Northwest for this paper in particular. And you can see there's anyone range from 0 to 40 with kind of hot spots in the Willamette and Snake Basin. But up here in the Upper Columbia, I mean, you're looking at 20 to 30 non-native fish species, most of which are predaceous in our salmon rivers. So again, smallmouth bass, cool water fish, big predator. Most of the research out there is on the impacts from to out-migrating salmon. As I was doing my research, it occurred to me that I was in the North Fork John Day for most of it, and the managers who managed that stream day to day knew that there were bass there, but didn't know how far up they were. And I realized they probably, this was probably basin-wide, that we didn't really know the distribution. And so you start getting these reports out saying we need to really look at holistically, we need to know regional, basin-wide assessments of what our predator problem is. And there was very little information about distribution of smallmouth bass. So my objectives here are to predict the range boundaries in particular, because that's where the bulk of my research occurred, of smallmouth bass across disparate rivers in the Columbia River Basin. And then to take that and determine the potential overlap with rearing salmonid, so spawning, rearing, or resident salmonid habitat. And then predict the future smallmouth bass distribution under moderate climate change scenarios. As a cool and warm water fish, this fish is going to benefit from the warming trends that we're seeing. There's going to be a lot of methods. I'm going to go through them rather quickly because that's not necessarily the point, but just so you have an understanding of what the modeling was. Initially, I collected a data set of just presence, and then I got lucky enough to get an absence data set as well. This was independent of gear type. So I basically said if somebody found a fish there and I could verify that it was found and that there was a date associated with it, then I could call that as a presence. I do bring up the fact that absence, I was lucky enough to have absence data. I actually got that late in the modeling process. And I will say I used a presence-only model initially called Maxent that gave very, very, very similar results. So for those of you thinking I'm never going to get an absence data set that's robust enough, there are presence-only methods out there that gave very similar results. Environmental predictors, I spent a lot of time studying bass in the Pacific Northwest. So I chose these very specific, specifically to the life history and patterns that I was observing in Columbia River Columbia River Basin rivers. So mean summer water temperature, we found about 20 to 22 degrees C around July, August timeframe. You're going to have a nice, robust smallmouth bass population there in general. That's the #1 predictor for them. Mean winter air temperature, can they survive the winter? Mean annual flow size, basically that's a surrogate for stream size. Bass like a little bit bigger river versus the smaller tributaries. Spring flow, this is kind of indicative of, if you get high spring flows during spawning events, it can scour the nest and you have reproductive failure. And then slopes, bass don't go up steep gradients. Nobody knows how steep is steep, but in general, you can get a swag of whether or not you'll see a bass when you look at a waterfall or not. Dam density and the presence of some kind of barrier or waterfall to prevent their upstream distribution. I ended up with a multivariate adaptive regression spline model. It's a fancy way to say I'm going to fit linear segments to a curve and take those functions. Unfortunately, this model relies on normal data, which my data were not, and so I took Elith and Lethwick's methods to push those models through a generalized linear model to account for the binomial data. Again, I asterisk this because multiple methods. I was a dissertation PhD student. I was learning how to model. So I went through a lot of different model types and none of them were very different. So it's pretty robust to the type of method you use. I then took a very early version of my model and predicted where the range boundary was. And I said, how good is this model at going basin-wide at predicting bass? And so I used eDNA to test that. And so I've targeted 50 to 75 kilometers at where my model predicted the range boundary to be for smallmouth bass and went and did eDNA sampling in those rivers. So I collected eDNA across 14 predicted range boundaries, and then I calculated the difference between where my model predicted the range boundary to be and where eDNA told me the range boundary was. I'd also, just on a side note, paired this eDNA sampling with snorkel surveys, and we can talk offline about how good it was, but eDNA did great. And this picture is just to remind you that if you do have sterile gloves on, you should burp your dry suit first, because you can't do it after. Then to calculate sort of the overlap with salmonid distributions, I took the distributions from streamnet.org, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and I took only the year-round resident rearing and spawning classification, so basically did not use the migratory corridors to classify where rearing and resident salmonids were. And then you have to make a cutoff for what's a presence and what's an absence for my smallmouth bass. So I maximized the sum of sensitivity and specificity, which ended up being about 0.5. So basically, any probability above 0.5, I said, there's a bass there. Anything below that, there's not a bass there. And I used that to calculate threshold metrics for salmon. Okay, the results. There are a lot of bass, and they're all over the Columbia River Basin. So about almost 18,000 kilometers of river today are predicted to have smallmouth bass resident in them. And I've seen bass with my own eyes in many, many of these headwater tributaries. I think some of the most interesting ones, I don't know if I can do this on the, it's too small of a map and too far away, but rivers like the Lochsa and the Selway, I saw a bass with my own eyes in those rivers. Rivers like the Methow at the mouth, there are bass there. So some of these rivers that you kind of think of as these classic, beautiful salmon and trout streams are not impervious to bass infiltration. There are some model statistics there on the left for those of you who are interested. The model performed fairly well overall. You forecast that into the future. These are paired with A1B, kind of climate change scenario for the temperature and flow models. And you see an increase of bass to up to around 30,000 kilometers of river. And this becomes more alarming as you look at the types of rivers they're in, whereas the current day, they're still pretty isolated to larger main stem and large tributaries. When you start getting into a little bit of future warming, those smaller, what we think of as potentially refuge tributaries have a high likelihood, a high probability of hosting bass, if not year-round, seasonally in the summer. How did eDNA do versus my model? Basically, how did my model do for the eDNA test? And my model was able to predict the range boundaries to about within 15 kilometers where I was able to test it. So the model is not only accurate, with nice modeling statistics, but it can really translate to, I can send a manager to a 15-kilometer stretch of river and say, sample here. And I found that to be a really useful tool because we had no idea where smallmouth bass may or may not be. And now you can say, well, if this is a system that you're interested in, I would recommend starting here with your efforts. There's obviously a couple rivers that I totally whiffed on. We can talk about that over beers. So what does that mean for salmon? I'm just going to leave this table up for a little bit to kind of let that soak in. So 62% of the fall run habitat, so over 2,000 kilometers, are shared with smallmouth bass. 22% of spring Chinook salmon habitat, rearing and spawning habitat, is shared with adult smallmouth bass. I thought one interesting metric might be a small number, but 6% of bull trout habitat currently are shared with smallmouth bass. I found these numbers rather alarming. These are just the current day. I don't have future distributions of salmon, so I couldn't predict the future overlap with my 2080 model for smallmouth bass. So I imagine salmonids are going to lose territory, so it was really hard to make an estimate. But obviously, climate change doesn't bode well for our salmonid population. And the warmer the water goes, the more smallmouth bass can eat. So in conclusion, we currently, right now, have a current day year-round threat to rearing juvenile salmonids that is not being looked at. Again, in the North Fork John Day River, I did a lot of snorkel surveys, and you can see wild-only spring Chinook salmon hanging out with juvenile smallmouth bass, kind of all swimming together in a nice pool together, all happily coexisting. So the habitat, what you think of with smallmouth bass habitat, it doesn't necessarily stand true. They move a lot, they handle riffles fine, and they seem to be coexisting with salmon just fine. The fall Chinook and sockeye salmon had the highest amount of overlap. This threat is largely unstudied, and again, climate change is going to benefit bass. This is a pot shot at my old advisor, Julian, doing something silly. I'll tell you what it is in a second, but I just want to leave for the implications here. So it's a bad news story, of course, but correlative modeling and eDNA in particular is a pretty easy method overall to apply to a lot of other species. I put the northern pike up there, of course, because that's a big issue around here. If you don't know where your target species are or where your problem is, it's really hard to attack it. So doing this just to get an idea of where things are, I did those 14 rivers, over 2,000 miles around the Columbia River Basin in 14 days. Like eDNA is super simple and very informative. It provides early warning, identifies range boundaries, and these range boundaries offer some very unique management opportunities for deterrence, control, and eradication. And this is us trying to eradicate some smallmouth bass nests in the Middle Fork River using what we called an egg terminator, which is basically just a suction with a scuba tube. Super fun. And with that, I'll take any questions once the question session starts, which is right now. Thank you.
All right, folks, for our next talk, we have our plenary for this afternoon. I'd like to introduce Matt Polachek from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And he's here to talk about stream and lake rearing strategies of spring Chinook in the Lake Wenatchee Basin.
Man, all these predators is kind of depressing looking at what's going on out there. But today we're actually going to look in the lake environment, Lake Wenatchee. And my co-investigators, Dave Beauchamp and Carlos Palufka, will kind of be sharing this talk, the 30-minute period we were allotted here. Go one slide too far? Oh, good. All right. So this project was kind of funded as a pilot project to identify life histories of sub-yearling Chinook salmon in Lake Wenatchee, bottlenecks to their survival and production, and kind of identify key uncertainties moving forward, what other things we can do to bolster our research. Like I said, there's 3 co-investigators. Each co-investigator had a specific task that they worked on. Oops. So the presentation outline, myself, I'll start talking about predation on spring Chinook salmon and predator-prey overlap in the lake itself. And then Dave will come up and talk about his life history strategies, how that equates to smolt production. And then Carl will be talking about his work on how predators kind of modulate behaviors as far as habitat use. So in Lake Wenatchee, the 2 main tributaries are the White River and the Little Wenatchee. And the spring Chinook spawn in both of those rivers, and their offspring rear in those rivers. And there's 2 life history strategies that we observed initially. And one of those was that those fish stay in the rivers and rear all the way through their out-migration timing in the spring. Another life history strategy is that some of those fish drop out of the rivers and go into the lake environment. And as they go in the lake environment, they kind of distribute themselves throughout the lake. And as far as what goes on when they're in the lake, little is known what exactly happens. And so while they're in the lake, they're also competing with millions of sockeye smolt or pre-smolt. And as those salmonids live in the lake, they encounter predators, namely the 2 apex predators, which are bull trout and pike minnow. So the objectives of what I'm going to talk about today are to try to determine if there's spatial overlap between predators and prey, and then determine if those predators are eating sub-yearling Chinook or while they're in the lake environment, And then one of our tasks was basically to collect a lot of biological samples from predators and prey to try to start to develop a food web model that Dave will be talking about. So first thing we did is we kind of just made some equidistant sampling sites around the lake. 2017 in the fall was kind of a real quick 3-night survey to determine or to start to collect some of those biological samples and to start building that data set for diets on the predators. In 2018 in the spring, we went back in and we was a little more in depth. We wanted to start to track predation over time as those fish moved into the lake and out of the lake. How can we see how those fish are being preyed upon on a temporal and spatial strategy? So every fish we collected was measured, weighed, and these are the biological samples we collected were fin clips for aging and isotope analysis, scales and opercles for aging, growth, and then gut contents from all predators, and looked at prey composition. And then our agency conducted all the diet analysis in our lab. And then all those samples were sent over to USGS, and they were the ones that ran the models with all the data. So kind of what we found. So from the electrofishing survey between the 2 years, it basically were a lot of sculpin, a lot of whitefish, a lot of suckers. I highlighted the 2 main predators for their relative abundance. Not a lot of bull trout from the electrofishing, and a little fewer pike minnow, but these are kind of the juveniles of these larger fish. I think the mean size overall from our electrofishing is about 145 millimeters. So from gill netting, this is where we're able to go in and do short duration sets with large mesh gill nets. And this is going after the larger subadult or adult predators in the lake. And this is where we got most of our bigger bull trout and pike minnow. And again, suckers showed up. So what we teased out of the data from some of the distribution was that a lot of the fish all of the Chinook that we sampled electrofishing were oriented towards the north side of the lake. Much fewer on the south end of the lake. And we're not sure why that is. We didn't do it. It wasn't one of our objectives was not do a habitat survey, but to basically just look at distribution. But remembering back on the surveys, there was more woody debris on that shoreline, more docks. There was a lot more light, which I kind of figured there wouldn't be as many Chinook with the light pollution in the water, but that's where they were located. 21% of the time, the sites that we sampled that 6-week period, we found predator-prey overlaps. So those bull trout and pike minnow were in the same 400-meter sample site as Chinook. Looking at temporal distribution from the spring survey, this is basically 2 scales on either y-axis or scaled differently. It's basically to show that as Chinook salmon move through the lake down towards the south end, or the east end of the lake, there was a delayed response by predators that kind of followed them. And so what we did is this was based on 4 sites at the outlet. We took this data and looked at it, and it's very interesting to see that peak Chinook outmigration occurred in about the 3rd week of our sampling, which is about mid-April, and then predators start showing up in that area. And if you're familiar with the Lake Wenatchee, where it goes into the river, it's a constriction point. It narrows down, and there's a lot of boulders and logs and things like that. And so what we think is those predators are coming down in those areas and setting up shop to feed on fish that are coming out of the lake. So a quick conclusion from this is that bull trout and pike minnow do occupy the same habitat types at times. Chinook salmon were found in the diets of bull trout and pike minnow, and that as Chinook move towards the outlet, it seems though that predators are following them along to prey on them. So that being said, this is a 3-person talk, so I'm going to turn it over to Dave for the next round.
So part of what we wanted to look at is, given the diversity of different life history strategies, what actually contributed to smolt production out there. And so this is a way to subsume some of the growth and mortality trade-offs that were underway. So in order to do this, we were looking at scale-based size and growth trajectories of fish that were captured in different locations, and be able to look at those as a record of growth history that we could check at various time points, i.e. Toward the end of the first growing season in the summer fall, either in the tributaries of the lake, and then also as the smolts are moving down through the lake, coming to us essentially as they were emigrating from the system. And then we also use stable isotopes and a bit of supplementary diet information to try and infer what the trophic interactions were for these fish. What were they relying on in order to grow over the observed rate there, and how did they interact with the rest of the community in the lake system? So first I wanted to have the fish tell us what they were doing, and I'll have to point out some of this stuff, so I apologize to this side of the room because I may be able to hit the pointer on the other side. One of the key results was that the size of smolts leaving the lake, this is their growth trajectory, that top line, whereas the fish that were rearing in the lake during the previous growing season, very few of those actually contributed to the smolts that actually left the lake system. When we look at the tributary rearing, we had both the White River and the Little Wenatchee River there. The White River growth trajectories were very similar to the growth trajectories we saw from the smolts that were exiting the system the following spring. Little Wenatchee has slower growth trajectory overall, and in order to put that in context, we'll look at the next slide where I put those. So the slide or the graphs that are on the left-hand side are now the same that you saw previously, but if you look on the right-hand side there, the lowermost curve, again, are the fish that were in the growing in the lake in nearshore habitats during the previous growing season. There's a curve that I don't know if I can be able to hit it at this oblique angle or not, but the Little Wenatchee fish actually exited from the Little Wenatchee, and their growth trajectories merged with the slower growing fish that were nearshore in the lake, whereas the fish that were in the White River during the previous fall, emulated the growth trajectories that we saw from the smolts that were leaving. And in fact, when we look at that information and also some smolt trap information, it appeared that the primary, the most successful life history strategy was for these fish in the White River to migrate down and overwinter in the lake late in the fall, and then a second pulse of fish that remained in the White River over the winter and then migrated as smolts the following year. Again, those fish that were rearing in the nearshore habitats of the lake during their first growing season contributed very little. There is some overlap in size there, but it was a very small component. There's also potentially a pelagic rearing morph of the Chinook, but we didn't have a way of really sampling them during the growing season. However, we emphasized trying to intercept the smolts that were going out. That way those fish are coming to us, and we could look for signals of potential pelagic rearing via stable isotopes, which then brings us to this next set of slides here. A few things that I'll point out is that the top predators, no surprise, are bull trout above 400 millimeters and 300 millimeters here. There's also some cutthroat trout that were large, but very few, and then northern pike minnow that are greater than 300 millimeters. This reference line is essentially one trophic level, so if fish were to feed exclusively on prey of one type, they would be about that length, or about 3.4 or 3 parts per thousand higher in their N15 signature. Along the x-axis, again, is carbon-13, and those to the right are going to be more related to benthic energy pathways, whereas you go farther and farther to the left, there's more reliance on this pelagic pathway. And so when you put that all together, the pike minnow, the large pike minnow, although they're highly piscivorous, they're very reliant on a benthic energy pathway, whereas the bull trout are taking a much more mixed diet of combination of both benthic and pelagic prey. Sockeye are way over here. That gives you a reference for a more or less obligate zooplankton feeder in the lake. That'll give you a sense for carbon. I'll talk about why it's elevated in nitrogen in just a moment. And then I want to draw your attention to where the Lake Erie and cutthroat or Chinook were. They're kind of in the middle here, and given the overlap with all these other species, it suggests there's a high probability for them to be competing with a whole variety of fish that are feeding on a mixed diet of zooplankton and benthic invertebrates. And so that leads to both that they are positioned to be a likely prey of both bull trout, potentially pike minnow, but then lots of competitors that are surrounding them as well. And then again, you've got sockeye up here. The elevated signal there, we believe, this is speculation, but these were the smolts going out. We believe that's a signal of some quasi-starvation where they're actually catabolizing some of their own proteins over the winter. That elevates their nitrogen, makes them look like they're at a higher trophic level than they would be otherwise. Okay, this is that same graph, but now we've overlaid the signature of the smolts going out the following year, and this is the majority of smolts in the lake itself there. So they've shifted a little on the carbon signal, which could suggest that they're feeding a bit on zooplankton over the winter. A lot of times there's cyclopod copepods that are available as a prey resource. But then there's also a very distinct signal of pelagic feeding Chinook that are in the system. So they do indeed exist. Up there. There we go. But they only represent about 5% of the out-migrating Chinook smolt migration there. Most of the smolts are following this more contemporary signal of feeding in the tributaries or potentially nearshore lake habitats before they move out. And then just as a reference, here's the sockeye signal for that carbon. The different, for the successful smolts that did survive, they had very similar sizes at smolt, both in terms of fork length and then body mass. I'll note again that the sockeye that were using that pelagic system were much smaller. Again, just an indirect sign that perhaps they weren't doing as well. And then we wanted to look also, given that there was overlap there, we did some bioenergetics modeling of bull trout to try and sort out what level of predation might be happening out there. We have two size classes, those that were less than 450 millimeters and those that were above 450 milliliters. It turns out that the larger of these fish have a higher segment of predation of both the sockeye and Chinook. But this sort of modeling is limited by potential for a lot of extrapolation error. These blue rectangles indicate the areas where we actually had empirical data to support model inputs. And so questions about if we're interpolating diets among those other periods could lead to an overestimation of the predation. Nonetheless, in order to put it in useful terms, the biomass of individuals from each of these size classes, how much they're feeding on a monthly basis, could then be compared to the size of the prey that are found in their guts for both pike minnow and bull trout. And for just the bull trout, we can turn those into numerical estimates of how many Chinook would be eaten per bull trout of these different sizes, if in fact predation was happening over all these months. I think there's a real question about whether there's actually predation happening during the early portion of the summer, but that's something that can give us, highlight some areas of uncertainty that can then be explored with more directed sampling. The pike minnow, again, we had less information about them, and in fact we could not do bioenergetics modeling because we didn't have good growth estimates of them. The key results here were that there was a small amount of Chinook that were consumed during the smolt out migration in April. That's in the red circle. There's sockeye that are being consumed during periods when the lake is destratified, such that there's not a thermal barrier to segregation between predators and prey. And then sculpin and invertebrates are playing a large role in supplying the diet during the rest of the year for the energy budget of these prey. In order to expand this type of analysis from a per capita consumption rate to a more population level consumption rate, we need a lot more information, hence the pilot nature of this study. And the key uncertainties are things like the size structure of both of those predator populations. What we can infer from the information so far is that the adfluvial bull trout are recruiting into the lake between 200 and 300 millimeters of size. That's when we're picking them up. And that's fairly consistent with some places other places that have been seen. The size distribution of pikemen is going to require a whole different type of dedicated sampling in order to come up with that a normal type of sample distribution there. So some preliminary conclusions from this part of the study is that growth does differ among habitats. Stable isotopes show that there's a heavy reliance on benthic prey in tributaries and nearshore for the lake. There is a pelagic component of these feeding Chinook as well. Size selective mortality seems to be operating on these fish such that the smaller ones are not contributing to the production overall. And that bull trout and pikemen are becoming progressively more important predators as they grow, becoming more complete predators between 300 and 400 millimeters of size. And given this small number of prey, we do have measurable predation. It could in fact be a significant source of mortality for these consumers overall. So for that, I will turn it over to Carlos.
Todd, I'm going to grab this and go free range. It's just easier, I think. So, nope. What'd I do? Bottom one again. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to take you off on a kind of a tangent here, a real tangent actually, not kind of one. But my MO here is actually to spend the rest of the session talking about or giving you the conceptual background and the theory behind what's on my poster out in the hall. So if you've been by the poster session, you've probably already seen this. The timing of the talk versus the poster, just it has to coordinate the best as possible. And all you want, and exactly what you want right before going to get a beer is having a bunch of theory laid on you, right? So here we go. So the lethal effects of predation, predators eating prey, is only half the story, because predators also scare prey. And this has implications because it can change the foraging behavior, the amount of time that an individual spends foraging versus the amount of time it has to spend on predator vigilance or anti-predator vigilance or predator awareness. And so this all is encompassed in this thing called the ecology of fear, where the non-lethal effects of predators affect habitat selection, and then the amount of energy that time spent foraging and obtaining energy. So growth, condition, survival, all inputs into fitness are important non-lethal effects of predators. So one behavioral strategy in light of predation risk, and it's not the only one, but one is the one that I'm going to focus on here, is called the asset protection principle. And it assumes that the body condition or the overall state of an individual is a strong indicator of its future survival and reproduction, its fitness overall. And this is the case for a wide variety of taxa, and it's the case for many, many species of fish as well. And so the other assumption is that foraging opportunities generally trade off with predation risk, that there are high food availability risky habitats and low food availability but safe habitats. And so now the crux of the asset protection principle is that individuals that are in good condition have assets to protect, and that is and that means that they'll opt primarily for vigilance and anti-predator apprehension, and they'll make slow gains in condition because they'll be spending less time foraging because they're spending more time protecting assets. Whereas individuals in poorer condition will take more risks to obtain food. They're declining, and they need to take risks, and as a result, they'll make more rapid gains in condition relative to individuals that aren't foraging very much because they're protecting the assets they already have. And so then what happens then is that the individuals in the population converge on a moderately high level of condition. What do I mean by that? So if you take the range of condition they have some sort of condition index, and the individuals in a population represented by the solid line are spread out around a mean value, for example. And then you have the individuals down at the bottom end that are in poorer condition having to take more risks. Some of them might also get picked off by predators and just be eliminated from the curve altogether. But then the ones that take more risks and gain more food will increase in condition. The individuals that are in good condition to start out with will take fewer foraging risks. They'll either decline or stay the same. And what you'll have is this convergence around a mean value. And that mean value may actually, they may converge around a higher mean value because everybody's still foraging a little bit, or it may just stay the same. It depends on the relative risk, a relative amount of food availability in a particular environment. So how do you identify this in the field? Well, it's complicated, and you can do it one of two ways. One, the ideal way is to do it with field experiments, where you can manipulate the food availability, the predation risk, and the forager state in general in different habitat types. And you use this principle where that if the amount of food available is no longer worth the risk, then an individual will stop foraging there and stop occupying that habitat. And the amount of food left when it leaves that, when it decides that it's too risky to forage anymore, is the giving up density, or what I call the GUD. That's the amount of food left after the forager leaves. And you expect higher GUDs in riskier habitats. They'll leave sooner and leave more food on the plate if it's too risky to forage there anymore. It can also represent food quality. For example, if you go out to the table, you'll find that the GUD for oatmeal raisin cookies is a lot higher than the GUD for chocolate chip cookies, right? So anyway, so you can use GUDs to then evaluate the relative costs of, you can assign an energetic value to the cost of anti-predator behaviors and hiding and vigilance and apprehension. And then you can link GUDs towards asset protection behavior by linking them with trends towards lower among individual condition variability. And that's some background for an ideal, rigorous field experiment to do it, but we can't always do that. In this case, and in the case with Lake Wenatchee Chinook, we use field observations of condition and work our way backwards. But they require the assumption that foraging and predation risk trade-off is present and can cause that convergence among individual condition variability. So how do you do that? How do you work backwards? Well, you start with by comparing among individual variation in condition in habitats that likely vary in foraging opportunities and predation risk. When you find those differences, determine whether they match levels of predation risk and need for asset protection. And then hopefully you can go back and verify that with additional observations and field experiments. And we went through steps 1 and 2 in Lake Wenatchee and hope to motivate experiments to go into step 3. But just to show you that you can do this, and this is where we really get off on a tangent, is that I've shown that you can work backwards like this with sculpins in Lake Wenatchee. So step 1, I went through step 1 here and found that condition can vary, coefficient of variation in condition index, CVCI, is different in different situations. And step 2, I showed that is associated with low predation risk versus high predation risk. Where there's higher predation risk, there's the opportunity for that compression of among individual variation in condition. So then that's in an earlier paper, and then in a later paper, I showed that for sculpins is associated with, if you look at the number of fish associated with a certain biomass of their food availability, and in 2 particular habitat types, those with inputs of streams that provided some sort of protection from predators, and ones that did not, that there were fewer, that individuals that, or when there was less food available in the presence of those, or in habitats where there was stream inflows to the nearshore environment for these sculpins, these individuals were willing to accept a lower food availability, a lower GUD, where there was that certain habitat feature. And so you can work backwards from condition data. And so that's where we went here. So the point of this pilot study was to complete steps 1 and 2 and compare among individual variation in condition. And then we had growth data from the scale samples, and to ask first whether the, so we could look at the tributaries first and say, okay, well, because as Dave pointed out, the tributaries do offer some growth opportunities. So there is food in the tributaries. And so fish that are able to maintain territories in the pool, maintain residence in pools in the tributaries, might also, those pools might also offer asset protection from predators in the tributaries. So you expect lower among individual variation in pool residents versus emigrants. So we did mark and recapture studies to distinguish pool residents from immigrants, and we can do this. And so then we can look at individuals that spend time in the lake and expect that among abundant predators in the lake that there will be over time a reduction among individual variation in condition and growth. And then finally, number 3, that the lake itself, because of the abundant predators compared with the tributaries, might also have, the lake might also reduce among individual variation in condition and or growth. And so just to briefly tease you with the results, and I invite you out to the poster, but indeed, stream pool residents did have a lower coefficient of variation in condition index, CVCI, relative to those that emigrated and had to head for other habitat, presumably the lake. They're heading downstream, right? So then number 2, this isn't a very good graph, but time in the lake among the abundant predators did reduce among individual variation in condition index. The condition index is on here, the variation in it, and early in the fall, it's higher variation, and then that drops throughout the course of the season. The points are not as visible as I'd like them to be. And then finally, point number 3, again, this is supposed to be a teaser to get you to come see the poster, so please come see the poster. There's more details, more data, more results, and other things, other details that are not available in the 10 minutes I had here. So I guess we are all set. Hit it right at the time she held up the stop sign, and I guess we have to do questions now.
So great, we have one more Q&A session for that group of speakers. So if you can come back up if you were part of that session, including John. Thank you. We'll include the Upper Columbia United Tribe talk on reintroduction. And again, you can either text your questions, I'll grab the phone, or raise your hand, and then we'll wrap up and talk a little bit about the next event. First question, anyone? No one wants to delay the social event. Predation, this is the big one. John's got one.
Can't let you all go. It's got such an esteemed panel up there. On predation, I'm going to talk about or ask a question about smallmouth bass in particular, because between the two talks, I didn't feel like we actually got the answer to the real question, which is there compensation for the removal of northern pike minnow by smallmouth bass? In other words, are the same number of fish getting consumed just by different prey or predators? So I'll leave it to you to answer that.
I'll give you a partial answer. There's not proof that there's compensation, just absolute proof that there's compensation. But as I pointed out, at several index sites in the main stem, smallmouth have increased since 1998 when the pike minnow reduction reached its target level. And so that would be consistent with the compensatory response, but it's not necessarily proof in and of itself. Some of the techniques that David Allen and Backman and others have been using for avian predators to look at additive versus compensatory mortality would be useful, and they think it could potentially be applied, but we need more data on the abundance and distribution of the smallmouth and the prey. So I can't give you a firm answer as usual.
and a similarly non-firm answer. But if you look back, it's an interesting paper back from 1994, looking at northern pike minnow diets in the absence of other predators, such as smallmouth bass, and they're not necessarily targeting the numbers of salmonids that we see now. So in the presence of walleye and catfish and smallmouth bass, northern pike minnow have become our predominant salmonid predator, but they ate a lot more invertebrates and crayfish in their absence. So it's not been studied, but it's an interesting question that I'd love to hear.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Certainly become very liberal in Washington State on small bass. I guess in the future it'd be nice to see. I'm wondering if you did put carrying.
I was talking about the smallmouth limits that are very liberal now, pretty much unlimited. There's some slot limits in some case, but basically, and I kind of found this in the Yakima River, that you get to a carrying capacity and really it just appears that will never diminish the population as to where we're actually having survivability of our outmigrants, salmonids.
I have to agree that we're never getting rid of smallmouth bass. The only known case that I've seen in the research to say that did a rotenone study, and they did a good job of getting smallmouth bass and everything else in the river, of course, which is not, it's a non-starter. I will say that that there have been some really good efforts in like the Yampa River, the Colorado systems, where they've been doing, just similar to what we're doing with northern pike, just trying to keep the smallmouth bass at as minimum as possible. I will say, you can't reduce, most studies have shown, and I showed with some earlier research in terms of reproductive capacity for smallmouth bass. Like you remove a whole bunch of smallmouth bass and they'll make them right back. And they've got very high survival rates out here in the Pacific Northwest. But they are having good success rates at minimizing the impact by kind of a just continuous suppression effort, which is of course expensive. But.
And while I'm here, I guess, so with northern pike minnow, I'm curious if one of their main predators is themselves. And therefore, if we reduce the number of adults, are we allowing the juveniles to grow up to become adults, and then we reduce the number of adults, and it's a never-ending cycle. But I don't know if there's any studies that prove that diet.
We did ask that question to the Pike Minnow Control Program people who have been measuring the abundances of pike minnow at different locations. And there's not convincing evidence that the numbers of smaller pike minnow has increased. There was always the concern that you've just lifted the pressure off, but there are still questions about changes in age at first reproduction, fecundity, and behavior that could result in complex responses. So we need a lot more information on that. And it continues to strike me. I briefly ran through it, but we know there are places where there is intense pike minnow predation, largely set up by artificial structures, but yet we have a pike minnow sport rewards program that is main stem wide and is not targeted toward the places where we know we are having pike minnow predation. So it seems like there is some potential either to redirect the sport fish reward program or toward those locations, or to shift toward a combination of agency activities to control pike minnow in those locations and the sport rewards program. Another question is also the timing and location of hatchery releases, because large slugs of predictable numbers of hatchery fish coming down through the system simply will attract predators, and not just pike minnow.
Any other questions out there? I have one for John. When is that fish going to be mounted at the UCUT office?
That is a very good question. So at the Lake Roosevelt Forum, there was a presentation by Tim Pion, who manages the Spokane hatchery. And part of his presentation, he talked about how the Spokane tribe has relied on the elk and the deer to provide food for the people for quite a long time. And we managed to get some elk horns that will be the legs of a table. And the table will be a portion of a cedar slab that we made our canoes out of. And that fish, that Chinook, will be on top of those.
Oh, that's so cool.
So it'll be really kind of a cool thing. I have no idea where it's going to be. It's going to be at the Spokane tribe. They can figure out where to put it.
I'll talk to Connor.
Connor might have an idea.
I asked him the same question, so it's good. Any other questions out there? Dan has one.
I have a question for Dave or Carl or my colleague here about Chinook predation in Lake Wenatchee. From the consumption rates that you showed for Lake Wenatchee, it was a fairly small proportion of bull trout or pike minnow had Chinook in their diet. And given the volume of Lake Wenatchee, it would almost seem that if they move out of the tributary into the lake, they're moving into a lower density of predators rather than a higher density of predators, at least on a volumetric basis. Am I screwed up? Probably.
Yeah, in the lake habitat, there's more vulnerability to those types of predators because of the lack of physical cover available. And we only did these estimates in the lake system, so it's sort of a one-sided answer there. The key issue is that all predator-prey interactions are somewhat context-specific. You can have exactly the same assemblage of predators, prey, and ancillary species out there, and the same rule book is underway, but the environmental conditions that mediate those interactions can very dramatically change the outcome of predator-prey interactions. And I'd like to just plant a seed in that regard. Don't necessarily have to change the predator population in order to change predation. You can change the efficiency of the predators instead. And one way to do that, since many of these predators on salmon are visual feeders, think about how the light environment or the turbidity environment changes those interactions. Think about a dam-free river. All these dams are great sediment traps. The Corps of Engineers knows that because they're trying to dredge it out all the time. Historically, these fish went down during high turbidity, high flow events, and this lack of this depressed visibility was an important refuge for them, both in terms of light and in terms of the turbidity there. So think about opportunities to alter either one of those things, and in some cases, these predators will give up because it's not efficient enough to hit some of these bottleneck areas and move out to forage on other places.
I would add that also the comparison, and I didn't show this, it's on the poster, but the comparison between the lake and the tributaries from a behavioral point of view, from an ecology of fear point of view. Remember that it's not just the density of predators, it's how much risk the individual Chinook perceives and fears out there. And so there was measurable use of stream pools that show that there's some vigilance in the streams, but if you look at the variability in the lake compared to the tributary, which I did with some of the scale data, body size data or growth data, I can't remember now, but it does show that there's a stronger, that behavioral response that I'm looking for is stronger in the lake than it is in the tributary. So there's more perceived fear according to that metric.
Great, is there one more question out there? Okay, round of applause for our speaker. So that wraps up day one. I want to thank all the speakers who came from far away and traveled in the winter to come here. This was a great lineup. I know I learned a lot. And I just want to say the next part of this is the social event down at Pybus. And if you haven't been to one of our conferences, I would highly recommend it. It's a hosted event because of our amazing sponsors and exhibitors and all of you that were able to pay the registration fee. That all contributes. So it's a hosted event. We'll have drinks and awesome food from Ravenous Catering. We'll have a silent auction and a raffle. So to get there, just head to the end of this sort of convention center area, walk across the walkway, or you can drive down Orondo Street, and you'll see Pybus Market just past the Hilton. There's walking directions out at the front if you need them, but it should be a great event. It starts at 5 and goes till 9, so wander your way down there and check it out. And thanks again to everyone for being here and to our speakers. It's been a great day, and we hope to see you in the morning at 8 o'clock for tomorrow's presentations. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I dropped the slide, but
No, for the really. How about if you don't mind, summer all the others stay with me. And you confuse me with your riddles and your sudden generosity. Call me in the afternoon, even